Hello. Oh, welcome, Lucas Tetralt. Thank you for becoming a member so close. How's it going, everybody? How are you doing today? Hi. Hi. How's it going? All right, I got to do a couple things, and then we can get started. First thing I got to do is I got to open the stream chat room. So, here's the way that it's going to work, friendos. It's a call-in show. The instructions to call in are going to be right up here. I am about to open the channel. So, what that means is if you want to call in with a question. Oh, hi, I'm Cinder, by the way. Should I do an introduction? Hello, my name is Cinder. One second. Gotta adjust this. Anyway, my name is Cinder. If you want to call into my show, you should. The first thing you're going to need to do is go to the Discord. The second thing you're going to need to do... Why is chat hiding from me? There you are. Hi, chat. What's up, Random Gray Knight? Last name is French, pronounced Tetrao. Oh, Tetrao. There you go. Very cool. The homebrew stream last night was cool. Yeah, that was fun. We'll do more homebrew streams. Last night we did a stream where chat voted on everything and we made a homebrew. Guys, the trash can is still here. The leak is still happening. It's still an active thing, but there's a maintenance guy literally outside of a window right there. I could wave at him and he could see me, but I don't want to be a creep, so I'm not going to do that. But yeah, so here's what you're going to do. Go to the Discord. I'm about to open the channel, the stream waiting room. So if you are in my Discord, one of the window tabs says streaming. And then in that, you'll see a thing that says stream events. I'll actually pin this. Let me just pin this message. I could probably unpin that, right? Yeah. I'm going to pin. So this is, here we go. I'll pin this. So I'm going to open the stream waiting room. As soon as I open it, you guys can join the stream waiting room. It'll add you to the queue automatically. Once you're in the queue, I will just grab you and pull you in to a different chat and we'll talk. And that'll be, and that's how it works. I hope that all feels good. Okay, so let me open the stream waiting room. I'll do that right now. Okay, the stream waiting room should be open. You should all be able to join it now. Let me know if you don't see it. Welcome, new and old people. Strixhaven looks fun. Are you a player? Are you a player or a DM destroyer? I've never played Strixhaven. Hey, a leak. Accident. No, I don't have a decanter of endless water. Come on now. You crazy. You crazy. All right. That's all looking good. This is all looking good. Just making sure everything's where it needs to be, you know? Okay, cool. All right, let's get some tunage. Let's get some tune. What kind of music do we want to listen to? Something laid back, probably, right? Here, let me see if I can find an album. Give me 1 second. Oh, it's so chill. I don't know how I feel about this. We'll see. Okay, let me grab chat. Okay, let's see. We got 7 people in the waiting room. It's not bad. Oh, we're starting with Quispy. All right, let me grab Quispy. Hey, Quispy. Hello, Quispy. You joined the queue just by...
Hey, hello.
joining it. Hello, how's it going?
It is going.
What's new in your life? Why do you call me now? Hello?
First reason is I love you.
Okay.
Second reason,
we're starting early with that this stream.
wanted to make sure to get it in.
Yeah.
I am considering, me and my players in the campaign that we're running are considering turning it into like an actual play show just as a podcast.
Mm-hmm.
We don't really know all that entails. So you said to have a specific question. My specific question is, how the hell do I even get started on running an actual play show?
I think that the first thing that you need to ask yourself is what's your goal for it to be like? Like, are you doing this for fun? Are you doing this with the goal of it being something that you're like what's the scale and scope that you're looking for?
Scale and scope?
Yeah.
Well, my group they tend to have a lot of fun, and I'm like, dude, you guys are funny as hell. It would be awesome if, like, this was something other people could listen to. See if they could get entertainment out of this as well.
Do you have interest in doing editing?
I have a friend who's said he would be completely down to help us edit it, and I have nothing against editing it, so.
How long are your sessions?
About 2 hours, maybe an hour.
Okay, so here, 1 second. I'm trying to put the waiting list on screen. Give me 1 second, and then I'll be able to focus more on you. Sorry. I apologize. Somebody was like, "Can you put the waiting list on stream?" And I said, "Yeah, I actually can. It's not that hard." This music's not supposed to have words. I don't want words. I want instrumentals. Okay, so if you want to start running an actual play, I think there's a couple things to think about. Have you looked at the actual plays that are on Twitch at all?
I have seen this one that I have seen a few of them. Yes.
So I think that you're gonna realistically what you should do is you should look at them and you should be like, how much do I want to be like these, or how much do I care? So there's things that you're gonna want to think about, like when you're playing D&D with a group of people, you don't really timing doesn't matter as much. There's a performative element with doing the show on camera that you're going to want to think about at least a little bit. The other thing that you're going to want to think about is if you actually want people to watch it, you're going to want to make sure that all the players have somewhat decent quality cameras or and microphones. There is nothing that is harder to listen to. What'd you say?
I mean, I am just going to do it as a podcast.
Okay, if it's just as a podcast, then I would say even more so, you're going to really want to make sure that everyone has good quality microphones. Yeah. It is very hard to listen to a thing if you do not, if the microphones sound radically different. The other thing that I'm going to say is the editing is going to be more work than you think if you want it to actually be proper editing.
Okay.
I would not if somebody's saying they're down to edit it, I would say I don't know how much that might not matter to you in terms of what that actually means, but realistic, I'll give you an example. So me and the Dungeon Master switch off editing our podcast. Each session is around 4 hours long. I would say realistically, editing one of those episodes to get it to the quality that we want it to be at takes 10 to 15 hours an episode, minimum. It is a part-time job, editing an episode of that show. Now, you might not be wanting to edit to the same amount, but editing is a slow process, especially if the person is like not is still like learning it as they go, or even if they're not, it just like takes a long time. So I would make sure that you feel comfortable with the person who says they're going to be editing it, and that they sort of understand what's going on with that. Otherwise, it's like, you know, I mean, I guess just because at the end of the day, like, that sound quality is a big deal, and the listen, it's here's what it is. It's the exact same. Have you ever heard me talk about like formatting with Homebrew?
All the time.
Yeah, it's the exact same as formatting with Homebrew. It's like, nobody's going to read your Homebrew if it's written in one big block in Times New Roman 10.0 font. You know, like, it's gonna need to look good to make people look at it online. It's the exact same thing with audio. It's gonna need to sound good, and like, everybody thinks that they are funny, and everybody thinks their friends are funny. And that is probably partially true, because there's probably an element of they are, at least a little bit. But it is also they're fun and funny in the context of your existence, with all of the backdrop that comes with that. So in the same way that like you might get really excited about your Homebrew and you are like, I want to share this, people are going to love this, nobody else is going to they're not going to love it until you prove to them that it's worth loving. And I think the same thing is worth thinking about as the show. So if you're not trying to take it super seriously, if you're like, we kind of just want to do this and put it out there so we can listen to it and our friends can listen to it, then I don't think you need to worry about most of this that much, because you're just kind of going to be recording it and maybe editing it a little bit. But if you want it to be like a show, that's going to be more back-end work than... That's going to be enough. That's going to be at least one person part-time job worth of back-end work. So I would just think about that. The other thing that I would say is, if you're just playing with your regular group, this isn't as much of a thing, but you might want to have a conversation about, well, it gets recorded, so it doesn't really matter as much. So never mind. I was going to say, like, you might want to have a conversation about, like, what the goal is, because I do feel like the goal kind of changes a little bit when you're making a show as opposed to when you're just playing with your friends. And it can sometimes create dissonance in the group if one person kind of just has the goal of, like, I'm just playing to have fun, and other people are like, I have the goal of, like, I really want to, like, make a show, because sometimes those things will make divergent choices that people might not super agree with. So just, you're going to have to be really communicative about that. And I see Pat said growth is also, like, one person's part-time job, at least. Yeah. Like, I would not go into it with the goal of this is going to become my job, or this is going to become, like, a big show. That might happen, but I would start with smaller goals of, like, let's just make it and put it out there and see what happens.
Yeah.
Because it is a vicious market.
Yeah, I don't have any expectations of, like, making it big or anything like that.
Yeah, the main difference between playing in a game that's for a show and playing in a game that's for a home is we do a lot more planning out off camera. Like, the main thing that I would say that we do that I don't do in my home games, although I think Pat probably does do this in his home games, is, like, if we're, like, in a town and we're gonna be doing something soon, Pat will say, okay guys, what are the scenes you want your characters to have before we leave town? And someone will be like, I don't have anything I need to do. And then somebody will be like, I really wanted to have a scene where I talked to this person and did this. And I really want to have a scene where I did this. And I'm like, okay, cool. And then we just jump between those scenes. And then Patrick kind of makes sure to include transitional language between them. So like, so that when you're editing the podcast and listening back to it, there's something there to like guide the camera from one place to the next. But we don't do a lot of like meandering. Like, it's not like we don't do a lot of like let's spend 15 minutes in character figuring out what we want to do. We'll do like 3 minutes of talking as people to figure out what we want to do, and then just dive right into doing it. Because you don't want to waste that. Like, that's just wasting time. And it's like, that's not entertaining. That's it might be fun for the player to be thinking about what they want to do, but that's there's no entertainment in that. And then
I get that. I've actually set it up so that will be incredibly like easy to do, to plan what's going to happen. Not like plan exactly what's going to happen, but get a better idea. Because the whole idea of the campaign, they're pirates in airships, and there's no like main central quest. So like wherever they're like taking their time off, I can just be like, okay guys, there's this fucking quest board and it's got all this stuff on it. What do you want to do off of it next?
Yeah, I mean, even in the smaller than that, like, I mean, like I would not have a scene where it's like, like we don't mosey around a new town. Like we just, I mean even more granular than that. But yeah, having that sort of okay. Attitude going in, I think, is a good one.
Ask them things like, what you're going to get to this new town soon. It has these sorts of things. Instead of moseying, which places of it you want to explore most?
Well, I think that as the dungeon master, because the other thing that you have to think about is as the dungeon master. Oh, I gotta fix this. 1 second. As the dungeon master, you sort of like, you're also the pace keeper of the story. So like, you, at the end of the day, it's not the player's job. It's your job to decide what makes a better story beat here. Is it a better story beat to play out the characters entering into the town and moseying about it? Or is it a better story beat to have them just, what do we want to do? So like, for example, in Rally, if we go to a new town for the first time, that like it's like a if we go to there have been several times where we go to a town for the first time and we don't do any cuts. Like, it is like we're moseying around. But if it's like a place that we've been before, maybe then like if we're going back to a city we've been to before or things like that, then maybe it is better for the pacing of the show to be splitting that up and to be doing
okay.
Like, it's there's not a right or wrong answer. That's the thing. It's like you're making a show, so you should think about it from that perspective. It is very different than D&D in a lot of ways from that perspective, in that there's not a right way to do it. It really is circumstantial, and it depends on like where you are at and where your group is at, but also where like the flow of the story is at. The other thing that I want to say is Bill Doe says, if you're doing a live play or an actual play, you need to pay your performers. And I don't agree with that. I think that if you are doing a show where you are making money, then you need to at least have the conversation where it's like, what are we doing with this money? How are we spending it? Are we putting this into like a group pot? Like, what are we doing with it? But I do not think you need to worry about paying your players if this is just a for fun thing. That's silly. If it's for profit, then it's worth thinking about. So like, for example, with Rally, we have the aspiration of it being for profit. So we have a Patreon, stuff like that. And the way that it works is we basically have a little company. I don't remember if we did all the paperwork for it yet, but basically it's like the money goes to no one. The money that we make goes into the podcast. So none of us make money off of it right now. But in an ideal situation, at some point we will be able to. Yeah, that's my main thought. My main thought is like, you're going to want to think about pacing a lot more. You're going to want to be thinking about, running things with the mindset of this is going to need to be edited. So like, I'm going to need to get my transitional language in there when I'm describing something. Like, you probably are going to want to write down things that you like, your dungeon master narration moments when you like describe a city. When I'm running home games, I don't write any of those down. I just basically make them up as I go. When I'm running games for Rally, or like I just ran a one shot that's going to go up for Rally, write all of them down. because you don't want to be umming and uhing through that. You want that
I
to
tend to
sound
do-
good and be ready.
I tend to do that like half the time anyway.
Cool. So yeah, just prepare for it a little bit more like it is a performance, because even though it's still a D&D game and sounds like you have someone to help you edit it, it's going to be so much better and so much cleaner if the unedited stuff has a lot of that work built into it. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Cool. All right. That's all
Take
I
it
got.
sleazy, man.
All right, buddy. Be well.
No.
That was crispy. Folks, if you're just joining, and you wanna ask a question, or talk about whatever, all you need to do is click the little Discord button in the video description and go to the stream waiting room. There are 7 people in line right now. Next up is Sovereign, followed by Mollymock. Hey Cinder, I worked these last 2 Homebrew live streams. How do you feel about timed boss fights? Timed boss fights? What do you mean by timed? I don't feel like you should time them in real life, because then you're sort of punishing players for doing things that like is sort of meta. The only time that I would do timed stuff with players where it's like truly on a timer is if it's sort of more of a role play situation where they're literally just talking in character, or if you have a lot of players and people are taking a long time. So if you're like, okay guys, I have 8 players, if we're gonna get through this, you can't take more than 2 minutes to take your turn, otherwise it's gonna take 20 minutes. So those are the only times that I would do timed fights. I'm not a big fan of timing stuff outside of that. You liar? Who's liar? I thought you were going to start at 1. It's 1:30. I did start at 1. It's not my fault you don't know how to... Now, listen, Shadow Evil. I don't know who you are. We have no rapport. So you come in here with that attitude. You call me a liar. My immediate thought is, I don't give a fuck about anything you have to say. I don't know you. I love getting to know people, but now I have to get to know you at a whole new thing because you're coming in at minus points, friendo. Cool your jets. Learn how time works before you criticize someone for knowing how time works. Okay? Okay. All right, let's grab Sovereign. What's up, Sovereign?
Hey Cinder, is it okay if I actually say something to the chat real quick? I have a separate script.
Sure. I might cut you off if I disagree with it.
Okay. Here we are. Every time I look at the chat replays, I see people admiring my world building and creatures. First, I would like to thank everyone for their support and encouragement, especially towards the zombie campaign. And secondly, I am currently gathering players for that campaign, so if you're interested, message me on Discord. Now I'll get the real script.
I'll do a little sales pitch for your campaign.
Yeah.
There's also a channel, I think, in the Discord for looking for players somewhere.
There is? Oh, I never noticed.
Yeah, there's too many channels. I apologize. It's looking for
No, it's
games.
okay.
Looking for games, I think, is it.
All right, I have my actual script right here.
What's your actual? Let's read it to me, baby. Let's see what you got.
Today I have something I need help with relating to my zombie apocalypse campaign that I am worried that even you might have a bit of trouble with. I need help creating mechanics for base building and running a settlement/city, as my 2 current players have made it clear they want to make a settlement. I need these mechanics to be quite decent too, as I am planning the settlement to be the cornerstone of the plot. End script.
Okay, are you the dungeon master? Are you excited about running a base building mechanic stuff?
Kind of. It seems like a machine for infinite plot building, because I could just throw threats at the city and have them go deal with it for infinite subplots.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure if that's a good thing, though.
No, that's not a bad thing. My question, though, is like, the reason why I'm asking is because if you want to be using fairly complicated mechanics for base building, and you are not sure what you want to use yet, regardless of what suggestions I make, it's going to be a lot of work to do that and also to figure it out. Like, it's not bad, but it is going to be work. So I would say that if it's work that you are excited to do, amazing. If it's work that you're not excited to do, I don't feel like you should force yourself to be excited for it. Does that make sense?
When I say base building, I mean more so providing the needs for the people in the city.
So you don't you don't really mean base building like in you're not thinking base building in like
a video game.
in a video game. You're thinking, well, you are, but you're thinking like Frostpunk, like it's like survival.
Yes.
All right, yeah, I think that could be pretty fun. I think the things that you got to think about are like what's important, right? Like food's important, physical safety, like weathering, like dealing with weather, dealing with raiders, dealing with storms, dealing with keeping people happy, dealing with infighting, like if there's disagreements, any of the social hierarchy. Those are all things that I think are that you could lean into if you're trying to do like the survival aspect of the base building. In terms of mechanics, that's going to be something that I would encourage you to. I'm not going to have a clear answer for how to build that mechanically, because that'll be like a whole mini game system. Somebody suggested Strongholds and Followers or Kingdoms and Warfare are two good books by a company called MCDM that might be able to help. But you could also probably go on Reddit to the Unearthed Arcana or to DnD Behind the Screen to look for things like that. But the most important thing is you're gonna like think about like what needs the people would have in a base, and determine basically the system will basically be like, how much of this do people need? How do you get this? I feel like that's what it boils down to,
All right.
Your mic's fucking up. I can't hear you. Say that again.
Oh, sorry. Am I still glitching?
Oh no, you're back.
Okay, I already have the morale part actually finished, so I don't need to worry about that.
Mm-hmm.
But I want the biggest system in this whole base building thing to be actually defending your city, because I feel like that's the most enjoyable. And if it's the most enjoyable, I want it to be the most robust.
So you want it to be like a tower defense? So do you want it to be like tower defense where you like can build different types of traps and towers and walls and stuff? Or do you want it to be like more of just like fights in cool fights on walls? Like what's are you imagining, like tower defense, or are you imagining something else?
I'm imagining like one of those, what are they called? I'm imagining one of those robust strategy military games, like the ones that Paradox makes. Something like that, where it's less building traps. That is a part of it, though. It's more so commanding all of your little soldiers to go and fight stuff.
Mm-hmm.
If that's possible.
Yeah, so I think that it sounds like what you're looking for is potentially like how to run large scale warfare. That's what it sounds like.
Yes, that would be a pretty large part of it.
So Kingdoms and Warfare, I would look. Okay, so you're gonna want to either. So there's two books that I suggested by MCDM. Strongholds and Followers and Kingdoms and Warfare are basically gonna give you a bunch of complicated rules for that are way more in depth and nuanced than anything I'm gonna be able to give you. But that's what I would look up. Because it sounds like that will probably be what is the most helpful for you. But again, if you don't want to go buy some books, or if you're not able to find them, you could also just you could look up, like I would say, look up large scale combat mechanics for D&D, and then you can just sort of reallocate them to the setting of your stronghold, as opposed to like out in a field or wherever they suggest.
I do have a question. Do you think it would be too annoying to have other cities, like raiders, rival cities, or just hordes of zombies actually attack their settlement, so they have to actually pay attention to it? Or would that be just too annoying for
Well,
them
I don't think
to
it would be
actually have to
annoying
spend
so long
time?
as you. I don't think it'll be annoying at all so long as you, as the dungeon master, don't make it too random. Like, it's not because that, like you said, it's not a video game. We're not playing a video game. In a video game, your town randomly getting attacked is the way that it's designed because the person running a video game is a robot machine computer that cannot actively think or change. But you can actively think and change. So you know if it's a good point in the story for zombies to attack. You know if it's a good point in the story for raiders to come. I don't think it's annoying at all so long as you as the dungeon master pace it well.
All right. One thing I'm really concerned about is that my players are just as, if not a little bit more creative than I am, and they always figure out ways to hacks and kind of almost exploit, but not really the game to give
Mm-hmm.
themselves some very creative benefits. For example, they told me if one of their ideas that if things gets too bad, they will exploit this spell known as spinning disc. I don't really know what it's called, but spinning disc something, and a bunch of immovable rods to create an artificial floating island.
Um.
And they did the math. It'll work, which I'm
So,
kind of afraid
are you
it'll
talking
do
about
something like that.
are you talking about Tensor's floating disk?
I think. I don't really know what floating disc it was. It might have been from one of the homebrew things that I allow.
So, if it's from a homebrew thing that you allow and it's not a spell in D&D, then at the end of the day, it's your job to decide that that doesn't work or it does work. You do not need to you don't need to let anything happen that you don't want to have happen. The game is not how do we figure out breaking the game. That's not D&D. The game is, we're having fun together. Now, if you're talking about Tensor's floating disk, that probably could work with immovable rods for a little bit, but I would actually say that I don't think it does because the whole point of Tensor's floating disk is you don't actually control it. It just floats around near you. It's basically a wheelbarrow that can carry stuff. It's like a big table that floats. But as soon as you click an immovable rod, it stops moving. So it would just not it wouldn't go with you. Like it would stay in the air wherever you clicked it. The other thing is you can't decide where Tensor's floating disk goes. It's not like I'm shooting it 30 feet up in the air. It just follows you. So I'm not sure what specifically that their players are talking about, but if they're talking about combining Tensor's floating disk and immovable rod, I would say that just wouldn't work.
They told me their plan was to get a bunch of wizards and make those wizards all have familiars, and then have those familiars cast Tensor's floating disc. And we worked it out, and they said that if all the familiars ran ahead of the floating island, the floating discs would follow them, holding the small floating island on top of them, kind of like a carriage in the sky.
So listen, this is so what is happening right now is this is you deciding to allow this. So this is not an issue. If you don't want this to be an issue, I could give you right now 20 different reasons why that shouldn't work. Now, you'll notice that chat is also giving you reasons why this doesn't work. So I don't think this is an issue. I think this is you deciding to allow something. And if that is something that you feel like is an issue, you just need to figure out where to draw the line. You can say no to stuff. I mean, my immediate thought is there's a great way that this wouldn't work is where are you getting all these wizards from? How are you convincing them to spend their time doing this? Why would they do this? Where are you getting immovable rods from? Like, there's a lot of things here that I don't think you should assume you need to have work if you don't want them to work. Now, if you want this to work, great, it's fine. But if you're like, this is too much, I don't like this, even if technically this would work, like technically, like the math and the logic of it does with the magic, which by the way I don't think it does. But even if that did, they still have to find a bunch of wizards, not just a bunch of wizards that know floating disc and find familiar and are eager to spend basically the rest of their lives doing this, because as soon as they stop, it'll crumble. So, like, how are you going to do that, you know?
I wasn't saying that I wanted them to do this. My intention of this was it was just like an example of the things they like to do sometimes,
Yeah, but
where
that's
they just make these crazy
that's
little
what I'm
like,
but that's what I'm
thoughts.
saying. But that's what I'm saying. Like, using this as an example, there's a difference between a thought experiment as a fun activity that you're doing with your friends and implementing it into a game world. And it is okay to say no. If somebody's like, wouldn't this be cool? It is 100% okay to be like, that would, but it would also be really hard to pull off because you'd need this, and this, and that's not happening. Like, that's okay. I say no to my players all the time. So that's why I'm saying that, like, if it's an issue, you can just say no. And if you need to give reasoning, you can give reasoning, but you can also just say, that's not going to work in this game setting. You can just say that too. You don't need to give a reasoning. But the other thing is, based on what your players, based on this example, I also think that your players don't have a really solid grasp on the rules if that is how they interpret Tensor's floating disk working. The way that sounds to me is that they are doing a lot of what I have a couple players that do this. They're doing a lot of interpreting the rules as what they want the rules to be, and assuming a lot of things just work. And if you're assuming everything just works and the rules do exactly what you want, then you can do a lot more. But there's also, like, a lot of stuff that just doesn't work. So, like, for example, using floating disk, the only way that would possibly work would be if every single familiar were moved in. Not only would every single familiar need to move in total unison, the terrain that they moved across would need to be totally the same. Like, it would need to be totally flat or on the same level the whole time. Like, if there's like a rock or something that they need to go over, immediately it won't work anymore because one of those discs is going to go up 5 feet to go over the rock and then down 5 feet. And because Tensor's floating discs can only hold up to 500 pounds each, you would need, whatever there was, this island would need to be perfectly weight distributed so that no disc had more than 500 pounds on it, or that disc would just collapse. So, like, there's a lot of this is why spells have, like, very specific rules and limitations, because they do certain things and they don't do other things. The other thing that I will say is that if your player's goal is to make a giant floating island and they think that that's really cool, the easier solution might just be to homebrew a much higher level spell that they could one day get that gives you a giant flying island. That's another option. Like, make a 7th level spell that's Tensor's floating disc, but it's, instead of being, however big it is, 5 feet across or whatever, it's like 100 feet across, and you have a lot more control over it. Or a magic item that does that. That's also an option too.
I'm gonna take a clip of this live stream and show it to my players if they ever try to actually do this.
You don't need to do that. You don't need to be competitive with your players. That's not going to help. I'm going to say, you want to say no, but you don't want to be against your players. You want them to understand. So what I would strongly suggest doing is not just being like, hey guys, stop trying to fuck around, but basically say, think about logically if that works in our game world. Are you as players going to have fun spending this amount of time looking for these wizards to do this thing? Like, that will likely still not work. It will still likely not work, even if you try to accomplish it. Like, is that fun for you? You can do that. Or you can also just say, guys, this isn't fun for me. I didn't put this game together to spend 3 hours of you guys doing logistics for building a floating island. Let's do something else. Like, those are all options. You don't need to, please, if you want to use clips from this stream to try to express, what you're trying to accomplish or try to clarify things with your players, do it. But I would strongly encourage you to try not to be combative with them, because you are not against them and they're not against you. You are on the same team as them. And sometimes sometimes it can feel like they're trying to win or you're trying to win, and I would encourage you not to walk down that path too far. Try to remember that you guys are on the same team.
This has actually made me realize something that I haven't thought about like ever, and I've come to the realization that I'm a very negotiating DM.
I think it's great to be a very negotiating DM. The goal is fun. That's the thing. At the end of the day, the only thing that actually matters is, are you having fun and are your players having fun? If you're having fun and your players are having fun, that is the only thing that matters. But there are systems and rules and things that you can do to try to that can encourage fun, or that lean in fun, or that from experience, which is like any other time I'm giving advice, it's like it's based on experiences that I've had and things that I've read. Like that's mostly what it is. So like, you know, it's you don't need to listen to any of it if you don't want to. But it's okay. I'm a very negotiating DM too, but I'm also a very firm DM with certain things. And like as soon as players start trying shenanigans, I sort of cut it off and I say, what's your goal? What do you want to get out of this? I see that you want to try to combine these 4 spells and these 3 classes to do something, but what is that thing you want to do? Because we probably can accomplish that in a much easier way than whatever the craziness is you're trying to do. And we can probably do that in a way that will like work in the game world as opposed to like sort of be janky.
All right. Question before I leave. Well,
Sure.
last
question.
Okay. I'm planning on this next campaign being very sandboxy, like more sandboxy than I've actually done before, and I'm a little worried about how I'm actually supposed to pull off sandbox campaigns.
I think the best way to do sandbox campaigns is to have a pretty strong sense of the world. You don't need the whole world, just the world around the players, and to have a pretty strong sense of events that are happening. Conflicts. Plan conflicts, but don't plan solutions. So, like, let me give you an example. The players, you can decide, okay, there's an evil necromancer that's trying to turn the forest into an undead forest. That's what's happening. Now, why is that happening? Doesn't even matter right now. You'll get there later. But because of that, a lot of the creatures of the forest are like on the run. So maybe in an early encounter, players are fighting like rabid bears and wolves that look crazy because they're like panicked with fear. And the players can decide to investigate that. And maybe they do that through asking around town. Maybe they do that through just going into the woods. And maybe then they will discover that there is an undead disease going through the woods. Or maybe they decide not to do that and they do something totally different. But then next couple days, stranger things start coming out of the woods, and like the problems get worse, you know, that's what I would say. So like come up with a couple fun conflicts that you like and basically create space for the players to engage with that conflict, and then have that conflict grow and change depending on how they deal with it. Like you don't need to think about especially with a sandbox game, you should not be thinking about where your story is ending. All you need to be thinking about is like, what are the elements at play in your world and how are they bouncing around?
Thank you.
Yeah, all right,
also,
buddy.
I just want to say
thank
you for that advice about the boss stuff, because yesterday I actually did that final boss thing and my players really enjoyed it.
Hell yes! Oh, I'm so glad it was fun.
Oh yeah.
Sweet.
I only had to kill one of them.
Listen, sometimes it happens, man. I've said this before, but I'll say it again. I am a big fan of occasionally killing characters. I'm not a fan of going out of my way to do it. I'm not a fan of it happening every second, but I do think that a campaign can be made so much more powerful if there's a little bit of loss in there. I think a little bit of loss can make the victory feel so much sweeter. I'm so glad it went well, buddy. That's awesome.
All right.
Man.
Also, Demigod Radiation Mom has been into the world.
All right. As long as she's out there living her life, I'm happy. All right, buddy. See ya. I'm hanging up on him. That was Sovereign. This Sovereign. Oh, and what a vern of saw he was. How's it going, Chad? Are you guys having a fun day? How do you feel about doing an earlier afternoon stream? All right? I feel like we should do more of these. Let me grab Molly Mock. Hey, Molly Mock, what's up?
Hey, what's up?
How's it going, buddy?
Good, how's it going?
Very well. How can I help you?
So I'm trying to start up and just build a campaign from the ground up.
Very
Um,
cool. Exciting. Exciting.
And I don't know how to really fill out like the place where the campaign is being set. I'm not sure how to like where to put stuff or like how everything should be shaped because I have like couples of ideas that just
Mhm.
but I don't know what exactly to do, and I was wondering if you could give any guidance
What
in
do you
that.
mean by you're not sure where to put things or where things should be shaped? Do you mean literally like on the map, or do you mean like plot wise? Or do you mean something totally
Like,
different?
like literally like on a map because I'm not sure. Like, I have ideas like a city in between a mountain and a lake, but I'm not sure how I should fill out certain spaces where how I should uh like add details to stuff because I know where I want main stuff, but I'm not sure how to.
So here's what I'll say. So maps are a really good tool for a campaign. They're very good for world building, but they're, in my opinion, the best maps are the best tool for exploration in D&D, in my opinion. And that's what I would say. That's the way you should think about it. The map is there to make to give your players a way to orient into the world, to sort of like get their bearings. But it's also a way for them to have places they want to go or places they don't want to go. So have a couple cities, have a couple landmarks that are like lake, mountain, but also have weird things. So let me give you an example. You could decide this area is a forest. Great. Now, what happens if instead of it just being a forest, it's called the Wailing Woods? You don't need to know, you as a dungeon master, don't need to have any idea what that means yet. But because it has a name like the Wailing Woods, suddenly, not only does it have character, it has odd character. And then maybe on the map that you name maybe on the map of the forest where you name the Wailing Woods, maybe you draw a symbol in the middle of it that looks like a weird stone with a rune, and you just put that randomly in the forest there. You don't need to know what that is yet, but players are going to see that and be like, wait a minute, there's this forest called the Wailing Woods. What's that stone with like the old arcane rune? And you could be like, you'll see. Who knows? And now suddenly the players are like, oh, I want to find out what that is. They might go to people and start asking, hey, what do you know about the Wailing Woods? What's that thing there? So I don't think you need to overpopulate your map with that sort of stuff, but that's what I would encourage you to do. Think of not just types of geography like mountain, lake, river, but give them names, even if you don't know what that name means yet. And draw a couple unusual landmarks on the map, ones that might be might be mysterious, like places on the map where sort of like if you in ancient times, in back when I was a teenager, when people made maps, if they when they got to a part of the map that was uncharted waters where it's like we don't know what there is, that's where they would draw sea monsters. So like, to sort of represent this is an unknown. So you could even sort of do that, where it's like there can be parts of the map that are a little unknown. So that's what I would say. And then the other thing is you should put at least a couple named cities that you decide beforehand. I'm going to make a choice, and I'm going to get to know what this place is. But you can also put ones that you don't, and you don't know, and your players can ask, and you can do one of two things when your players ask. You can sort of start making something up, or if you do it or you could also like have them help. Like you could show your players beforehand, here's the game world map, this is the basics of it, but I want some help building some of the lore. What do you guys think would be cool for a small town? What would be a weird cult? You know, like if your players have brains more than you have brains, just because there's more of them. And sometimes they have some cool ideas too. That's usually what I do. So like the way that I run my home games is most of my home games take place in well, that's not true anymore. But most of my home games used to take place in one world. All of them took place in the same world. And I had some basic understandings of the world and some key locations, but every time I started a new campaign, I would ask people to pick where they were from on the map, and if they picked a place that I didn't plan that much of, then we would build that place together. So about like I would say a third to a half of my game world is basically made by players based on the characters they wanted to play. So like I had one character who was like really into the Genasi and really wanted to play like an Earth Genasi genie warlock and like be like the Sandman. So we built a whole part. We now have like there's a whole place where the Genasi are, and like there's a whole religious aspect of it because that's what he was excited by, and now it's in the world. So I would say you don't need to. You can lean on your players in that way a little bit, especially if they haven't made characters yet. You can use character building as a part of world building.
Thank you.
Yeah, man.
That's one more thing.
Sure.
Before we go.
Sure.
I love you.
Love you too. All right, bye, monologue.
Bye.
He could have asked another real question if he wanted to. I'd have been fine with it, but that's okay. He just wanted to give me love. I accept. Oh man, the guy who's working on my roof right now, I can see him through the skylight. It's so weird. I shouldn't look, but I keep looking because I keep hearing stuff. All right, wait here. Let me grab Mata. No. I'm doing streaming right now. We're not gonna do that. Mata, what's up, buddy? Mata. Or just Matt? Matt with a weird little you're Matt with the hammer and sickle. That's what it is. Matt with the hammer and sickle. Unmute. You got a little bit of time to unmute before I'm kicking you out, and when I kick you out, you go to the end of the line, just so you know, because that's how this robot works. You guys should be able to see where you are in the line on my screen. Next, I think, is Dice Admiral. I can't see who this is because it just says D. I don't know why it does that. All right, Mata, I'm hanging up on you because you're not unmuting, and you're gonna go to the back on the line. It's because when the names get long, it does the ... dots, and I have no idea. Okay, Mata, I'm sorry, you lost your chance. Bye. All right, he's gone. All right, next is Dice Admiral. Let me grab him. Hello. Unmute.
Hello.
Welcome.
Thank you.
How's it going today, buddy?
It's going pretty well. I've used a bunch of the advice you've given me previously, so.
Don't use too much of it or things are going to get weird.
Last time you gave me some advice on what to do with a mystery ship, and I put a cult of storm worshipping cult on it. And
Oh,
awesome.
sick. Very nice. Oh yeah, man. Yeah. Listen, dude. A cult. I love weird, creepy religious groups in D&D. It's one of my favorite tropes. So that idea popped into my head very quickly because one of the things that I think about a lot is how do you do a weird, creepy cult in ways that are like a little different, and on a boat is, I think, a nice way to do that.
Yeah, it was good. I ended up elaborating on it and giving them some information about how these guys they've got like a flag for a god that the cleric knows, but they're not doing it right. So it's like a weird offshoot. Anyway, that's beside the point. Thank you for that advice. It was great.
Yeah, man. What can I do for you today?
Yeah, so I've got a game where they're in the jungle. It's the Chult game. And there are dinosaurs, and one of the players captured a dinosaur. He wants to have a pet dinosaur. This is very common.
Yeah, who doesn't want a pet? I want a pet dinosaur today.
Yeah. And he's been actively training with it in off time and stuff like that. So like it's become part of the party. And up until recently, actually it hasn't yet, but soon I think he'd like it to be part of the fighting, part of the combat. And I've just been kind of hand waving that it's there, but doesn't fight recently.
Mm-hmm.
But I know the player that's running the character that has that is not into like deep mechanics, right? So I don't want to give him like a whole bunch of rules for a companion. I just want him to have a little velociraptor buddy that he can just have do one or two things, but it still be interesting, right? So I don't want to have to give him a whole extra character to control, or rules about summoning or unsummoning or hit points or whatever. Like, I want it to be interesting, so I don't want to just hand him a raptor stat block and go, here you go. And when it dies, then it sucks for you.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm trying not to get rules overhead on that either.
It sounds like it sounds like you're being pulled in two pretty different directions.
I agree.
Because it sounds like you want it to be simple, but you don't want to do the simple thing.
Well, I'm looking, I guess, if it's simple, but it has at least one thing that's like interesting, right? Because if I just like
what do you mean by simple but one thing that's interesting? Do you mean like a cool thing it can do in combat, or do you mean like more interest? Like, what do you mean by interesting?
Like, let me think. I mean, it's kind of like the more, leaning more towards combat. So like,
what is the
like if it had one interesting thing that it wasn't just here's a Velociraptor stat block, but if it's that plus, hey, you can throw it. I don't know. That's a weird example, but the first thing that came.
Okay,
to my
but
mind,
that's
right?
I see what you're saying. So you don't really you're not so concerned about general mechanics. You literally are like, what's a neat ability I could give it?
Yeah, or
what
or
class are they playing?
He's a paladin, but for example, he only ever uses his slots for smites, right? Like he doesn't. That's the kind of character. He's like, the slots are extra damage. That is what I do.
Okay, I have two ideas immediately, and I don't think this will work for everyone, but I do think it'll work for you.
Okay.
One is I do think, okay, so what I'm about to say is going to be a serious power up for the paladin, so you need to just keep that in mind.
Sure.
Immediately, my first thought is two things. They're the same thing. What if the paladin bonding with the Velociraptor, that bond extends to like the paladin's powers a little bit? Like, what if the paladin can do something or accomplish something that makes them bonded on a greater level, and it makes two things happen? It makes it so when the raptor uses its attack, the paladin can smite through the raptor. That could be cool.
That's awesome.
Alternatively, what if the paladin could use lay on hands through the raptor?
Those are both cool, and they're both things he already does use.
So that probably would be simple.
Complex.
I will say that is going to be strong. That's strong. That's really strong. But if you know your game better than anyone else, so if you feel like that's reasonable strength, or I would say that is about as strong as like a very rare magic item. So I would try to balance it in that regard. Depending on how far away, depending on how you work it with the range, or the action economy involved or whatever. But if you're trying to keep it simple but also unique, that's what I would do. I would make it so you could smite and or lay on hands through the raptor.
That I might give him both. That'd be awesome.
Yeah, I would do both also if I was in your shoes.
Yeah, that's a good idea because it's things he uses, and it makes it
I
unique.
also like making my characters overpowered. I really do not mind my players. As much as I yell from the mountaintops about balancing stuff in my home games, I don't care, because I also actively don't balance encounters. So I like my players will encounter things that are way too hard for them, and that's fine. So
I do the same thing, and
yeah.
I tell the players that too. You might run it against something that will kill you. Use your own judgment.
Casper says, would this be a good spot for the sidekick template? It might be. Are you familiar with the sidekick rules? Have you checked those out at all?
I am, but it
seems a little too complicated for what your friend wants.
Yeah, at that point, it becomes kind of a NPC, and either I have to run it and I don't want to, or he has to and he will find it too much. So.
Yeah, so I would keep it real simple. Keep it real simple. The other thing that I would say is if you really want to keep it simple, don't even get. I mean, it's if your player is being kind to you, then the nice thing to do is to make them have the stat block of the monster and roll all this stuff. But you also don't have to do that. You can just do that too if it's easier. I ran a game where people had a pet that was like sort of a pet, but it kind of wasn't that well tamed, and I basically just ran it. But I've also had games where people had pets that they ran. So
yeah, I can see it both ways. For me, it would probably be if he's on the ball and will make quick decisions with it, because running extra stuff just tanks combat speed. So
yeah, for sure.
Yeah, but if it's simple, if it's this can bite, you can smite, it can lay on hands, but it all uses your resources. Great.
Yeah,
that's a fantastic idea.
It's it's very strong, but it's good. It's cool. The other thing though is even if you are the one running it, I would encourage you to be whether or not you're telling the player how much hit points it has left, you should make them aware that it's in trouble if it's in don't I wouldn't kill it immediately without giving the players a round or two to like help, you know?
Yeah, I mean, once it becomes a pet, I'd probably let it go into a dying state rather than...
give it death saves. That makes sense.
Yeah. Okay.
Cool. I think it's a fun idea, man. I think it's fun. I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan of players getting pets, so long as it doesn't get annoying. It can go both ways. So there's not a right or wrong. Like I've had players run pets and it's been super cool, and I've had players run pets and it's like I want to kill that character so they don't have a pet anymore. I've had both of those situations.
I've had a similar. This isn't necessarily a house rule, but it's what I've told a couple of groups is, if you make me learn the mounting rules and they're complicated, I will want to kill your mount. So
yeah, I hate mounted rules. One of my first game, in my very first game that I ran, I basically made every mistake that a dungeon master can make, like every single one. And ran into every single problem. And one of the things that annoyed the fuck out of me is I had one player who was such a min-maxer to the extreme that I like wasn't ready for. And sort of like when Sovereign called in his play, he was like, these are the things that my players figured out. He was doing that kind of stuff where he was like, I read on the internet and I can do this, this, and this, and I didn't know enough to be like, oh, that doesn't work. But he was really into mounted combat, and it fucked me up. I didn't like it.
Yep. Yeah.
He was trying to figure out how to always fight with a lance because he realized that the lance was the best weapon because it was a D12 with reach. Like, so it was like that kind of stuff. And I was like, all right, but
that's just not wrong.
It's not wrong, but it was annoying, and I wish it was hard for me to deal with. I didn't handle it well.
Yeah, but I bet you learned a lot, right?
I always learn a lot, but the key to learning a lot is I forget about 3/4 of it the next day. Have you ever been to a very large sand dune, or like a cliff that's very sandy?
Mm-hmm.
It's like that. It's like when you try to climb a really big sand dune or a very sandy cliff. I'm thinking of a time I was doing a very sandy cliff, but it was like it is truly you run 3 steps up and you slide 2 steps down, and it's like if you stop for too much, you just start going all the way down. Like it's like you have to you're like charging forward to take these tiny little steps. That's what it is to learn how to be a dungeon master, in my opinion.
Yeah, I find something that helps me with that, and might just be my learning style, but I'll say it in case anyone listening is helped by it. I make sure to take after session notes. I don't always read them. In fact, often I don't, but the act of writing it down about like a lesson that I learned during that session really helps cement that in my brain.
Yeah. Cool. Oh my God, wait a second. I have to just address some of these comments. Rules and Rulings said, Cinder, I saw a video on TikTok that said I can do 538 damage a turn at level 2. I mean, listen, buddy, if you believe everything that you see on TikTok, you are going to lead a very short and exciting life. Short and exciting. So, not the worst. Those that burn the fastest burn the brightest, I guess. Yeah, I have no comment on that. That's silly. You're nonsense. Cool. Anything else I can help you with, or any other thoughts before I kick you out and grab the next person?
No, I really appreciate it. I'll let someone else get on.
Cool, buddy.
Thanks for the channel. Thanks for the show.
Oh, listen, you're the best. And see you later. Bye. Click. I love you. I said I forgot to say I love you. God damn it. I'm sorry, Dice. Okay, next we have Costa Dinos, and then we have MTG and DePesio. So let's grab Costa Dinos. Costa. Let me grab you. Stream chat. Hello. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Nothing much. You.
Oh, life in the fast lane, turning into aliens, turning back into people. The sun is beaming into my eyes, and I normally hang this bright big thing up, but I couldn't because there was a guy in the window, and I felt self-conscious. But that's just the life that I have to lead today. What can I help you with?
Well, I was wondering, can I ask a few questions about non-homebrew things?
Yeah, no, we're not talking about homebrew today. We're talking about whatever we want. Open forum.
Oh, okay, great. I wanted to ask, so yesterday I had my first session with my friends, and it went amazingly, or at least
Great.
That's what they told me.
Great.
And I didn't think that they would have gotten that far in the campaign, and I've sort of run out of things for them to do.
Mm-hmm.
So in a moment of panic and improvisation, I just said that they found a circus, and I planned originally for the circus to be a murder mystery later in the campaign, but they haven't gotten into any combat yet, and it's pretty early in the campaign, and I don't know if it's a good idea whether to put a mystery so soon and without any combat, since they actually like combat.
Is it a traveling circus or is it a stationary circus?
It's a traveling circus.
Perfect. Okay, so here's what you do. Here's the plan. I got you, dude. I got you so covered. You're gonna be asphyxiated with the amount of blankets and cushions that are gonna lay waste upon your visage. Here's what we're gonna do.
Okay.
You're gonna not do the murder mystery yet.
All right.
You're gonna have them go to the circus. You're gonna have them do circus stuff. Maybe you do some carnival games like feats of strength. You know, one of my favorite things to do when I'm doing carnival circus stuff is the players have like little mini games they can walk around and do for like prizes. Players fucking love that shit. So here's what you do. You have a carnival. What level are they?
They're still level 1.
Oh, we are so ripe with potential here. Okay, so here's what you do. They go to the carnival, they go to the circus, whatever. You don't spend too much time describing cool circus stuff they're seeing. Like, describe it a bit, but give them time to interact. So basically, if they want to go do a circus show, I would say, come up with a paragraph or two of like cool circus shit that they see. But the key thing is you're going to give them chances to do two things. You're going to give them a chance to meet the members of the circus after the performance, or before it, and you're going to have a carnival type aspect of the circus that they can walk around and engage with. Maybe the performers are running the booths at the carnival, maybe not, your call, but you don't want them to just be sitting in the audience watching, you want them to like engage. Now, what's going to happen is something bad is going to happen at the carnival. It's not going to be a murder mystery bad, but it's going to be something. Somebody's going to rob something. Maybe people are going to get into a fight. Something's going to happen where you guys, the players, can step in and help. I would strongly suggest it's like, maybe they're level 1, so don't want to be too hectic, but maybe like some wolves run out of the forest and start scaring people, and they can like step up and fight the wolves to like save the people of the circus. So that's going to happen. You're going to have a little adventure where you do something where combat is involved. Maybe it happens while they're watching a performance. Maybe it happens while they're walking around the carnival. But the key, escaped animals is a good one. But escaped animals, I would strongly encourage you creating a situation where it is okay for them to kill the things. And I feel like if it's escaped animals, it's sort of a bummer if you kill the things. But whatever, it doesn't matter. The details are irrelevant. This is the plot. So that's going to happen. The goal of that whole little thing is going to be twofold. One, you want them to like this carnival. You want them to become friends with people at it. There's an element of, we now like each other now. Now they have an ally in the world. That's a big deal, and it is one of the most fun parts of D&D, both in terms of having people that you can lean on, but also it's a tool that you as a Dungeon Master can use to make the players feel things. So you're going to do something like that. That's going to be a whole little story thing that you're going to want the carnival. The end of it, the goal is that the carnival is going to become friendly with them, but also the carnival is going to teach them a little bit about the world, because the carnival is a traveling carnival. So the people that they talk to at the carnival can talk about where they came from or why they're traveling. Why are they going from the city of crystal and glass to, the Jade Mountain peaks? What is happening in the world of the geopolitics that makes that the cool place to go right now, or that the place to leave? So you can sort of like foreshadow larger story with that if you want to, or just bigger things in plot. So that's what's going to happen. And then they're going to leave, and their players are going to go on their adventure. But then later on down the road, they're going to bump into the carnival again. They're going to see them again, maybe at level 3, okay? Maybe the carnival's decided to train path. They're going to bump into them again. And the second time they see the carnival, That's when you do the murder mystery. And you can even make the person that gets murdered somebody that they kind of cared about, so it's like a bigger deal, you know? Like the murder mystery will be much more impactful if they already know these people and have had a whole little adventure with them. So that's my suggestion.
Oh, wow, that was a lot. You really did have me covered, huh?
I got you, baby. Listen, I don't always know what I'm talking about, but sometimes an idea becomes a good idea very quickly in my brain. So that's what I would do if I were you. Turn this into an opportunity for them to make friends and for like world building, and then for you to be able to twist that later.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I got a bit panicked because they said that we're gonna play today again in like a few hours, so I don't really know what to do.
How long are your sessions?
Yesterday was my longest session ever, with that being 4 to 5 hours.
So the other thing that I would say, and this is totally okay, it's a bummer, but it's better than totally not knowing what's going on, is you can also always say, guys, I think this is a good place to end the session for the night. And I need to plan a little bit for the next parts. And people will understand that. I think 4 hours is a really good length. 5 is when it gets a little long, but I think 4 hours is a great length for a session. So I think the only thing that you really need to plan for this upcoming session is come up with 2 or 3 interesting NPCs that are a part of the carnival that you want the players to meet. Come up with 3 or 4 descriptions of other ones. Inevitably, what's going to end up happening is your players are going to get way more interested in one of the random NPCs that you put 0 thought into. And you're going to be like, fuck, I built these 3 NPCs and they care about this one? Doesn't matter. You take one of the plots of one of those 3 NPCs that you really cared about, and then you just pull it out of that one and put it in whatever the NPC is that they decide to care about. You know what I mean? See what I'm saying there?
Yeah.
So you just change it to make it work. Because they don't know that the NPC that they didn't care about is the one that you actually want them to care about. And then have them play some carnival games. I would strongly encourage a arm wrestling or feats of strength, like the hammer into the bell thing. You could also do stuff that have to do with like investigation or perception for like finding missing things, or you could, there's all sorts of stuff. There could be performances, that sort of stuff. And then have, monsters attack or whatever, and then have them help fight off the monsters. And you could even, because they're level 1, you could even have the circus kind of help. So like, if you like, okay, an ogre comes and you're like, oh my God, this ogre is too strong, I'm going to kill my players. There's a bunch of cool circus people around. Inevitably, some of them are going to be badass at fighting, and that's going to be cool too,
That's a lot of ideas. I did not expect to get that much help.
I apologize. Next time I'll try to be less helpful.
No. That was great. Thank you so much.
Yeah, no problem, buddy. Any other questions or thoughts before I say goodbye?
No.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. Yep. I love you. Bye. All right. That was Costa. Next, we have MTG and DePeso. After that, we have B. I wish I knew what your whole name was, but you're just B on the list, so you'll have to remind me what your name is when you come on stream. I don't know why my Discord does the thing where it like turns you guys into ... dots, but it does that. If somebody in chat knows how to change that, just let me know, and I will.
No.
Hello, MTG. What's up?
I want to start DMing, and for my players, because my old DM is going to college, and we still want to keep playing. And I'm looking for some advice. I'm stuck on I'm building the world right now, and I'm kind of stuck, so I was looking for some advice.
Okay. So, are you building the world from scratch?
Kind of half and half. I'm basically currently doing the creation myth. Yes, basically I'm building the world from scratch, yes.
Cool. How many players do you have?
Unclear. A lot of us are going to college, so we're going to see how things settle out.
Cool. Do you feel like you need to do this on your own?
No, not at all. I just want to have fun.
Oh, no. I got you. What I was going to say is, if you are doing a creation myth, if you're really starting from square one, and you want to be the dungeon master, and you are thinking about... like what sort of, like how to build it, and you're not exactly sure,
No, I know how to build it. It's a specific aspect that I'm asking for help on.
Okay. What specific aspects?
Okay, so in this world, basically, it's a duotheistic pantheon.
Mm-hmm.
It's opposed to like a polytheistic pantheon. So at the beginning, there was, I can't remember his name. It's stupid. I'm just gonna call them 1, 2, and 3. Okay.
Oh yeah, I like that.
So it's 1 was like there, and he had a planar map. At the beginning, it was just material plane, Feywild, Shadowfell,
Mm-hmm.
and he like shaped the physical Earth and its like counterparts in the Feywild and the Shadowfell, balancing like the atmosphere, the environment, and the non-sapient life. And then he created 2 once, to create like the prehistoric elves, basically.
Mm-hmm.
The prehistoric elves then began to evolve like morals and civilization, so they ended like dying, and in a way that they thought that the journey of life should continue. So they created 3. 3 was then corrupted while like seeing over the like the worst of the worst in the underworld. And so he then took all of the worst of the worst, along with on accident 1 of like the good people, to his own plane, because which he created by stealing a chip out of 1's planar map.
Mm-hmm.
And he then became Asmodeus, and that became the 9 hells, basically.
Okay.
And then once 1 and 2 found out about it, they opened a portal to there so that they could fight it, but it got out of control. It ended up being a war that lasted almost 300,000 years.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how like life evolved into the different races. So, for example, if you were in, if where you were, the monsters were like big and burly, Goliaths might evolve, Furbolgs might evolve.
Cool.
Things
That makes
that
sense.
you basically evolved to be able to fight what you are, and that's how the
that
races
makes
were
sense.
created.
Cool. So
And
what can I help you with? What's your question in this?
I just don't know how to get from there to a usable world that my players can play in.
Okay, so I think I got you. So you are in the myth. You're sitting in the primordial, in the mythos, in the space of we're building the blocks on which the realm shall sit.
Yeah.
You need to start thinking about the sitting of the realm. So you have a foundational knowledge. That's great. That's a great place to start. But what you need to
Do
start
you like the
thinking
foundational knowledge? Is that a good creation myth, do you think?
Well, I'm going to say 2 things right now. Whether I like it or not doesn't matter. If you like it and your players like it, that's all that matters.
We both do.
That's then truly that's all that matters. The thing about D&D, which is in my opinion amazing, is that, and you probably have some familiarity with this if you've played before, is that your game is the only thing that matters. What you like is the only thing that matters.
I've come to realize that. I've been playing for 6 years now, and
So
originally it was not very fun, but once I learned the aspects that I liked and how to play in a way where I was having fun, it became now is my favorite hobby.
yeah. So I kind of want to say whatever my opinion is doesn't matter so long as you're having fun.
Okay.
That being said, I will tell you that it does sound very cool, and it seems like Chad is also saying that sounds very cool. So in general, I think you can get a thumbs up for that's cool, but you don't need a thumbs up for that's cool. Is the point? You can. Listen, I'm going to answer your question. We're going to talk about it, but I'm going to go on a tangent for 2 seconds here, and I hope you'll just go on this ride with me. I spend almost all of my time online trying to answer people's D&D questions or game questions or writing questions. It's like 90% of what I do, whether it's shorts or streaming or whatever. The weird thing about that is that there's often good ideas and there's often easier ways to do things, but really, at the end of the day, my opinion only matters if it's helpful. And if
so
it's
I'm not asking for your opinion.
No, I know. I'm just saying, like, I just want
No,
to.
sorry.
No, it's fine. I'm just saying that, like, whether or not I like something really doesn't matter. And you will be a much happier person. I guarantee you will be a much happier person if you actively start trying to uplift yourself and say, I like this, my friends like this, it's good. Like, that's all you need, because you shouldn't, like, I don't want you to feel like you need to do a certain thing or be a certain thing because it's what I like. And I don't think, and that's a D&D thing, but that's just a life thing, man. Like, you are going to be a happier person the more time you spend being honest with yourself about what you like and living your life that way. The more you spend trying to live your life or do things based on people that you want to impress, it's like this is something I think about with relationships a lot too. Although it's not really, we're not talking about relationships, but like if you feel like you're in love with someone and they feel like they're in love with you and your family doesn't like, and your family doesn't like, okay, so if you separate, that's just using as an example. Like the only people that have to be happy in a relationship are the people that are in that relationship. Like if I'm in a relationship with somebody, I'm the only person that needs
to be happy. I understand.
Yeah, I understand. Okay,
you made your point clear. Okay. I'm asking, how do I transition from this to?
I know I made my point clear, but I have to rant. If I don't rant, I'm not me. I'm not me.
I feel you.
Okay,
yeah.
wait.
How do I transition?
So here's what you're gonna do. So you're gonna start small. You need to start thinking about things from the perspective of the players. So the players don't need to know that whole I mean, they might. The players might know that whole myth, but the characters don't need to know them. What do the characters need? The characters need a place that they grew up. They need a couple people that are important to them in the world, and they need a place that they are. And that's about it. So what I would say the next thing to do for you is to make a town. That's it.
Just make one single town?
Yeah, make one town. The town where the story is going to start. Come up with 2 or 3 people that are important NPCs that live in that town.
Got it.
Give them a little bit of personality, give them a little bit of a past, give them something they're hoping for. And if you want to, you can use that town as a way to sort of build the culture of the world. So like, for example, maybe the town has a festival coming up that they're all excited for. Maybe the town is in the middle of some turmoil because all their crops are being taken by some war band, whatever. Like you use the town though as a way to build out.
The plot of the campaign is that people are disappearing because basically Asmodeus is trying to start another 100,000 years war and take over the gods. And so you know how in like base 5e you become a devil by being corrupted by a current devil, and then you become a lemur, and then you rise the ranks?
Sure.
Basically everyone in the starting town is
I did that whole thing once. Okay.
What?
Nothing. Nothing. Don't worry about it. So if you are, so the whole people, the starting town people are becoming lemurs. I don't know how to pronounce that. Then what I would say is build that town. And have the players have a reason to be in that town. And then the other thing that you would do is use the players to build the world. This is such a powerful tool. So let me give you an example. You talk to the players about the creation myth. You talk to the players about whatever, the big sweeping steps. Now you're building the here and now game. Now we're like, what are we doing in this friggin' campaign? I need stuff for now. So one player's like, cool, I want to be a lizard person druid. Now you can work with that player to figure out where in the world
how do lizard people exist?
Yeah,
and
where
do druids exist? Where do
the lizard people live? Let's build that area.
Got it. One more question.
Yeah, sure.
Do you have a service that you would recommend for building fantasy maps?
Incarnate. Incarnate is what I use. INKARNA.
No, I'm familiar. I was deciding between Incarnate and World Anvil, pretty much.
World Anvil is really good for organization. It's really good if you want to have like I haven't used it, but I've seen people. If you are somebody that is like, if you like keeping like notes and stuff, World Anvil is friggin' great.
I do not. I once ran a successful one-shot for 6 players based on 2 sentences.
There you go. Perfect. So Incarnate, I think, is really good for like drawing maps. That's what I like using. Notion is really good for using for notes for sure. I don't know how to use Notion at all, but I have a person who I work with that does. But yeah, Incarnate is my favorite map drawing one. It does cost a little bit of money, I think, but it's not a crazy amount.
That's fine. And then what VTT would you recommend? Because I'm assuming we're gonna start playing online if everyone's going to college.
So I think you got a couple options. I'm gonna say I use Roll20. I do not necessarily recommend Roll20. It is just the one that I have used the longest, so it's the one that I'm the most familiar with. It is also not the hardest to get into. Foundry VTT is probably the best in my opinion. It does require a little bit of work to like set up. It's less immediately gonna work.
Got it. I got time.
And it does.
Anyway, I really have to go now because I'm sitting in the bathroom of an event
Oh,
to shoot
go,
this.
go back to your event.
All right.
But yeah, look up.
Thank you. I
Foundry.
love you.
I love you too. Get out of here. All right. Oh, don't ban you. Shit, I almost banned him by accident. I hope I didn't. Okay. Next, let's get Bildo. You can't do the SVRV part? I don't know what that is.
I think I got you.
Dude, bathroom call, right? That's commitment. Yeah. That's commitment to the cause.
So good. Yeah, I know, right? All these calls have been
that's
so
a true,
good.
That's a true supporter of the show right there.
That kid who's doing the zombie campaign, I shouldn't assume they're a kid, but
Sovereign. His name is Sovereign.
Sovereign, yeah. Great stuff. Love all that stuff.
You know what? So before you ask your question, I just want to say I friggin' love doing these call-in show streams. If I can figure out my schedule in a way that I'm streaming is the main content creation that I'm doing and it becomes financially viable. I haven't figured that out exactly yet, but if I can, I think I'm just going to do call-in style stuff like every stream, at least a little bit, because it's so much fun. And it's fun when people call in with like he's been talking about that campaign. Sovereign's been talking about that for he's called in and asked like 3 or 4 different questions about it. So it's fun. All right. Sorry. What can I do for you?
I've heard him at least twice that I know of. And I'm kind of new to the community. So I'm trying to get as much information as I can. I'm a professional DM, voice actor. I run 10 games a week.
Are you on Start Play? Do you do it on Start Playing? Start Playing so good.
Patreon.
So good.
For sure. If you guys don't know what Start Playing is, it's amazing. I'm kind of paid to say that, but I'm not paid by them, you know.
I have done sponsored content for them before, and I will again. So I do not mind saying that they have paid me to say that they are good, because I only say that because they actually are good.
Devin's great. But anyways, I started out on Patreon and doing my own thing, recruiting people from Reddit and the Roll20 community, blah, blah, blah. But that was years ago. But I run 10 games a week or more. I'm trying to get...
You're doing 2 a day a lot of the time?
Sometimes 3 or 4 a day, and I have 2 days off a week. And
Dang.
then I have a game that bounces back and forth throughout the week. But I'm trying to do as little prep as possible and get the maximum out of it, right? I'm not trying to be lazy by any means, but I want to get the most bang for my buck.
No, you're trying to be smart with it. That makes sense.
Yeah. So I was wondering if you had any tips for that specifically.
I mean, the main tip that I would have is, I would run, depending on what your players are looking for, I would say whenever possible, run the same campaign. Not exactly the same campaign, but when I was at the height of my dungeon mastering, I was running 4 or 5 games a week regularly. This was top tier COVID, so there just wasn't anything going on. And the way that I was able to balance that in a way that made sense was that all of the games took place in the same world, so I didn't have to come up with big plot events or world building for every campaign. I could basically just use the same one, and the choices that they made them basically do different things. But I had a very, very, very solid understanding of a region. I knew everything about that region. I knew every family. I knew every town. I knew every town's secret. I knew every secret location. I knew what the conflict. I knew everything about it. And it allowed for me to run very freeform, almost sandbox style games that could, on a dime, become very plot oriented, but I had to do almost no planning other than just sort of familiarizing myself with that place. So that was quite helpful. I'm not sure how helpful that'll be for you, depending on where you're at with how different your games are in terms of their settings, but you could do something like that to a certain extent, because you can build an encounter that is very easily reflavored into fitting other things. So let me give you an example. My favorite villain that I ever ran was a guy named the Moonlit Prince. And he essentially was a bastard fae child of a archfey and a demon lord. And his whole deal was that he felt that he needed a kingdom to rule. And he was ousted from the Feywild. And he was like, I can't run any of the seasonal courts, so I'm going to make my own court. It's going to be called the Twilight Court, and I'm going to build it in the material plane. And I'm going to use demon magic to help me bring the Feywild that I want into the real world. So he basically was using demon powers to summon dark Fey and do shenanigans. But that idea of I'm a bad malevolent force that is sort of like an ousted from my people and now trying to turn the material into where my people is from. You can vague that up to an extent that you could kind of make that anything. Like, you could sort of keep that personality, those same sort of plot points, and just reskin it as like, that is something that, like, somebody from the Shadowfell or from, one of the Outer Planes could just as likely do as someone from the Feywild. It doesn't need to be from the Feywild. So maybe instead of it being like a demon Fey prince, maybe it's some Eternal from Mechanus that through a glitch is a little bit, not perfectly orderly and now is trying to build their own twisted version of order in the material plane, like something like that. So I would see how many plots you can sort of make the same plot. So you don't have to design 36 different dungeons. You can design one dungeon that you can reflavor to fit a lot of different stuff. Reflavoring, I think, is going to be your best friend.
For sure. It sounds like I'm doing a lot of the correct stuff. I'm on the right path because I do that. I rewrite like all of my settings. I sometimes run stuff from Faerun. I oftentimes am known for running stuff from Dimension 20 because a lot of people don't run those settings for some reason. So I run a lot of Fantasy High and Crown of Candy games.
Cool.
So I have, I think, like 3 games in the Crown of Candy setting and 2 games in Fantasy High. Yeah, so I do repeat a lot of the same stuff, but with different story beats. So I start out with like the players doing stuff randomly, like soft canon sessions, whether they are in the story or not, right? So you do that till like level 3, and then you build backstory with each other till like level 5, and that's campaign start, right? So after that, you take the player's backstory and combine it with actions that have happened, and that's the plot. And that's how I've been progressing it so far.
That is a very thorough way to build, and I think that is maybe more work than you need to do, but I also think that it will have a better outcome than if you decide to do less work. So maybe I have mixed feelings. I kind of want to say that you don't need to do that much work to build your campaigns, but I also don't want to tell you to not do that if you feel like it leads to very good stuff, because I imagine that it would. I'm way less. I'm also not running it professionally at the moment, but I'm way less thorough when I run my games. That I don't think nearly that far ahead. But if that's working for you, then I think that there's nothing wrong with that. But I would encourage you maybe to experiment with being not worrying about having everything be so step by step interwoven. Because I do think that there is an element of, at least for me, I feel like it is sort of 50-50, the job of the players and the dungeon master to incorporate the characters into the story in a really prevalent way. Like, I think the dungeon master needs to be a big part of it, but I also think the players do. And depending on your group, that might be easier or not easier, but I do think that it might benefit at least some of your groups, depending on how much they like the game or how they like playing the game, to encourage them to start actively taking more agency in doing how that you incorporate that. And I'll give you, here's the simplest example, and I didn't make this example up. This is like a Seth Skirikowski video example, but the idea is like, okay, if I hate the Red Cloaks and they killed my uncle, and every time and they're hunting me down, and I want to get revenge on them, I can come up with that plot and I can share it to the dungeon master, and that can be it. Or I can come up with that plot, I can share it with the dungeon master, and then when I go to a new town and we're looking around, I can say like, all right, cool, I go to the bar. Or I can say, all right, cool, I go to the bar. Do I see any Red Cloaks? Because I'm trying to avoid them, but also I want to get them before they get me. And like that's a little thing that a player can do, but it makes a huge difference in like making them take agency over their backstory and sort of give them more action-oriented passive stuff. Also, it works. It's nice for you because it reminds you that they care about that. So like it might be that might benefit you a little bit, but I mean, if you're running 10 games at a time, that's just a lot of games.
It is a lot.
Like at the end of the day, you're going to be wanting, I would say, any steps you can take to not do more work is possible. So as many things that you can design that will work in multiple campaigns, that's going to be your best friend forever.
My next question is, my biggest weakness by far is pacing. Sometimes I will take main plot threads and throw them at the players just because I'm like, well, they should be reminded of this. And then it moves the story way too far forward, way faster than I wanted. And then, like you were saying earlier, I like my players to be powerful so that I can throw whatever I want at them and try to have a semblance of balance, but I just do the vaguest of balancing for encounters. If it's too hard, it's a puzzle. It's not a fight. You got to figure out how to win, you know? But pacing by far is my biggest weakness. Do you have any suggestions for that?
Yeah. So I think that for you, okay, so I have a couple ideas. The first thing is a good way to think about pacing from like a general larger standpoint is how much do you want to accomplish in a session, and sort of break it down. Like, okay, before the session, I want to make sure that this session should be about this and this. Like, you can have I think having session goals is a good way to handle pacing. Like, the session goal for this week is going to be they need to meet the Court of Roses, and I want them to have a fight in the garden. Like, those are the two things that I want to accomplish. So that way you don't need to worry too much about, like, these big grand sweeping things, as long as you accomplish those very specific goals. The other thing that I would say is you should, and this is more of like a general thing, but you can like take a step back from the planning for a second and think about it like a book. Now, I know D&D is not a book, it's not a story, but if you are mid-session and you're like, they're not remembering this thing right now, instead of immediately knee-jerk going to, I can remind them of it, I can throw something in, be like, wait a minute, what has happened so far this session? Let's think about it like I've been reading a chapter of a book. They've done this, this, and this. If I throw this thing at them in the middle of it right now, it'll kind of dishevel all that other stuff. Let's close that other stuff and throw this in afterwards. Or better yet, what is an aspect of this thing that I want to remind them of that I don't need to throw the whole thing at them? So, you know, if it's like, oh, the Blood Rain mountain men are ravaging the cities, and they're not paying any attention to that, and I need to remind them that that's happening. Instead of having the Blood Rage, whatever men from the mountains come and smash through houses, you can have like, what's the word I'm looking for? Like people on the run, being like, oh, we had to leave our houses because of those ravaging men. Like, you can do like little reminders of the big thoughts, of like the larger sweep. Like, you can always do little reminders of the main plot by showing the players the consequences of the main plot happening without actually showing the main plot. So, refugees. So like, if you want to remind them of something happening, but you don't want to throw them into the middle of it, have them encounter people that were thrown into the middle of it and are now on the other side of that. So that you're sort of giving them winks and nods and reminding them that there's bigger things happening, but you're not immediately launching them across the continent to go deal with it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I like that.
It also helps make the world feel a little bit more alive, and it also helps make the players care more about the main plot because they're seeing the consequences of their inaction.
Mm-hmm. I try to do a more of a sandbox setting where players can engage with the main plot or not, and move the plot along whether they interact with it or not.
That's all the more reason to do that, because
for sure.
Because that's the whole thing, is they're seeing the world change around them. And if you don't give them those reminders that the world is changing around them, they're going to forget.
Next question.
Mm-hmm.
What is the shirt you're wearing? What is that design that you have on there? It looks very neon grizzly, and I've been curious about it for hell of long.
This?
I know it's like your logo and such.
This is me. This is what I look like when I'm not when I'm not wearing my flesh suit.
That makes sense.
The goal of this is to have this be on merch at some point. I do not have that set up yet, though. This is something that somebody made for me. So there's only one of this.
It's beautiful.
But at some point, Once I figure out basically which system to do it through that is the easiest and the most high quality, because I don't want people to get crap, but I also don't want to have to do any work other than setting it up. Like I don't want to have like boxes of shirts that I need to send to people. But eventually I'll have a merch store where people can buy these and put them on stuff. Eventually.
Amazing.
I should be figuring that out, but I'm not. But I should. We'll figure it out.
That happens.
I'm saying out loud. I'm gonna say out loud right now. I should be figuring it out, and I will figure it out. That way, you guys can hold me accountable if I don't.
Bet.
But yeah, this is just a picture of me.
What is your favorite setting to play in? Or maybe favorite setting you've ever played in?
I don't know. I've only really ever played in traditional D&D settings. I have not really ever. I've never played a sci-fi game. I played a sci-fi game a little bit once actually, but it was so quick I don't think it counts. But all the games that I've played in for a long time have been like either modules people have run, so they've been very traditional D&D. Like I played in a Waterdeep game for a little bit. I played in a Curse of Strahd for a little bit. I played in sort of like a general traveling around fantasy game for a little bit. But I don't know. I don't know what my favorite game to play in is. I don't think I've been a dungeon master so much more than I've been a player.
Mm-hmm.
I've always really wanted to play in like a modern day game where most of the world is the setting that I want to play in. If I could pick one, would be a game where it is essentially a sort of modern day in our world game where weird stuff starts happening and we start to get essentially superpowers, but those superpowers are like character levels. That would be fun. I would like to play in a game like that at some point.
That's actually why I like Sovereign setting so much, is because I had a thing like that I made that's like a modern zombie apocalypse where that kind of starts to happen, and zombies, but it starts in Tucson, so you know.
Yeah, see, that would be great. That sounds super fun. I have not played Mutants and Masterminds. I think that if I wanted to play I played a proper superhero game once and it was really fun, but it was not Mutants and Masterminds. It was Savage Worlds and their superhero compendium, which was great. My character's name was Joey Bag of Donuts.
Bag of Donuts.
He was the ghost of like a North Jersey Italian mobster.
I think I've heard you talk about that before.
Yeah. He talked like I can't even do his voice anymore. I got to think about it. But he was he was Jerry Bag of Donuts. He did he talked to like this. He was a little bit he was a little bit Mario, a little bit Mafia. It was great. He was great. He was a ghost.
I love that.
Yeah.
My first character ever was a halfling divination wizard with the lucky feet because I'm a monster.
Okay, edgy. You think you're so cool? All right,
no, I that was the first character I ever played.
That's not called being a monster. Don't say it like that. Don't say it like that. You weren't being a monster. You were just being a little fuck. That's what you were being.
It's a niche. It's
no.
niche, okay?
But don't give yourself a mantle that's as cool as monster. That's not called being a monster. Being a monster is like this is being a monster. Being a monster is I'm going to be a wizard. I'm going to have a 12 intelligence. But I'm going to have a really good con, a really good dex. I'm only going to take spells that don't require saving throws, and I'm going to be the craziest combination of a tank / battlefield control guy, and I'm never going to be smart. That's being a fucking monster. Going halfling, lucky, divination wizard, fucking dice shenanigans. That's not being a monster. That's being a fuck.
I was a fuck, yes. That was my first character ever. But Dude Valfieri was a great character.
I've had a player do that also. It's fine. There's nothing wrong with it.
He went to level 17 and became a god because my DM was so done with him.
That's funny.
Yeah. He's like, you can't play a god anymore. And I was like, oh, I just lost my character.
In the game that I was running where a player did that, the only way that I could handle it emotionally was I just had to genuinely disassociate from the dice. And I just had to be like, I as a dungeon master, that was that game that I ran more than any game I've ever played in was the one where I had to really, really affirm to myself that I am on the player's team. Like that was the only way that I could make it work was like I am on their team. So I also had to make it insanely hard. So like I was like the only way that this is actually going to be dangerous is I make this guy fucking burn through his portents. Burn through his lucky we have to make this, we have to burn this world down so he's using his reservoir. But even that, the only way, even that it would have not been fun mentally if I wasn't able to get on the same page of we are on the same team. Because if you can get on the same page of we're on the same team, a lot of that annoying stuff becomes a lot less annoying, especially if you don't have like an agenda as a dungeon master. Like as soon as you stop caring if the monsters win or if they get to do their cool thing, then it becomes a lot more chill. But oh man, that was hard for me.
It's always better to be a fan of your players, but yeah, that particular combo is
yeah, it's nasty. It's nasty. It's dirty. It's dirty for sure.
I've learned a lot since then, as a player and a dungeon master.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I've come a long way.
Cool. What are you? You said you do voice acting. Are you in any video games or anime or anything like that, or are you sort of still on the up and up, getting started?
Yeah, still getting started. Nothing that cool. I have a couple of things where I pretended to be a cat, so there is that.
Okay.
But people paid me to do this voice, and I think I was Whiskers, if I remember correctly.
Very cool. Very cool.
People often like to pay me for my wizard voice. I've been paid at least 4 times to do my wizard voice.
Oh, that's a good one. Oh man, I'm so bad at voices. That's cool. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Any other thoughts, or should I kick you out?
No, I have some other conversation pieces, but you should probably move on.
All right, I'll move on. Anyway, I love
Have a good
you.
one.
Bye. All right. That was Bildo. I love when people are good at voices. So much fun. I wish I was good at voices. Are any of you good at voices? Are any of you actually good at voices? Everybody thinks they're good at voices. Nobody's fucking good at voices. But sometimes they are, but oftentimes they're not. Anyway, let's get Jono. Jono. It's time to be on the show. Unmute yourself.
Unmute myself.
Oh, hello. How's it going, buddy?
Hello.
How are you?
Good to see you. I'm doing good, and yourself?
Oh, very well. It's weird doing streams in daylight. I feel like something's wrong. I don't like how I don't like how you can see everything in my room so clearly, and I don't like that I have to have this fucking towel and trash can as like the main eyes until the leak is fixed. But it's the life that we lead.
In that chair. That chair looks.
It's a kingly chair. You have to be careful with it. If you sit on it for too long, you start to take on the aspects of the man who crafted it, which is both good and bad depending on what you need to do with your day.
Oh my god, I think today is also just me once again commenting on a whole bunch of stuff that I've been hearing throughout the show. Firstly, to the previous gentleman, as an aspiring voice actor myself, I'm quite glad to see someone doing the Lord's work, you know.
How's your American accent?
Oh, I struggle with American a lot.
Let me hear it. I'll do an accent I'm bad at afterwards.
All right, give me 2 seconds. I'll be with you.
Just talk about how much you like guns and like, oh, we don't have health care, we got gun care.
All right, I'm pretty sure I left my gun here somewhere. It's in this drawer, I swear.
That's great.
Oh.
Shut the fuck up. That's really good, dude.
All right, everyone. Let's get into this place. Yeah.
Yeah, I can't. I'm not good at accents. The thing is, I learned my British accent from watching the movies that I grew up watching. I didn't have cable growing up, but I had a bunch of old VHSs, and it was all the old black and white Sherlock Holmes movies, the old monster movies, old Laurel and Hardy and Marx Brothers, and then Monty Pythons. I watched a lot of Monty Python. For a while, my British accent was just whenever the Monty Pythons do, like when they were cross-dressing, and they talk like this. This is my. I do it all the time. This is the British accent that I'm the most comfortable with, and I can do it for pretty well. But it's not really a good accent. It's a sort of a silly cartoon accent. But that's my best British accent by far. But I can do them a little bit, but I'm bad at them. I can count to 10 in a Afrikaans accent. That's pretty good too.
Well, I mean, look, I'm South African, so this is you talking to the guy.
Oh, we did this. We had this. We played this game before. Yeah.
Yes, we have played this game before.
Okay, sorry. Tangent. What's up?
Oh, we're tangenting. There used to be a shoe store down the road from me that was open for like 13 hours a day, and no one ever shopped there. So whenever I walk past there, I do this little skit of, "It's my husband again, always in for the pretty woman buying his shoes when I'm here at home with sandals alone."
Yeah, it's great.
The Monty Python thing. Anyway,
it's great. I know. Oh man, I don't know how. If I know some curses in I think they're Afrikaans. They're definitely not English, but I don't know how offensive they are, so I'm not going to say them. But I am so curious. I'm so curious.
There's what I have a friend from Scotland, who I played World of Warcraft with, and he came down here, and there is a very, very naughty word in Afrikaans.
Well, there's plenty, right? But there's one that means like fuck off, and it's my favorite one.
One of my which one is that?
I'm just gonna say it because I don't know how bad it is.
Yeah.
Futsek, bro.
It's Futsek, yeah, bro, Futsek, fuck.
Futsek, bro.
Pretty much, yeah, it's pretty much effort, but it can be, depending on how angrily you say it, it can be pretty mild. The very dirty word is the P word.
Oh yeah, we don't need to say anything too bad. I don't know how that works with TOS.
Well, I'll say it in a funny accent because they'll never pick it up, because I have a Scottish friend with a very Scottish accent. He said, "Right, Jono, it's great. I came to South Africa and I learned the greatest word in any language ever, because I came home and no one knows it's an insult. So I go to my beautiful wife, and if I'm having a tough day and my kids are not going to bed on time, I say, hey kids, stop being a fucking puss, mate."
No.
And for any Afrikaans person in the chat.
Right, there you go. That was something offensive, apparently.
Anyway, so a few things. I'll be quick. You mentioned maps as being an exceptional way to give your players an in to your world.
Yeah, for sure.
And I agree. I do the same thing. However, I once made an entire YouTube video about why also not doing that is a great idea, because as advice I got from my very first DM, he very specifically never gave us a map for the first few months of playing his game. He always gave us, every road had a road marking, so many miles to this town, to this town, to that town. And so through stories and through road signs, we had to navigate, and it made the world feel as infinite as it feels when you're lost. And as soon as a map hits the table, the world you can see all of it, and it has borders. And I think
that's a good idea. Could I suggest a middle ground though?
My middle ground is find a map and buy one a ways into the game.
Well, I was gonna say mine is similar. Don't give your players a map. Give your players a in-game map. Like, give your players a map that somebody in the world made, which means that it can be wrong, it can have mistakes. It can have mislabeled things. It can have things that are just missing from it, and it can have big blank spaces. Like my favorite, the way that I started to do this. I only did this once, but it worked really well. Was I had like a big world map that was sort of like the globe, and it was very basic, and I didn't really use it that much. But I had a regional map, and the regional map I drew it by hand, and I didn't make it look nice. Like it literally was like I'm taking a marker and drawing this as if somebody in the world took a marker and drew it. And so it's like you're not really getting a map, you're getting a person's in the world's version of the map, and depending on who that person is, it's gonna have different things on it, or it might have like the coolest. I'll tell you the coolest thing that I did with it. The coolest thing that I did with it was the first map they got. The game world that I was running for a while was basically dealing with like almost like anti-monster racism, sort of, where there were a lot of extraplanar creatures that were like making homes in the material, and people were like terrified of them. So the first map that I made was from somebody from like the government, who was basically had that perspective. So they had all these scary looking mysterious places, and it was not super clear in a lot of them. It was basically like the map of the King's Road was basically what the map was. But then later on, they got like a little local map from some from like a hag that was just like hanging out, like she just hung out in her forest, and it was a map of like the important things that like were around her forest area, and half the things that were like danger stuff on the other map had just like completely different names on it. And it's like the players sort of were like, okay, so now we have two different maps that are kind of covering the same place, and they are radically different, and I don't know which one to believe. And that can be a fun thing too. But I agree that you have to be careful if you make something have like a solid, this is the one true map, because it does, I agree, remove a lot of the mystery of the world if it's got too many details and it's too specific.
Yeah. And sometimes incorrect or missing details are just as powerful as details that are there.
Dude, there was I didn't come up with this idea. I saw it on YouTube at once, but an older guy, he was one in a video. I wish I remember what his name was. But he talked about how his players used to get really annoyed with him because he would mislabel monsters all the time, where they'd people would go to a town and people would be like, there's an ogre in the caves. There's an ogre attacking it. There's an ogre. Everyone would call it an ogre. And then they would go and it would be not an ogre. It would be like a giant construct or something. And everybody would be like, wait a minute. Everybody said that it was an ogre. What happened? And the dungeon master would be like, yeah, that's because that's what they thought it was.
I had that recently where the players had to slowly realize that it wasn't, they didn't know what it was, but they suspected like a werewolf or something, and slowly had to realize that it was a human serial killer running around, making the bodies look like they'd been mauled up and setting up big sort of, not traps, but, silhouette things in the forest to make it look like there was a monster on the horizon before packing them away when people got there.
That's real fun. That's really fun.
Yeah. And this was for Sovereign. I'm sure I'll call it again with a million other things to say, but for Sovereign specifically, I had a really good experience with base building in my game recently, where one of my players is sort of the son of a noble, and we're really leading into that. We don't ignore the fact that he's nobility. That when they're at home, they're treated like such, and they get all sorts of items for free, and we're really leaning into it. It makes a difference when you have money, but we also wanted to make it interesting. So his father said it was time for him to start learning how to govern land and to pay his way into the royalty. So he and his adventuring party would go off and see what was wrong with the fort that had lost communication. Naturally, it had been besieged and taken, and they had to take it back. But afterwards, they went and said, we would like to adopt this fort as our own keep. And what I did was we had the Tailspire map, by the way, virtual tabletop. If you haven't seen it, Tailspire is my
Tailspire is a lot of fun. Tailspire is really good.
I had built the whole I had imported the whole mountain and built a fortress onto it in Tailspire, and then I went back to it after giving them an entire 3 pages of just stuff they could buy. That was it. And a budget from the treasury to rebuild this place. And they could stock an army there, and amass an army there. They could focus on trade. And they decided, since airships had just been invented, that they would build an airship port because it connected 2 places that otherwise were only connected by sea. And they did this whole breakdown. And simply by... with the only mechanic being where do you spend your money, they opened up a trade depot, built roads, and put a few defenses onto their tower. But I'm very much looking forward to the repercussions of that being, if they're attacked, they're short-staffed on defense. And however, before that happens, probably they'll see a massive influx of money that they can use to kit themselves out as sort of the trade-off. And I rebuilt that entire place in Tailspire to their specifications with all the modifications and the repairs.
That's cool. I love Tailspire. I'm not good enough with it to be fast. So whenever the only times that I've used it, I've found maps that other people made and just imported those. I haven't done too much building my own yet. But it's a fun thing. It does allow you to do weird stuff that you can't do on a flat map or in Theater of the Mind. You can sort of have secret rooms that you really don't say anything about, and it really is up to the players to be like, hey, that wall looks weird,
I've done a more extreme version of that where I use Tailspire downloads as random map generators. So my players are in a swamp. I would download a massive area of swamp from Tailspire, put my quest objective in the middle of it, but not even look at the map except for where they spawned. And players would be like, there's a skeleton under the water here. And I would then go, there is, and start GMing around this body that they found.
That's a lot of fun. That's a lot of fun.
They found an entire cave on a map that I didn't know was there and turned into the old lair of a druid who had long since passed. It was lots of fun.
That's really fun. I like that a lot. Cool.
All right. I think that's me.
All right, buddy.
And Cinder,
Yeah.
I actively despise you. You're the worst human being. I don't even know what I'm doing here.
I'm bathing in it. Dude, you just like watered my roots. Thank you, man.
Well,
all right. Anyway, I love you. Bye.
I only disagree.
I hung up on him. That's what you get. All right, let's get Name in here. Hi, Name. A name arose by any other. It's just as sweet.
Am I audible again?
Oh, you're Audible. You're Audible. Whatever companies are competing with Audible, you're all of them.
Oh, okay, that's good to know. I wanted to ask you about conditions.
Sure. What conditions?
Well, specifically that there's not enough of them. So I was going to say that one is that rather than just like make up a bunch of conditions for individual things, I think I might as well like make a list of conditions that I think might be fun.
Mm-hmm.
And I would love some ideas on where you think conditions are lacking in terms of like more specific effects.
Wait, I'm sorry. Say that again. I'm getting. I lost my train of thoughts. A German just yelled at me in German. I got confused.
I would love to find an idea where I can mess with certain spaces that I feel that conditions are lacking.
Okay.
So messing with sight ranges, messing with not necessarily action economy, but maybe action economy at some kind of like, if you do action economy, then some other downside happens, or something like that. And where you feel like I should push into those spaces.
Action economy is an interesting one. How familiar are you with? I feel like this is what I would suggest. I think that you could look at the ones that already exist. So, like for example, there are plenty of features right now. There's plenty right now that do similar things or like mush things together. Like Stunned combines a bunch of features, etc.
Yeah. Right.
Incapacitated is the only one that I can think of off the top of my head that messes with action economy.
But
what I was gonna say is I feel like what I would do if I were you is not do the action economy thing as much as I feel like it feels easier. I would look to things like the frightened condition and the charmed condition. Not to try to copy them, but they do unique things. And I would say let's leaning into the unique. So like, for example, the frightened condition, you have disadvantage on stuff if you can see the thing that frightens you and you can't move towards the thing that frightens you. And the charmed condition is the thing that's charming you has advantage on charisma checks and you can't willingly harm it. What if there was a taunt condition that was like the opposite of the charmed condition, where it's like you have to target this thing? Or what if there was like you could also do sort of like a disoriented one where maybe it's not like you're blinded, but you have like limited awareness, where it's like it's like maybe you have disadvantage on anything to do with sight that is more than 10 feet away from you or something like that. Like I would lean into that, trying to build new things as opposed to pulling out of the action economy. Just because
so to clarify, the stuff that I've looked at is stuff that is like imposing difficult terrain on a player rather than an environment. So like you're some kind of, insert appropriate word for it, but you move slow in certain, you're slowed in some capacity.
Yeah, so like you would move at half speed is how.
Right. And then also half vision would be another interesting one.
The range of your vision cuts in half.
Yeah, the range of your vision half.
Yeah.
Right.
I like that one a lot, actually. I like that one a lot.
Right. Other stuff like that. What I was saying about action economy was, rather than directly addressing action economy, I might have if you take actions, there may be some other penalty. So you're not prevented from taking actions, but like if you take an action and a bonus action in your turn, then you take some amount of damage dependent on the space.
I think that could
Like-
make sense. I wouldn't do damage. I would think of other things to do. Let me give
Sure.
I'll give you an example of. I've done a version of that sort of before. Basically, one of the games that I ran for a long time that technically I'm still running, but we haven't played for like 2 months, so I don't know. Maybe that campaign just ended. I gotta check in with those guys. But characters were it was like an Arctic adventure, so it was a lot of like traveling through the snow and ice. And I don't know if this is a real mechanic or not. I don't feel like I made it up, but I definitely used it a lot. Where there were parts where it was really icy, and the way that I ran that was if you move more than half your movement speed on your turn, or if you move more than half your movement speed on your turn, you have to make a dex save or you fall prone.
Yeah, that's the kind of thing.
So like that's a good one. Like stuff like that can be a lot of fun. But that's not so much a condition that a player has. That was like an environmental one. But you could take that same idea and apply it to a player. Like you could do like an alternative form of exhaustion. I wouldn't call it exhaustion, but essentially it is the same thing. Would be like, it's like if you have multi-attack, your first attack is fine, but you get a -5 penalty to the attack roll on the second attack because you're like exhausted,
Right. Speaking of exhaustion, I have a follow-up question. I've thought about playing with exhaustion as like a not in a home game, but in a like homebrew sense, right? And the problem is that I, along with most of people who are vaguely online, are aware of the alternate exhaustion rules. So far, so good. Like, do you know what I'm talking about?
I don't know anything.
I think it's proposed. This was proposed for 1 D&D, which was that exhaustion is just like a minus to rolls or something.
Oh, yeah. I didn't check that out in depthly, but I saw about it.
Yeah. So the problem is that while I understand the notion for doing that, is that should I try to, like, I can't develop for both, right? Like, I can't, anything that I have as an exhaustion condition, I would either assume that I'm in one system or the other, because they are different enough. Does that make sense? So should I put notes if I'm like, if you use exhaustion, this was intended to go with the old rules or the new rules, whichever one you want to go for?
Yes, you should do that.
Okay.
There's also nothing wrong with that. I do that all the time. Whenever I make homebrew that's a little bit weird, I will put a little note explaining what the goal of it is, because otherwise people are going to be like, why did you do it this way? And it's like, shut the fuck up is why I did this way, you piece of shit.
Yeah, right.
I'm sorry. For a long time before I shared anything or did anything on YouTube, I just posted homebrew to Reddit, and I got very aggressive and defensive because Reddit is full of scumbags.
I think if I posted my stuff to Reddit, I would be a lot more disheartened.
Yeah.
But no, that's basically the you understand, because I know that people are, because if
there is nothing wrong with putting DM notes ever. I think they're good for they're really important if you're introducing a weird mechanic or different mechanics that are very circumstantial. But they're also really good for anything. Last night on stream, we made a magic item together on stream. And it was just a pretty simple magic item, but I included a DM note because there was an aspect of the design that was a little bit weird. And if you didn't notice it, then you could very easily turn it from a balanced magic item to an unbalanced magic item. I think it's totally fine. Like the thing is, I talk about this a lot on stream. Like, you want to make the thing that you're doing work well without needing to be there to explain it. That being said, if you are trying to push the envelope or trying to introduce something that is very specific or unique, you don't want that being hard to understand to be the reason you don't share it. Because oftentimes just being able to say, hey, I know this is weird, but it's weird because it's really only intended for this situation. That when people are in that situation, it'll be amazing. So like, it's not a reason not to do something, but it's an important thing to think about.
I think that I definitely think I'll probably put DM notes for my exhaustion stuff, because if I use the old rules, then I'll be like, hey, this was intended for these exhaustion rules to be used as raw, basically.
Yeah.
Or if I use the new rules, I'm like, hey, this was so we don't have confusion, because I feel like because enough people like the new stuff, it's worth mentioning.
For sure.
And then lastly, a completely different thing is I am trying to build a setting, and I am trying to look for kind of like the if I have a theme in my world, it is that bad things are happening, but people are kind of getting around it,
Mm-hmm.
kind of thing. So I don't want it to just be things are terrible. I want people to kind of like game the system even. And I have one last location, like one major location left. And it's a location where the premise is the sun never sets. Like it's always 100% midday all the time. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And I wanted to come up with weird obstacles that would cause and ways that people could also get around those obstacles.
Obstacles from the sun never setting. I guess everything would dry out much more quickly, right?
Yeah, it's a desert. It's
so
a desert.
That would be tricky. Any sort of creature that like was not good in the sun would be pretty fucked.
Mm-hmm.
Off the top of my head, I'm not sure of what other things. Those are the obvious ones. Sunburn.
Sunburn. Yeah, I probably will have some kind of like condition.
Yeah, well, that's a good one. How is time tracked? It's probably a lot easier to lose track of. It's probably a lot more disoriented.
Yeah,
that's a good question. That's a good idea. That's a good idea.
It's got a lot of like caves under it,
and like figuring out sleeping. Like general life cycles for creatures that are not familiar with that environment are going to be kind of fucked. So that would be probably a thing to think about for like how disorienting it is.
Yeah, underground cities are definitely the thing for. I see that, Casper. Yeah, I get it. That was definitely the vibe I wanted. But I wanted the underground cities to just basically be the exact opposite problem, right? Like now there is no sun.
Yeah.
So you have this like very directions without compasses would be impossible. Yeah, that's another good thing is that it's really easy to get lost. It like it might even like have some kind of navigation.
There are communities in our world that have months of sun and months of darkness. It might be a good idea to do a little bit of research and look at some of the issues that comes with and the things that people do to get around those issues. Like I know that in parts of Alaska, everyone has like sun lamps in their house and also really good blackout shades so that when it is daytime all the time, they can really make it dark at night. And when it's nighttime all the time, they can get those UV lights. Like, so that sort of stuff would be worth thinking about. Also, the other thing that I think would be worth thinking about is like, how do people survive versus what sort of ecosystems of animals exist in that environment? Because I imagine that would be kind of different also.
Yeah. That's definitely that's helpful. I'm kind of had a cool stuff to say, so it's been fun. You're always helpful.
All right, well, you're also always helpful. Name by any other name. All right, buddy.
I'm just gonna keep making weird magic. That's all I'm gonna do.
I love it. All right, man. I love you. Bye. All right, guys. I'm not done, but I need to pee so much. So I'm gonna put some music on, and I'm gonna put a little waiting, almost screen, and I'm gonna go pee, and then I'm gonna be back. Does that sound good? Are you guys okay with that? I gotta reload this fucking thing. Here, it's daytime. Wait, where's the adventurer? There we go. Okay. And it's not gonna. We're not doing the adventure begins soon. We're just on the adventure now. And then let me get some music, and I'll be right back. One second. I'm back. Did you guys miss me? I peed so fast. I'm the king of pee. You can't stop me. I'm the king. I'm the master of pee. I'm the pee master. If anybody thinks they're not, if anybody thinks they're better at peeing quickly than I am, then go to hell and find some pee there. All right. Did I drip a little when I was done because I was rushing? Fuck you. Who cares? Let me grab Casper. Casper! Casanova! Casper! Cassie! Sassy Cassie! Castiel! Castabunga! Casper, you're running out of time, buddy. You're running up. Now you've muted and deafened. You've done both. You've just completely isolated. Now even me yelling, you're not going to be able to hear me. Oh, man. You're just... Okay, we're going to give you a couple seconds. We're going to give you a couple seconds. And then we're going to fucking say goodbye. Do I have a good timer music? No, it's lame. That's not good either. Alright, Casper. You coming? You got a little bit of time. I'm gonna hang up on you really soon. Really soon. You in the chat saying shit? Nope. Alright, well, goodbye, Casper. Goodbye. You've lost your shot. Alright, next we have Rylex. Let me grab them. Hey, Rylex, what's up? Are you gonna unmute? I hope so.
I am unmuted now.
Oh, wonderful. Look at that. Such timing.
I know. I forgot I was muted.
That's okay. How's it going?
Good. I only have 3 questions, and they're kind of small.
Sure.
First one, kind of pressing because session's on Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm a DM. I'm basically the perma DM.
Mm-hmm.
But my players are going against this current arc's big bad.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just scared of killing them because I don't like killing my players. I mean, yeah, it's cool when it's justified, but when it's just power word kill.
So, okay, so what does the big bad have that you're scared is going to kill the players?
Power word kill.
But you don't want to use power word kill?
It's not gonna be the first thing off the bat. Like,
let me ask you. Okay. I'm going to ask you a dumb question, but it's going to lead to something. So just trust me that it's a dumb question. I know it's dumb. Who is running the game?
Me.
No, stop. Think about what you just said.
No, yeah, us.
Who
There we
is
go,
no.
us.
Not us. You. Who's running the game?
The dungeon master.
Yeah,
Which is
you.
me. Yes.
Is the monster stat block running the game?
No.
Is the monster's power word kill feature running the game?
No.
So then why does the monster have power word kill if you don't want to use it?
That's a good point. Yeah.
I think if you are like, I want this guy to have some badass fucking moves and I don't want to instantly kill a player, give him some different moves.
Fair. Do you have any ideas of like
what level are they?
Equivalent? They're level 10.
Chain lightning. It will fucking terrify them.
Writing that down.
This is what you do. I don't know what the bad guy is, but round 1, the bad guy uses chain lightning. It'll maybe down a player, and it will. Chain lightning does like a bunch of damage to like a bunch of characters. That's a good way to scare people. Just give it to them once. If you ninth level spells are fine, but you definitely don't need to give somebody a ninth level spell. So I would just look at other like chain lightning is like an easy go to. It does a lot of damage, so you just got to fuck. So you just got to be fuck. So you just got to be ready. But like that's what I would say is like lean into like when I was asking who's in charge, it's because you are never beholden to the stat blocks. The stat blocks are beholden to you. If you want them to be different, they're different. Every single day.
Okay.
Forever.
Yes.
So that's what I would say. So I would say try to because I also agree. I fucking hate power word kill. I think it's stupid.
Chat. I just read chat for a second. They had a really good idea. Power word pain.
Power word pain is okay. It's also it's kind of not fun is the problem.
He's very that because that's my other thing is like I want to use power word kill, but not right off the bat because I also have the idea of not actually killing the player. Like just like literally just causing it to have like they go unconscious and fail one death save. Kind of nerf it in that regard.
Well, then it's really not power word kill, and you should just be doing a shit ton of damage. I think.
Okay, fair enough. All right, that's fair. All right, my second question then.
Sure, yeah.
If you DM, right?
I do.
And you DM for a lot of ground up campaigns, right?
Yes, I've ran a module once. Most of the games that I play in are modules, but most of the games I DM are homebrew.
Fair enough, yeah. But so how do you like? Because I'm a history major, and I went through college studying history, and I love just reading the stories people have because that's the best way to get inspiration, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Read real things that happened, and then go, "What if magic?"
Mm-hmm.
But then, how do you make it sound like? Is there a way that you see it so that it doesn't become like stereotypical for that kind of like peoples? Because I don't want to say racist because I'm definitely I don't want to put in the kind of like negative aspect of it, but like stereotypical is what I'm saying. Like how?
What? I mean, I guess it depends on what history you're talking about. Like
it's very true, yeah.
I feel like you could look at the politics of something that started a war, or the history around certain things being discovered or invented, or the history around certain explorers or anything, and some of that is going to be very, culturally charged, and some of it's going to be less so. And I would say the main way to avoid being like stereotypical or negative is to just try to, is to shift to the culturally charged stuff, and also just maybe don't do some of the stuff that's more like, for example, I don't really run anything with slavery because I feel like, at least the flesh suit that I'm in right now is pretty much just a white dude that has very little experience with that kind of shit. So it's like, all right, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that. I don't know shit about that.
Very fair.
So, I would just say lean into the things that you feel comfortable and fuck the rest.
Fair enough. Yeah, that's great. Great, thank you for that. And then my final kind of point that I really want to say, after this arc, I'm going to be taking a break as the Forever DM.
Mm-hmm.
And one of my players is going to be taking up the reins and doing Horde of the Dragon Queen.
Cool.
But they don't have any of the software that I have. They don't because they want to basically do all of my stuff, but they want to not have to pay for it. And I've tried to give them my battle map software. Doesn't work. It's locked behind a identity paywall, and I try to get past it with them, and they really, really want to use that, but they're in a rough situation. We're all in, but I paid for it years ago. So, but it's just I've been kind of reading the module ahead and just literally just giving them the description, reading just purely descriptions, none of the lore, just being what is this map supposed to look like? Read that. If I'm reading something that has to do with mechanics, skip it, and then try and go and just give basic maps for them. Am I doing the right thing? Because I'm going to be a player.
I think two things. I think one, you're not doing the wrong thing. Like, if you're trying to help them out, that's great. I do think that they should figure out what they need to be a dungeon master without you needing to do a lot of work.
Fair enough.
So, like, you should do as much work as you want to do to help them get started, but the quicker you can separate yourself from being a part of what needs to happen to make that work, the more they will grow as a dungeon master. They don't need to use everything you use. They can use their own stuff. Like, everyone has their own styles and things they do. I don't know what programs you're using, but if you're using, like, there are lots of, all the programs that I use, it's pretty easy to share features. But so I can't help you with that. I don't know anything about that stuff.
I use Incarnate, and then but for my battle maps, I use specifically Dungeon Draft.
So why don't you just give them your logins?
There's not really a login for Dungeon Draft, but I can give them a login for Incarnate.
That's what I would do. If you want to give them that, just let them share the account. Literally, just give them your logins. But yeah, they should. You know, the more they rely on you, the more they will continue to rely on you. I would say so. Be encouraging, be supportive, but sometimes being encouraging means saying, "Hey, man, like whatever works for you is okay." Like I'll give you, like I have people that I play with that really like making maps. I have people that I play with that never make maps. I don't make very many maps, so like I just grab all mine from the internet. That's what I do.
Okay.
And it works fine. It works fine for me. My players never complain about it. But yeah, I would say try to guide them towards independence, because then once they become an independent, they will become more of a potentially continual dungeon master. The more they rely on you, the more it's more of a temporary thing, in my opinion.
Okay. Awesome. Well, yeah. Thank you so much. Love all your content.
You are very welcome. Thank you for
you
calling.
Not a problem. You have a wonderful rest of your day.
You too, buddy. I love you. Oh, he left before I could hang up on him. All right. Anyway, next is G Dot. Let's grab G Dot. What's up, G Dot?
Hello.
How are you?
I'm doing fantastic. About yourself?
Oh, I'm doing wonderfully. I am like a nubile pup upon a summer meadow.
Well, that was a metaphor. So before I ask my questions, there's one quick thing I want to let you know. It looks like the person that was originally ahead of me, Casper, was having technical difficulties, and it seems like he just barely got them fixed. So if so
are you offering to sacrifice yourself at the pyre so that they may speak? Nah, I put you in an awkward position there, didn't I?
Yeah, okay.
I'll grab Casper after this. I'll grab Casper. I won't do that to you. That would be so mean. Oh my god. No, that would be so unkind of me to force that upon you. But it was funny to do it. The thing is, it's fun to put people in an uncomfortable position for a hot second.
That's what I do with my players every single chance I get.
Chat, yell at me if I forget to bring Casper in. Anyway, what's up? What can I do for you?
Well, so I run a D&D stream currently. We do a bi-weekly one, and then we're working on getting a weekly setup. So yeah, so we did like all the actual business licensing, like annoying IRS stuff, all that kind of stuff to get the business part of it cemented. And also I just a fellow community member, Bildo, is pretty much the person I aspire to be, as I am also an aspiring voice actor.
Mm-hmm.
So, but one of the main things that I personally have been struggling with the games is almost, I guess the best way to describe it is like a pacing kind of a thing, where it's like it's kind of hard to do a balance of like this is where the episode is starting, and then this is what we're gonna be by the end of it. By the end of it, but and I've talked to my players about this and stuff, and so we're still trying to strike that balance of pacing, giving them time to do like their weird creative problem solving, as a couple of my players are notorious for, and but also still be able to get to the next plot point, to the point where I'm able to.
How long? Okay, 2 questions. How long are your episodes? Rather, let me rephrase that. How long are your sessions, and how long do you want your episodes to be?
We do it live on Twitch, and so our
live.
sessions,
Gotcha.
our sessions are in between 3 and 4 hours. I try to keep it closer to 3 hours, and then. Yeah, and this is a problem I don't typically run into with my home game, because at the home game I have the like a dry erase thing that I can just throw up a battle map, where it's harder to, oh, they're doing combat, let me hurry and draw up a map and incarnate and throw it into Foundry, kind of a thing.
So for the improvising thing, the one thing that I would suggest is you should just use there's a lot of free maps online that you can grab very quickly that look good. I would encourage you to explore some of those for like needing to improvise very quickly. If you need a VTT type map very quick, like literally r/battle maps is like pretty fantastic. The other thing that I was gonna say is, How long have you guys started playing much? How many sessions have you done so far?
So our next episode is this Sunday, so couple days from now, and it's going to be episode 14, as we do it bi-weekly. So
okay, so you're fairly familiar with each other, though. Like the characters kind of like the players know each other. You know them. You're like familiar with each other's like pacing and flow at this point.
Yeah, and even though you did say the other day not recommended to have new players, I feel like it would have been fun. So one of our current players, this is actually his very first campaign. He was so gung-ho to do it, and on top of that, he's actually play testing a subclass that I made that, in fact, I want to say it was like 1-2 months ago, you actually reviewed. And then I let him know that you reviewed it, and then me and him talked about it and implemented, some of the stuff that you talked about. I don't know if you remember. It's the wind-themed fighter, the Sky Dancer.
Oh, I don't remember the details, but I remember the flavor, because it's a very fun flavor. I don't remember exactly everything it had, but that name is very familiar, and I remember the feeling of the vibe. The one thing, I being a new player is fine. I think in the show that I'm on, one of the players, it's basically their first game. I don't think there's anything big issues with that. It can also lead to a lot of fun, because for people that player can also sort of almost be the sit-in for new people in general that are like watching. From that pacing perspective, though, I do think that you, for better or worse, need to play around with figuring out being a little bit more a little bit less improvisational, and a little bit more hard on holding the reins in general. So, like, for example, you said you want to give your players the chance to do all the kooky stuff that they want to do. Great. If you know you have an hour left before you want to finish the session, and they are just starting one of those kooky paths, you sort of have a choice to make, which is you sort of like if you want to let them do that, great. But then you need to think, okay, like as they start to go down that kooky path, you need to start thinking about, I'm not going to get to that next fight that I wanted to do this session. We're not going to get to this next step because they're going to do this for an hour. So half of your brain needs to be thinking about, okay, I'm running the game for this hour as they do kooky stuff. And then the other half of your brain needs to just accept that we are going to end with kooky. This is where we're ending. This is the last thing that's happening. So I need to start thinking, what can I end this on? So it's sort of like you need to start thinking about like what if you're in a scene or you're in a moment or whatever, and you're realizing we're getting to the clock. Like, now I need to start thinking about ending the session. At least a little bit of your mental space you should start devoting to what is a moment within that circumstance that would be a good ending moment. So if, for example, the players are starting to do some crazy shenanigans, maybe an NPC that they didn't expect that they're going to meet, like showing up to help or whatever, like a good line you could end the show on. But instead of trying to fit everything in or sort of just ending it, being like, oh, okay, we ran out of time, I got to end it here. You should notice where you are when you have like an hour left and try to guess, is this going to be what we do for the rest of this? And if it is, how do I end the game cool in this scene? Like, what's a moment that could happen in this scene that could be a cool moment to end on, but also like a little bit cliffhangery? And you need to figure out.
Cliffhangers are my favorite thing to do
to
my players.
So you just need to start planning that while running the game if it's ending in a situation that you didn't expect. And then the other thing that you should be willing to do is end the session a little early or a little late if it means ending on a dramatic note. I think that that's fine. I don't think you need to commit to, we are 2.5 hours every show, especially for a live stream. If you're like, oh, this is a good spot to end, we can end a little early because I know it's going to be more dramatic to end it here, even though there's 15 minutes left. But after those 15 minutes, nothing fun is going to happen. End it early. Maybe you have a little bit of time on camera where you just decompress with the group where they're all like, oh, that was crazy. Oh, that was crazy. And you do that for like 5 minutes. You hang out. Or you have the session go for like 10 or 15 minutes extra if you know we just need to get to this thing and we're going to get there soon. And then basically at the end, you're like, sorry, we went a little late, guys. Like give yourself that flexibility. But the most important thing I think is to start training that muscle to notice when you think this should be the last scene. And that's going to be a combination of where you are at in the timing of the show combined with guesstimating how long they're going to spend doing a thing, if that makes sense. So it's sort of like figuring out that balance and then noticing when you're in that moment and then preparing for it in the moment. That's going to be your best bet, especially if you're running a streamed game where your players like to go off the rails and do goofy stuff, because you're not going to be able to guess where it's going to end a lot of the time if your players play that way and you like them playing that way.
It's yeah, like they do get up to shenanigans. The main thing is one player I have, and he's in both the stream one and then our home game that actually takes place in the same world. And every campaign I do it. So my player Sean, who in the stream, he plays Artavan. He oh my gosh, is a tactical genius.
Mm-hmm.
But the biggest thing is he also and pretty much all my players, I'm really lucky with my players in both my home game and the stream game. They get real into the characters and stay true to the characters, kind of a thing. And so kind of doing that. And what you just said really helped me, because I accidentally stunted what he was going to do. I found a way around it for the next episode. But for example, in the previous episode, I have established the current stakes. They're only a level 4 party, and through some means I homebrewed it a little bit. But one of the players, the Sky Dancer fighter, is infected with a Mind Flayer tadpole, and so they have to go and hunt down the Mind Flayer and kill it. Which will, by extension, kill the tadpole within him, and so they're doing all these things, and they have two of the people that they're working with is a detective as well as an instructor at the magical academy within the capital city that they're in, And one of the things that I did is I was trying to set up another plot point of right now the academy is on high alert because some magical artifacts have recently been stolen. And I was just like, yeah, so it's on high alert. But then I was like, oh crap, he wanted to go and investigate, see if he can find anything on the Illithids, all that stuff, as well as as well as talk to the professor of divination magic there to see if she can help with both locating and scouting said thing on a police operation. So I think so kind of doing that is setting aside the time for that. I found the way to do it, but it was the time thing I was worried about, which what you said really helped me. And basically just doing it, they can get bypass the security with a police escort, as it's a police matter currently that they're helping with. So
Cool.
there's that.
Cool.
Then another thing I wanted to bring up is I also very much wanted to thank you for the feedback that you gave on the Skydancer thing, because now it reads so much better, for one, as well as soon as I updated it, you could tell the episode after I updated our resident fighter, he was immediately having fun with the abilities. Like I moved the level 7 ability to level 3, made the level 7 abilities much more defensive, as is common among fighters, and thanks to that help, I've also been able to make to apply that to other subclasses and stuff that I've made that I myself am pretty proud of.
Cool, man.
Hell
yeah. We all grow together.
Yeah, and the it was a lot of fun. The most recent one to be complete, which is my personal favorite so far, is I call it an Oath of Knowledge Paladin, where you swear your oath to like a wizard or maybe a god of magic, and you gain some like divination and detection spells, and it's basically the most the knowledge domain cleric, but for paladins technically.
That's fun. I like that idea.
And then the other thing that that I wanted to bring up is because you said the other day that Warforged were one of your favorite races.
They are
to play.
They are.
So part of what we're doing, because we are, my brothers and I, we are going just going ham into this, this thing that we've built. So much so because one, we love it and we enjoy it, and two, my brother and I are also desperate to replace our day jobs with this stuff.
Yeah, for sure.
But one of the things that we're working on is we are currently designing our own tabletop game, and I want to have it into a I want to have it in a play testable state by the end of July. And so one of the things I've been working on the past couple days is some of the races, and there's a race that I made that is pretty aesthetically close to a Warforged. However, I wanted to get your 2 cents on it. So basically, premise of this game, it is both high fantasy and with some sci-fi elements. So we're talking, imagine a grittier Spelljammers, I would say, is probably an apt description. And so you have this race. They're known as the Forgeborn.
Mm-hmm.
So they are metal. However, the main things with them is, despite popular belief of people that just meet them, they do have to eat, drink, and sleep. They are organic, and they do feel, and they are born. Some of them are born from these things called Forge Mothers, which is basically, imagine a sentient factory, a sentient forge that kind of goes and makes these things. So, and a Forgeborn made directly from the Forge Mother is known as a Tempered, and then a Forgeborn that is born just from 2 other Forgeborn reproducing is known as an Alloy. So basically, that's kind of like a synopsis of them. Basically, I want every race to have kind of like 3 little perks that you get from.
Okay.
And I've only really been able to think of one of them due to the fact that their planet is a scorching scrap heap kind of a feel. I wanted to give them resistance to heat damage, but But beyond that, I've been kind of struggling. Like I have the two other races, which are the humans, which their versatility.
Okay, I'm going to cut you off. I'm going to cut you off
Oh, yeah,
because I'm going to you've been talking for a long time, and I'm going to give you some
Yeah.
feedback that might not be what you're looking for, but it's going to be what helps you.
All right.
Here's what you do. You sit in a room and you say, what makes this thing unique? What is the most exciting, unique thing about this creature? What makes this race stand out? What makes it different? What's cool about it? And then you write that down in as few sentences as possible. I would say, whatever you just said, all that stuff, don't reference any of that. Say, what are the 4 things or the 3 things that make this race unique? And they don't need to be mechanical things. Just literally, just in regular human language. Write each one in a single sentence. And limit yourself to a sentence per thing. Figure out how to simplify the idea down to a sentence if you need to. And then use that sentence to build a mechanic around. And that's what you do. And if you can't come up with 3 sentences that are boiled down into a sentence that are a unique thing, then I would argue that you don't need to make that as a unique piece of homebrew.
Okay. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I do definitely have both in text as well as talking. If you haven't already noticed, I have a tendency to ramble.
It's fine. I don't mind. It's the nature of the game. But that's what I mean. Like you have to from a design perspective, you have to turn rambling off, and you have to boil down the idea into its core component parts. And if they are not distinct enough from Warforged to merit existence, then maybe you just make this a subclass, like a sub-Warforged race. And if they are unique enough to merit their own existence, then you build it based on those things.
Okay. All right. Yeah. That
right.
pretty much goes to everything I've addressed. I don't want to take anybody else's time with that.
Cool. All right, buddy. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yep. Love you. Bye. All right. Let me grab Casper. Casper, if your shit's not working, I'm going to hang up on you again, though. Hey, Casper.
They can hear me in the waiting room. So
Jeez, you were so fucking loud. Yeah, I can hear you. I had your volume cranked accidentally, but there you go. I can hear you. What's up, buddy?
Okay. So I've been working on a subclass, an arcane saboteur, but I need your help on the. Hang on, I think I need to mute.
Oh, you better mute something. Mute it up and mute it out. Uh-oh. Did I lose him? He muted himself. It's perfect. It's as perfect as a crystal upon a frozen lake. How can I help you?
Okay, so I've been working on an arcane saboteur, essentially arcane trickster, but artificer infusions instead of spells.
Okay.
And the main feature I'm worried about is the saboteur's toolkit. At level 3, they choose between either getting to have a bunch of magic tattoos,
Mm-hmm.
a robe of useful items, or a mechanical familiar.
Okay.
And they can boost it by using their infusion slots to have more.
Okay.
What do you think that replacing spell casting with that and infusions would be too weak, too strong?
You're not letting this artificer cast spells?
Right now, no. The plan wasn't. And they also get magic trap. They can leave cantrips on a spot to fire.
So, but they can no longer do traditional spell casting at all?
No.
Why is it an artificer then?
Well, it's a rogue. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
It's that's why I neutered it so much.
I'm sorry. I saw people mentioning artificer in the chat. I thought you said artificer.
I may have.
Okay, so okay. I mean that. Why are you giving it those 3 options? Why not just pick the one that fits the best?
Well, just because I wanted the player to have the option between which one of those they took.
but then you have to design it around those 3 options as opposed to just designing it around one of them.
Okay, fair enough.
So are you trying to build this? Okay. Let's start simpler. What's your goal here? Is your goal to make this just for your player, or is your goal to make this in a way that other people would use it, or you post it online and stuff?
A way that other people would use it, and also a way that I could use it if I can ever get into a decent game that allows.
You mentioned a tattoo thing, you mentioned a mechanical familiar thing, and you mentioned something else. What was the something else?
The robe of useful items.
Yeah, just pick one of those. Pick one of those. Don't do all 3. That's too much.
Okay.
And then you can really focus it. You can focus in on that. Yeah. So
originally had just the mechanical familiar, and then I added the other 2.
Yeah. So listen, I have 2 thoughts. One, these thoughts. I'm turning on judgment mode right now. I'm turning on critique brain. So I'm not gonna. These words aren't gonna sound kind, but I don't mean them harshly. None of those things sound like they have anything to do with being a saboteur at all. So immediately my thought is, why is this a saboteur rogue? That's my first thought. My second thought is, none of those things sound like they have anything to do with each other. So why are they together? So my first thought is, are you sure you're making a saboteur rogue if it's going to have magical tattoos, or if it's going to have a little robot pet, or if it's going to have a robe of useful items? Those things don't sound connected. My second thought is, so no, don't answer me. I'm not asking you for an answer. I'm asking you because you need to think about this from your design perspective.
That's because I have thought about it. That's why I chose those features, was because they're better for sneaking into places. I was mostly thinking flavor.
So you need to, but like, what does it mean? So for yourself, what does it mean to be a saboteur, and how do I accomplish those goals, and what is the coolest way to do that? So, or if that's not as important, if you're like, I love this idea of having a little robot familiar, then maybe you're not exactly a saboteur. Maybe you're something else that ties in with parts of being a saboteur and having a robot familiar. But either way, what's going to matter most things here, especially if your goal is if you only care about using this in your home games, a lot of what I'm saying doesn't matter as much here, but it will still help you with organizing the design. But focus your idea. You cannot put a lot of things into a subclass. You can put a lot of features into a subclass, but you can't put a lot of goals into a subclass. The more goals you put, the more it's going to feel muddled and unclear. So I would say focus your idea. Pick one of those things. Don't do all of them. That's my suggestion.
Okay. Yeah, and the other part of that is that all the later features are about creating weaknesses, mostly using those other features. Either the spells from the tattoo, the patches from the robe, or the familiar being a pain in the ass.
But think about it like this. If you make all 3 of those options viable, all of those later features where you improve things and make them more intense have to work as a tattoo, have to work as a familiar, or have to work as a whatever the other thing is that I keep forgetting, the robe. Which means that they have to be a lot more vague and a lot more broad and a lot less interesting, because they have to fit these 3 radically different vibes. If you just pick one, then they don't have to do that. And if you go in the other direction where you're like, well, what if I make the expansions different for each one? So like, if you have a robe, then these are the way it improves. If you have a familiar, then these are the things you get. Then I would argue, why not make 3 different subclasses? Because at that point, you're just making 3 different subclasses.
Those features were already vague, so I guess that's why I kind of tended towards doing that anyways. Because all those features just only center around just being able to have your crit range expanded. Or doing AC damage.
Yeah, so I mean, at this point though, I'm not going to get too into the nitty gritty because I'm not like looking at it right now. But from just a purely
sending it at some point to the
thing.
Yeah.
All right.
Thing.
So I'm going to give you 2. I'm going to say 2 things immediately then, in case I do ever look at it. I'm always very wary of expanded crit ranges, and I'm always very wary of things that consistently fuck with enemy ACs. So you need to be very. You either need to decide that you don't care when I'm going to judge those things, or you need to, just think about the balance there, because expanding the crit range of a rogue is equally potentially a little OP in the same way that expanding the crit range to a paladin is.
Okay.
So it's just worth thinking about. They are much more burst damage potential. Like the reason why expanded crit range works well on a hexblade and works well on a fighter is that they don't have any real ways to do like, oh, I'm deciding I'm going to roll 30 dice on this attack. But paladins and rogues do have that very easily.
Yeah, and it was only on their sneak attack, but still.
I mean, that's the
That's
only
a
one that
shit ton
matters.
of damage.
That's the only one that matters.
Yeah.
So just think. I would just think about those.
What about max damage on
That's
on something like a rogue?
That's taking another road to the same problem. That's deciding I'm gonna jump into the window into the fire instead of walking into the door. Again, that's my opinion. You don't need to agree with me on that. You can do whatever you want. That is my design perspective, though.
You understand the weight of these things a lot better than I do. I've only ever gotten to play in 3-day games at the longest.
Mm-hmm.
Little shorty shot campaigns. So
have you? Okay.
Have,
So the best advice I could give you in terms of how to figure out how to balance these things is look at the rogue subclasses that are already written and be very specific in how you look at it. Say, this is all of the things that this rogue gets at level 3. That's all it gets at level 3. Is that shockingly more powerful or shockingly less powerful than what all the things that I want to give this rogue at level 3? Mm. That's the kind of question you should be asking yourself. And don't base it off of one rogue. You're going to want to look at all of them because they are a little bit different. Not everything's the same. It's not perfect math. None of it is perfect math. But look at them. Look at the Phantom Rogue, look at the Scout Rogue, look at the Swashbuckler Rogue. They all get kind of different stuff. Some of them get bigger power jumps at some levels than others, but there is a consistency there that you are going to want to make sure that yours matches.
Yeah, I tried to do this 1-to-1 with the Arcane Trickster, but that was easier said than done.
Yeah, if you're not going to be doing spellcasting, that's a hard one to balance off of.
Yeah, that was why I tried to make the Saboteur's Toolkit as strong, but it really didn't work the way. I don't think it came out as well as I was hoping.
That's okay. That's why we try again.
But that's why I wanted to ask you about it before I went in deep on it. And
yeah.
Needed to redo the whole class
for sure. Well, you never need to redo the whole thing, or sometimes you often have to redo the whole thing. I tell people.
No, when I screw up royally.
Yeah. All right, fair. The only other thing that I would say is, like I said, I think that based on what you said, I'm going to give you one more piece of advice.
Please.
Which is, I think you should spend more time thinking about where does the flavor meet the mechanics, because you described this thing as being tied to a robe of many things. You described this as being tied to a familiar pet, and then you described this as being tied to tattoos. And then you told me the goal of this is to wait, let me finish. Let me finish. And then you told me the goal of this was to expand your crit range. I feel like expanding your crit range is not a good goal. That could be a mechanic that puts you in a direction of a goal, but I think you need to take a bigger step back and be like, what is the actual goal here? Like the Arcane Trickster, the goal of the Arcane Trickster is to be a rogue that wields magic. The goal of the Swashbuckler is to be a rogue that is a little bit charismatic and good at dueling. The rogue that is the Scout the goal of it is to be a rogue that is a non-magical version of a ranger. The goal of the Phantom Rogue is to be a rogue that uses undead vibes to have more area effect battlefield control. Like there are very specific broad goals that all of these things have, and you should know what your goal is and make sure that the vibe is working towards that goal in a way that is logical. And that goal is not like a single thing that's like bigger crit range. Bigger crit range is not a reason to build a subclass. Bigger crit range is a reason to build a magic item. So I would not worry about focusing so singularly on that. I would try to step farther back and be like, what is the goal from a playstyle perspective, and what is the goal from a vibe perspective, and how do I make those things overlap and be the same thing?
Okay. Yeah, I get it now. I think I was doing too much of the warlocky subclass within a subclass.
Yeah, don't do a subclass within a subclass. That's what subclasses are for.
Yeah, I was just that was the point of the tattoo and everything, is that you get to pick, you get to choose, and yeah, I think narrowing it
That's the
down
whole point. Is
probably
they're
be better.
choosing the subclass. They've already chosen. You know.
And the thing with the expanded crit range, that was all about trying to come up with a mechanical way to incorporate the toolkit, because when they're distracting, or after they've identified somebody's vulnerability, well, what's the by analyzing their armor or whatever, like a saboteur, then what was the mechanical benefit? And that was the first thing that came to mind, was expanded crit.
I mean, that is a way that you could do it. It's not the way that I would use, but it's certainly fine if that's what you want to use. But I do think that that's a good question to ask and to play around with. That's a place where it's like, all right, let's try to be creative here. Let's try to think outside the box. And that's also a good place to make reference to other D&D stuff and see what mechanics people come up with to represent different play styles and things like that.
Is there a mechanic for distraction besides just them being at disadvantage?
Nope.
Okay.
Not that I can think of off the top of my head.
So do you think being able to put somebody at disadvantage when they otherwise aren't is enough of a benefit for a...
It really depends on what you mean by put somebody at disadvantage, how that fits into the action. Like, there's too many things. There's too many pieces.
Okay,
of
yeah.
that.
The idea was
that is a broad idea that I think could work, and depending on how you implement it will be the difference between whether that is successful or not.
Okay.
But a lot of D&D uses advantage, disadvantages features, so I feel like that could reasonably be all right. I don't think it should. You're just gonna have to fuck around. You're just gonna have to fiddle about a little bit and try some stuff.
Okay, well, thanks for your help. That did answer a lot of my questions.
Yeah, man, no problem.
I think everything but the mechanical familiar is going kaput.
Okay.
Do you think giving rogues a free scout is too big?
It depends on how good it is. It depends on how you can interact with it. But no, I don't think it's too bad. I think it's fine.
The idea was just a familiar that gets bonuses on
any single character in D&D can take the feat Magic Initiate and can get the spell Find Familiar and have a familiar. It takes a feat normally to do, but anyone in the world can do it. So I don't think it's too powerful.
Okay, then should I add Artificer spellcasting in addition to the infusions?
Do you feel comfortable attempting to balance a quarter caster with also subclass features?
Fair enough.
If you do, sure. If you don't, then don't.
Okay, fair enough. That's a good question for me to ask.
Because it's at the end of the day, it's going to be more or less work for you, and you're the only one that can know how much fun that work is. In my opinion, any D&D writing that you're doing, you should do so long as it's fun. So if you're having fun, then do it. If you're feeling like it's tedious, then there probably are simpler ways where you don't have to do that.
Well, I do physical therapy as pretty much a full-time job. I'm having to do PT. Mm-hmm. So while I'm sitting there doing that boring shit, I usually try and do more fun things in my head. So this is something for me.
I think that you could. I think the question is, how much of the feeling of this subclass do you think should be accomplished through spellcasting? And if you feel like none, then don't do spellcasting, because you can make mechanical ways to accomplish those feelings. But if you feel like that would be a reasonable thing to do, then I would say go for it. I would keep in mind that whenever you give a class magic, it's got to be kind of limited. So, for example, the Arcane Trickster can only learn spells that are wizard spells from the School of Illusion and Enchantment. The Eldritch Knight, which is another quartercaster, can only learn spells from the wizard spell list that are Abjuration and Evocation. So if you're going to stick to Artificer spell list, you should pick 2 schools of magic within that spell list and limit it to those also. And I'm not sure exactly what they should be, depending on what the Saboteur is. You'll have to look at them, but that's another thing to keep in mind.
Okay, awesome. That gives me a better foundation to start on. So thank you very much.
Man. For sure.
I do appreciate it. And thank you, chat, for pushing me forward when my shit fucked up.
They saved you. They saved you. They saved you. We are all nothing. We are nothing without the chat. All of us are we're all dragged out of the ocean into the sunlight by their grand fists. All right, buddy. I love you. Bye. I love you. Bye. I'm hanging up on you. Bye. All right, that was Casper. I hung up on him. Some people take too long to say goodbye. We gotta speed that shit up a little bit. But that's okay. That was an interesting thing. The idea of an artificer rogue is a fun combination. I like that idea a lot. Mokiro, you got to unmute if you want to come on stream. I believe you should unmute if you want to come on stream.
Can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Welcome.
Is my mic quality all right?
It's pretty good. It's a little bit buzzy, but I can hear you pretty clearly.
Yeah, okay. I have a really bad mic.
That's okay. What's up, buddy? How can I help you on this fine afternoon?
I'm okay. Sorry, I'm a bit nervous.
Don't be nervous. Here, take a breath with me. In through the nose, out with the mouth. We're gonna do 3 together. Okay, you ready? Ready? Serenity now. And we're gonna do one more. Okay. This one's gonna be an earnest one, though. You ready?
Okay.
In through the nose, and then out through the mouth, gently. And now you have to remember that I'm just a fucking guy in a room. I have no power. I mean nothing. You don't need to impress me. Everyone that's watching this is an idiot. I am an idiot. You have no one you need to impress. How can I help you?
Good. Following. Sorry, my English is not the yellow from the egg, as we say in Germany.
That's okay. That's okay.
Basically, it's about I'm planning a campaign that's gonna be like a grand journey. Like you have a goal, you know that goal, like where you gonna go, and like the situation is the players have the map because in the campaign before that we used that map, and I wanna like play it on the same world. It's on the same planet.
Cool.
So the players already have like the whole world map basically, because also because I show them my world building and very proud of my world.
Yeah,
world
I run games similarly. I do a very similar thing with my games.
So they know the world, and basically the idea of the campaign I want to do is like you start like in a country that's like European based on European medieval times, and like it's like a journey to the east, like where they like come to an place that's based on Arabic cultures, then more place that's more based on Indian cultures, then it place it's more based on Chinese and more Central or East Central Asian type of cultures, and then it ends like in like knockoff medieval Japan.
Cool.
And that's like basically, and the main plot is like they gonna get a magic sword from fake Japan, and basically like my plan is like why the players just don't get into a boat, because that's what we did the campaign earlier. It's just when we need to get across some continent, it's just like have a boat. But I really want to have like this travel, like Lord of the Rings style big journey that they go on, and not just sit in a ship and sail to the end goal.
So you need a reason for why they can't just get on a ship.
Yeah, basically.
Okay.
It's like small
I have two. Okay, so 2 ideas pop into my head immediately. One is this trip could require a level of secrecy where they cannot risk ships. They cannot risk like, being boarded, or like they need to know that they can just go on their own. So there could be an element of like, sure, you could charter a ship to go across the ocean, but there's gonna be paperwork, there's gonna be military checkpoints. Like if there is a level of government that is happening here, then you can always use that as a reason for why they cannot do that. The other option that pops into my head immediately is there could be things that they need to do along the way. So like, for example, let's say the goal is to get this sword from fantasy medieval Japan. Maybe they don't fully know enough about the sword to just do that yet. Maybe they need to be learning about aspects of it along the way, or discovering, maybe they don't know exactly where it is, but there is, maybe in like Arabia, there is an ancient library, like sort of like a Library of Alexandria type of thing that they need to go to first so that they can learn where it is, where the entrance to its place is. You know what I mean? Like you can make it so there are goals, smaller goals that lead up to the bigger goal along the way. So those are the two ideas that pop into my head immediately. One is secrecy, like we need to be, we can't afford to be caught. And then the other would be like there are secret things along the way that they need help with.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Thank you. Like, don't know, like the second one would require to change one character's background because the character knows of the sword because he's also from the same place.
But does he know like where it is kept?
No. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, he doesn't know where it's right now.
Does he know what monster guards it? Does he know who the last people were that had it? Like all of this stuff could be information that they like seek out,
The background character is like there are two of the swords, and like they are both kept by two different samurai clans, and like that the sword was in possession of his samurai clan, and now it was stolen, and that's basically it. And that was this one player knows, and he's like very tied to the story. That's also kind of a problem. I don't want that the story is only centered about him, but like I really liked his backstory when he told me that so I kind of adapted it when like more into the plot. But I really like the idea that he is like the one that really knows what it's about and is from the place from the east, and so
but like he's not there now. Like things could be going haywire. You know what I mean? Like there could be things have changed that they need to figure out. I would say maybe secrecy is the move. But that's probably the easiest one, where it's like you don't even think about it that much. You could just be like, so you guys know that to take these ships across the ocean, there's going to be like checkpoints and stuff, and like you can't be caught in checkpoints. So you're going to go through the back roads and the mountains and the hill lands because nobody cares about a couple random travelers as much as they care about like what ships are coming in and out of port. Yeah. The other thing that you can say, and this is crazy, I got to plug my headphones in. The other thing that you can say that's a little crazy is you can just tell the players, hey guys, I really want to run a campaign that's like a travel across the country campaign. So even though based on the logic of the world, you guys could have taken a ship across it to get here, I'm going to say that the world is a lot more militaristic at sea now than it was before. So that you guys, your characters in this campaign setting at this point in time would know that that is no longer an option.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
That also would be, yeah.
Like you can just say that to your players. You can be like, so guys, it's been 4 years since the last campaign. In that time, trading has gone crazy and it's become much more like industrialized or whatever.
Okay, yeah. Second thing about the same campaign is like the characters that my players created. Not all of them. We only like scratching ideas and stuff. Is this do you say it like that? I don't know.
Yeah.
Whatever. So like we already have two characters that I can put really good in this story because they like very tied to those regions of the story. And like I mentioned, the one samurai, and then we also have a lizard man that's more based of Indian culture.
Mm-hmm.
So, but we have one who really like his backstory and his goal doesn't really fit with the story. He's a Viking, and it would be cool having a Viking around, but he's from a specific Viking clan that already appeared in our campaigns, and he like his main goal is like to defeat the enemies of his Viking clans. But like I can't really put this goal into the story, I think, because I can't really put like this character goal into that campaign.
If you don't feel like you can fit that character goal into the campaign, then I think you should just talk to the player about it and just say, hey, this is a cool idea. I don't know if it's going to work exactly this way for the campaign. Let's try to find something that will work for the campaign, because you don't need to make crazy things fit that won't fit. If you're running a land campaign that is going further inland the whole campaign, and his arc is, and he built a character around defeating an enemy that's at sea, like, what are you going to do? Like, you just got to talk to him and be like, hey, this is the direction the campaign's going to go. I think we need to figure out a different way to make this work.
Okay.
You can't make everything work. If I was running a campaign and a player was like, my character's goal is to start a bakery in space. It's like, okay, this campaign isn't going to take place in space, and starting a bakery, we're not really going to have time for, so we should come up with something different. But you know what I mean? Like that's a crazy example, but maybe they could have, maybe the enemy of their, maybe the people that messed with their clan were not, or were inland. Maybe the people that messed with their clan were from one of these more middle continental regions that they could pass through along the way. Like, you have to work together. They have to be willing to work with you to make it fit the story if they want it to be a part of the story.
Yeah. Thanks for that. I have one little thing that isn't really about. Can I still ask another question? But I'm not really sure if you can help me, because it's theoretically tied to D&D, but you could say to every other hobby, and that's it. I'm kind of spending a bit too much money, and about the hobby, and like to a point where I see it really hurts my bank account, because I'm really young and don't have that much money, and I don't have it. And
So,
like especially miniatures, I'm just so addicted, and like
so you're trying to spend less money?
Yeah, exactly. And
at a certain point, it's self-control. But there are also cheaper alternatives. So, like, for example, I don't buy minis. I use, like, the 2D cardboard things with a little stand, because you can get, like, a box of, like, 1,000 different minis that, like, all fit in a much smaller box. They're just, like, 2D printed on cardboard. So, like, there's stuff like that. Like, there's cheaper alternatives. But, yeah, at the end of the day, you're just going to have to, maybe it's going to take you a month of not having enough money to get like enough food that you want for you to realize, oh, fuck, I'm in trouble. But like, that's a lesson that you're going to have to learn for yourself, or like find somebody that has a 3D printer.
I know. Yeah. One of my friends recently got a 3D printer, but I'm not sure if I really want to hang out with him anymore because of other reasons.
All right. Fair. Yeah, I can't help you with that. I would say it's going to be, it's a reasonable thing, but I would say the most important thing is, in terms of that, would be, there's usually cheaper options that accomplish the same goal as the fancy stuff that you can find.
Yeah, but I like the fancy stuff. I really.
Well, then you got to figure out how to make enough money to get the fancy stuff.
Yeah, then you're right.
We live in unfortunately we live in a world that is shackled by capitalism, and until you decide to be a creator and until you decide to break free from those shackles and carve your own minis out of plastic that you forge from the earth, you got to play by their rules.
Yeah. Okay. But thank you really much. You helped a lot.
Of course, man. Thank you for the call.
Yeah.
All right, buddy. I love you. Bye. That was Mokiro. I love when people call from other countries. So cool. Let's get Naga in here. The keeper of secrets. What's up, Naga?
How's it? How you doing?
I'm good. Do you know what a Naga is?
It is a shapeshifter from various different mythologies. Like, I know there's one in
Nagas are often the keepers of secret information. They are the guardians of information that people are not yet ready for.
Oh, I thought they were guardians of underground wells.
So Nagas, depending on where you're from, Nagas have like kingdoms in lakes and underwater.
Yeah, I know. I'm messing with.
But the main thing that they did, at least from my understanding, is there's a couple It's not the Bhagavad Gita, but there's like some important religious texts that they were the guardians of that their job was to not let people have until people were ready for. Anyway, tangent aside, how's it going? What can I help you with?
First time caller. So what can we be helped with? So a couple of questions.
Sure. Ask the most important one first.
I wanted to ask the silly one first. Anyway.
No. Silly one might be the most important. That's a you issue, not a me issue.
Yeah.
That's just you prioritizing stuff differently.
Like one issue I have, because the campaign I run is basically sort of a flavor of the month mini arc thing that players go on, and I do have a trouble. I get the impression, and this is sort of me getting in my own head, that their home base, that their hometown that they live in, the characters, the NPCs don't feel, as, I don't want to say humanish. What is the word?
They don't feel like they're like fully fleshed out characters.
Oh yeah, they like the players don't tend to interact with them a lot. Which, I mean, granted, they're out and about in the world and doing shit, so they don't see them a lot. So, but yeah.
So is your goal that you want the players to start to care more about the NPCs?
Oh, actually no. Because the NPCs there by design were just as a support role. It gives them a home and anchor.
Yeah. So what are you hoping for your players to do, or for the NPCs to do, that they're not doing right now?
Like, I think just interacting a little bit more. That's like instead of like just rushing through various minutia. But
so I think that I would suggest a couple things.
Yeah.
And you said this is like they have like a town that they like have like a home-based town that they like go to regularly.
Well, no. So the whole premise is like I just got tired of having like one. I tried to do the whole wandering hero route, and that just fell apart so many times that I said, okay, premise is you guys work for a bunch of people. And essentially, they work for an institute. The institute sends them to all sorts of places to do their Indiana Jones thing and bring back some really juicy artifacts.
Okay. Well, my first thought was the best way to make people start to pay attention to or care about NPCs or have more relationships with them is to build plot around those NPCs and to give the players something related to those NPCs that is meaningful to them. So like, for example, if the players get all their health potions in town from an alchemist who's like the guy who sells health potions, you could have the next time they go to town and they go to town, they're like, hey, we're going to go pick up 6 health potions. We got a couple golds. You say, okay, you guys show up to the alchemist and he's not there. The shop looks empty. Looks like no one's been there for a couple days. And like, okay, well, where did we get health potions? It's like, this is the only guy that got health potions. And then like, okay, well, where does he, like, has anyone seen him? Like, what's going on? Maybe they find out that the alchemist hasn't left his house in like 4 days. Now suddenly they have a reason to go to the alchemist's house. And now when they go to the alchemist's house, maybe they will learn, okay, the alchemist hasn't left town for 4 days because his mom is sick and the alchemist has been taking care of his mom. Now suddenly it's like, not only does the alchemist is an actual person where it's like their life got in the way of their function, that requires the players to stop thinking about them just as a function. But now there is a potential plot arc that the players could go on to directly impact their life. So like, on one hand, a player that is not super invested in the NPCs, for them, that is just, okay, in order to get this guy to make potions for us again, we need to solve this problem. It literally is a side quest. Like, it by definition, that's what it is. But for a player that is interested or able to tie into characters now, this alchemist has a lot going on. This alchemist has a family. Not only does this alchemist have a family, this alchemist is like a caring person. Like, this alchemist cares about their family. They are actively taking care of their family. And now they're also like, why is this person unwell? Do they have some sort of strange disease? Is there a blight that is slowly creeping upon the land? Like, you could use that as a foreshadowing for a larger plot point, or maybe as like even if it is just a little side arc, maybe it's a wink and a nod to something bigger that is potentially going to come later. So that's like probably the first thing that pops into my head in terms of like, you have to think about ways that disrupt the function of the NPCs that are either fun or sad or interesting, you know?
Yeah.
The other side of that is they could go to town and like, all the shops are closed, and they're like, what the fuck? And then they go to the main town square, and there's like a big festival happening. And it's like, oh, what's this? And then they get to hang out with all of the NPCs in sort of more goofy ways. And they're like, okay, wait, I just want to go shopping. And you're like, okay, well, you guys, you know, it's like literally the shops are closed until tomorrow. So you're either going to be breaking into places, or you guys have basically a free day in town. And this festival is going on, and here's all this stuff you can do. And most of the time, the players, if they care about the town, they're probably going to be like, cool, let's go to the festival. And if you make the festival seem fun, then that's a lot easier. And maybe the players will be like, oh, actually, you know what? Let's go break into all the places and just steal stuff. And then either way, their relationships can change, right? If they get caught, even like, for example, if a bunch of adventurers that are at least medium strong break into a bunch of shops and steal stuff, the only thing that's going to, like, there's not real punishments for adventurers most of the time, especially if it's a small town, because the adventurers are stronger than everybody else. But
not in my world.
Okay, fair. But like, you know, the shops can decide, okay, we're not selling to you anymore. Or maybe they say nothing to the players. They make no mention of it to the players. They just quietly hire some people to go stop the players, or quietly leave a message with the king being like, hey, there's some adventurers causing trouble. Can you send in that like special forces group that specifically deals with chaotic adventurers? Like, you either way, it could become a thing. But creating things that break that normal cycle of like, I go to the shop, I buy the thing. That's going to be, I think, the biggest thing that'll jar them out of it.
Yeah, actually, I probably have a few NPCs that could work. Actually, speaking like that, with the festival, actually reminds me of a show I used to watch, The Unexpectables. That was a lot of fun.
I don't know that show, but I accept.
Yeah.
Are you South African also?
I am South African as well.
I'm so good at the South African accent. As an American who has never been in South Africa and has been in Europe once and not to any English-speaking European countries, I'm very proud of my ability to tell the difference between the British accent and the South African accent, because they are quite different, but most Americans can't tell it. But I can, and it makes me proud. One of my best friends growing up has very South African dad, and then so like, I just got very familiar. That he was the one that taught me to I count to 10 in a South African accent, and also taught me that song that I don't remember all of, which goes like, "Ah, please, Daddy, won't you take me to the 8, 9, 10." I don't remember the name of that song, but it's a kid song from South Africa, apparently.
Oh, jeez, that is triggering on the childhood. Yo, okay, yes, like man.
Cool. So does that help? Am I taking you in a direction that seems helpful, or not really?
That is helpful. It's just the problem is with how, because I basically made a home base where all their functions, where they want to get upgrade weapons, where they can research, where they can do things. It's all done at the institute that they work at. So, yeah, it's
So something should there should be a disruption in the institute. That's my guess. Something that is either a personal issue with someone at the institute, or maybe a political issue, but something that takes them out of that cycle. Whatever the cycle is that they're going through, because the cycle that they're going through, it seems like it's working from a gameplay perspective, but it's not working for a narrative one in the way that you want 100% right now. And if you disrupt that cycle, it will make the players view everything a little bit differently, even if it's just for a moment.
Yeah, like I was mostly asking because like my players enjoying the style of game I'm running because I feel like it's a little bit different from what I've seen and what I've experienced, and I don't want to like I don't want to disrupt that because how it works is my players actually vote on the type of adventure they want to run, and I create a mini arc within like a couple of weeks.
That's
And
great. I love that.
yeah,
I like that so.
yeah,
That's friggin' great, dude. That's a great way to do it.
yeah, yeah. In fact, one of the players that because I'm a player in her Thursday game, um, he actually said, you know what, I'm taking that idea. Thanks for giving it. so yeah, it's a different way. It's been working for me.
I think it's a great way to do it.
But also on a more sillier note,
Yeah, please.
because how do I get my players to use the very powerful items I give them?
You create situations where they will die if they don't.
I have nearly TPK'd my players several times over.
How many characters have actually perished?
One. Because I am a pussy when it comes to killing
no,
my
it's not. It's not.
players.
No, you're just. Listen, you're on their players' team, which is what you should be. This is what I would do. This is what I honestly would do.
Yeah.
Outside of narrative, but like just Dungeon Master talking to players, I would say, hey guys, the next couple things that are going to happen are going to be very hard. I would strongly encourage you as players outside of the game to go through your character sheet, make sure you really are familiar with all the things your character can do and all of the items that they have. Because for what I'm planning in this next thing, if you aren't actively using all of your features and your items, it is likely that you will lose. And you just say that. You don't actually need to change anything about your plans at all. You just tell them that. And it will make them freak out. And it'll make them go over their items like it's homework. And I would encourage you to have them discuss with each other, because some of them might have items that other ones want, and sometimes trading items is a good way to make people remember that they have them. But literally just say, hey guys, it's going to be rough. You really need to make sure you know what you're doing, because I want to challenge you, and you need to be I want you to make sure you know all the tools you have. And just say that. It'll freak them out a little bit, and it will make them look stuff up. And if that's not going to make them look stuff up...
to that now, because I've said that a couple of times, and they know how challenging I make my...
So, yeah, so I would say do that. And then, you know, if that doesn't work, then it's time to drop some players, man. I don't mean players. I mean characters. It's time to you know, you could even be real fucked up with it. Like, let's say you have a magic item that does a very specific useful thing. Yeah. You can make a encounter where doing that very specific thing will basically make the encounter a lot easier, or will solve that encounter. But not doing that thing will make the encounter incredibly hard. So that at the end of the encounter, if they utterly fail, you can be like, I mean, you guys had all the tools at your disposal. Take that, you know what I mean? And that, like, learning moments, like, oh, my character wouldn't have died if I used this coin of super jump, but I forgot to, or whatever.
Well, the Harangon, like the one adventure we went that we sent them on, the Harangon managed to like find this random merchant, just giant bag in the skeeviest alley you can think of. It's just a giant leather bag. He just reaches in, pulls out random crap. And
how many magic items do they have?
Oh, a lot.
So that's part of the So this is the part of the problem, is if you give a player too many items, they're going to forget they have them. So another thing that you could do is you could steal all their items, a lot of them. Fuck with them. I'll tell you what, nothing makes a player care about their item more than it being stolen.
That is true.
Make a bag man monster. Make a monster that can teleport between.
I actually have done that.
So make a monster that lives in their bag of holding and is stealing all their shit.
I create it was a portable hole where I might have mentioned this somewhere in a comment once, but basically, every time you reach into this portable hole to get something, you roll D100 or D20 or whatever. It was a D100, and 1 to 15 was the bagman stole your item or pulled you into the hole or whatever, however I was feeling that day. 85 to 20, it actually upgraded the item that you put in or took out.
I would cut that part out, and I wouldn't make I wouldn't. Here's what I would do. Don't make it a dice roll. Cut that part out. Here's what you do. This is what you do.
That item disappeared long ago.
This
so
is what you
don't
do.
worry about it.
You have them, and don't do this exactly. Put a plot here also, but have them wake up one morning, and their items are gone. All of them. They are wearing their clothes on their back. If they were a wizard, they need to go find a arcane focus because they can't cast spells until they find one. If they were a fighter, they are making unarmed punches until they can get a sword. And create a situation where they are needing to earn their stuff back or just get new stuff. Those are things that I would say. Other than that, like at the end of the day, they're going to forget they have items. And the worst thing that you can do if you want players to remember their items is to give them more items.
Yeah, that's true. It's just the way I run it because like they go into dangerous area, they get a fairly decent payday. Because it's hazard pay. So
yeah. So I mean, the other side of it though is it's like. It sounds like you are trying to be very true to the story and you're trying to make sure that like they're getting what they deserve, which I think is admirable. But at that point, then you just need to let them let them face the consequences of not using their stuff.
Yeah.
That's what it is. Just make shit really fucking hard and make it create this is what I would do. I would do what I said initially. Do the thing where you tell them, remember to check out what your items do. Remember to prepare the right things, and then really push that. Put them against some encounters that will maybe not TPK, but will drop a player or two. One of my favorite things to do in D&D, especially if they're traveling out into the wild. Let's say they're level 5. Okay, let's say you have a level 5 party. Having the level 5 party encounter an animal or a monster that is a CR 10 monster. Way too strong for them. Way too strong for them. But it's hunting, and it's trying to hunt them. Now, in real life, if a creature is hunting another creature, it will give up if the fight becomes too much. So you could create situations where it's like you're fighting a rock, like a giant bird or whatever. And you don't have to kill it to end the fight. You just have to deal a certain chunk of damage. The players might not know that, but that's what you know. So it's like once the thing takes enough damage, it's just going to leave because it's like, oh, I'm not going to die over lunch. But you can use that as sort of like a world building realism thing to really make them fight some stuff that is way out of their league, but will also encourage them to use their more powerful stuff, and it's a great way to kill one character because as soon as one character goes down, they pick up the guy that went down and they leave. They got their meal. They don't need to eat 3 people. One person's enough.
Yeah. So just to give you like a quick rundown of like what's happening with my players right now is they currently they went to wizard school because the wizard lizard, one of the players, he's a lizard folk wizard, is looking for his nephew, right? Something bad will happen, blah blah blah. They find out that the whole school is in lockdown. Something went wrong, so they managed to break into the impenetrable shield, and they discovered that inside the shield is a bunch of living spells. And I love living spells. You can throw whatever spell you want onto them, and it will do that effect. It's going to be juicy. And basically, the whole thing is that what happened in the Institute is a whole showdown thing happened. They were messing around with trying to create artificial life, artificial intelligence, to just help them with creating spells and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, overtook one of the NPCs, which happens to be the nephew, and they either going to have to find this thing, destroy it, or they're going to try and have to break out while just all these living spells are hunting them down.
Mm-hmm. I
So
think that'd be cool. Yeah, throw in some fucking crazy spells.
Yeah, no, like I've got a whole list. I was actually talking on the Discord. I think it was last week sometime. I was just like, hey, I need ideas for living spells. What do you got for me?
Cool.
And yeah, they gave me. We discussed like a whole bunch of things, like a light cantrip that like buzzes into your face and gives you disadvantage on attack.
You could also do some you could do some goofy ones too, because some spells are goofy. Like like living skyrite would be kind of fun. It's basically just a cloud. Like it doesn't act. You barely can interact with it. It's just a cloud that's like sort of alive, and like it's like a cloud that talks in emojis. You know?
Yeah. I mean, like living minor illusion, living magic mouth, living.
Yeah, there's some good ones. You know, it would be okay. I'm gonna leave you. I'm gonna give you one final suggestion, but then we're gonna say goodbye.
Are we rambling?
What about living identify? And
I have thought of that.
And all it does is this is what it does. It's like the most annoying person you've ever met, and all it does is go actually. It goes actually. Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like technically, that's that. Actually, it says actually is every single fucking thing.
Yeah.
That's what you do. That's the move.
That is funny as hell.
It's like incredibly helpful, but it's so annoying you don't want to keep it around. But it is helpful, but it is so annoying. It's a funny idea.
Living True Strike, where it just gives True Strike to everything. That would be a bit broken. Anyway, sorry. No,
all right, buddy.
My brain just went.
No worries. Really fun ideas. Thank you for sharing. And thanks for calling.
Yeah, thank you. Have a good day.
You too. All right, I love you. Bye. The thing is, you have to tell them you love them, but then you have to hang up before they respond. And if they tell you they love you first, then you have to say I love you too, but you have to say it like you're unhappy with it. Anyway, let's bring in Amber. Lolth. Hey, Amber. Lolth. What's up?
Hello.
How's it going?
Let me mute this stupid screen.
Yeah. How's the realm of blood and web?
The demon web is doing well.
Yeah.
I am currently suffering a daddy long legs infestation, so I have moved out of the demon web, and I am now I'm in the apartment.
All right, that's fair. I have a couple creatures that live in my house that I think Lolth has sent me, and they're pretty nice. What can I do for you today?
Balancing encounters. It is a nightmare.
It is. Are you asking about how to balance encounters in general, or do you have a specific scenario you want to put forth?
Just in general, although I do have a funny scenario.
So I think that in general, balancing encounters there's two parts to it. One is getting familiar with what your party's potential is, which is a combination of both the characters they're playing, but also how tactical they are as players. Because you could be a druid and be like the weakest character in a party, or a druid and be the strongest character in a party. So like there's an element of like how tactical are my players that you need to keep in mind, and then also like how much power are you as the dungeon master giving them. So like if the group has a lot of magic items, they could potentially be much more powerful than they normally are in their punching weight class. So there's no like clear way of that, but like if you give your players a lot of magic items and they use them a lot, they're probably a little bit stronger than the basic party at their level. The other thing that I would say is that oftentimes what is much more important than the challenge rating of the monster, unless you're really shooting the moon, is action economy. So if you have a group of level 5 players and they're fighting, a group of level 5 players will probably have an easier time defeating a challenge rating 7 monster than they will having fighting 4 challenge rating 3 monsters, because the amount of turns and actions that a team gets has a huge impact on how much where that battle will swing. And the other side of that I think is worth thinking about is the players have no idea what the monster's stat blocks are, which means that if you feel like the fight is swinging too hard in one direction or the other, you can kind of decide, okay, they've been trying really hard. I'm going to let the next big hit on this monster kill it. I'm not going to worry about how many. It had 45 hit points left. I don't care. They got through 100 hit points. That's enough. So the next hit's going to kill it. Or like, oh, I did not plan this encounter well. They just took out 90% of this monster's health in one hit, and it's the first round, and I need this thing to last a little longer. All right, guess what? It has a little bit more health. The players will not know the difference so long as you are not being... so long as your goal is the players having fun, your goal is not, I need a certain thing to happen, then doing that sort of bending of how much hit points a monster has to help balance it, to make sure that the players are having the optimal experience, is totally reasonable. You just don't want to do that you don't want to find yourself doing that in a way that you are like, I need my monster to get their cool power, so I need to give it's now immune to like, I wouldn't do it in a like reactive way where it's you against the players or you like having a specific thing that needs to happen. But in terms of pacing and balancing, that's a very good tool for that. And in general, the more monsters, the more action those monsters have, the harder the fight's going to be. Those are like that's like general thoughts.
A lot of my encounters are probably going to be a lot of that ad-lib sort of the moment, changing things to fit the campaign, because I don't know what players I'm going to be having because of the way the group I'm in runs campaigns. We kind of have a little pool of players and a smaller pool of DMs. The DMs put out campaigns and then players will join. So I don't know beforehand my players are going to be, what players will be joining my one-shots.
Okay. Well, in that case, then, I think you don't need to worry too... The class composition is not the most important thing for balancing. What is the most important thing is how many players you have versus, how much magic they have access to. I feel like those are the two most important things. And even then, generally speaking, whatever level the players are at, a monster around that level, whether it's a little bit above it or a little below it, is usually pretty on par for balanced. The more monsters that you add, the more you need to, I think, tone down their individual toughness to help sort of balance just having that many monsters around. There are some monsters in D&D that like are annoying at how unbalanced they are for the level that they suggest you use them at, but I do think that you can kind of pick them out if you are paying attention, because they usually are. The issue usually is that they have just a crazy amount of features that it's like, why does this have 30 things it can do? Or they have 1 or 2 things that are very weird that you're like, this feels different. So like a shadow is a classic one. Shadows, when they hit creatures, they can subtract their strength and they can kill you by subtracting your strength, but that's like the only monster in D&D that can do that. So you're like, oh, that's weird, let's pay attention to that. Or like intellect devourers, they have that thing where you can like roll a check and then they just like eat your brain and become you. It's like, that's crazy. And it's not based on damage, it's not based on AC, it's based on your ability score. So like when you start to like look out for the weirder features to help try to think about where is this going to be too strong, that's going to help you, because a lot of monsters are sort of the same. It's basically like they get a couple attacks, they get 1 or 2, like a troll. They get a couple basic attacks and they regenerate if you don't hit them with the right sorts of damage. Or like, that's the unique thing that they have. Or like a quickling. They're like, they don't have that much health, but they got a lot of hit points and they're super fast. That's their gimmick. Most monsters have like a gimmick. And when you have a sense of that gimmick, you can play into its strengths, but also create situations for your players to play into its weaknesses. So giving your players opportunities to fuck with monsters in fun ways is also a way to balance it. Like with the quickling, for example, a quickling has a movement speed of 120 feet. They, I think they can avoid opportunity attacks.
Motherfuckers.
What'd you say?
Fast motherfuckers.
Yeah, they're one of my favorite monsters in D&D. They're great. And a fun thing to do with them is...
They can outrun a dragon.
Yeah, they can outrun it. I think they're the fastest non-flying creature in D&D. But if you can figure out how to stop them from running around, they're not that tough, and they have like 10 hit points. So you just smush them. So like you could create situations where there are a combat encounter. If you're like, all right, I'm going to use a bunch of quicklings. They're really tough for their challenge rating, but it's going to be in this room that's full of ropes and chains that the players could sort of interact with to try to like lasso them. You know what I mean? You can like create encounters in such a way that the players can address those monsters' strengths, and that can help balance the outfights too.
All right, so
I need to get water, but I can still hear you.
yeah. I guess my problem is, again, just not knowing my players beforehand.
But how much do you need to know them beforehand?
Not much. Although I guess it kind of depends on.
I think the most important thing that you need to know, honestly, is what level they are and how many of them there are. That's what matters way more than anything else. I mean,
which is unfortunately one of the things that I'm not going to be able to know.
So do you need to? Okay, so do you need to know like how many of a monster? Like when you're assuming you're working on one shots before you know these details.
Yes.
I think you just need to leave some of those numbers. You gotta leave some of it blank. Like you don't know. Okay, I know they're gonna fight goblins. I don't know how many goblins yet, but I'll figure it out when I have a sense of what level they are and what players they are. You know.
I'm not too worried about the drow encounter anymore.
But I just mean in general. Do you know what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I think it's reasonable to plan a bit and then leave some of it until you do know those details. You can because figuring out how many monsters to put in the room, that's going to take you 3 seconds. The hard part is building the room, the story, all that stuff. But the numbers, how many hit points monsters have, how many monsters are there, that's all stuff that you can sort of like, do pretty quickly.
I guess another thing kind of connected to balancing encounters is when making homebrewing monsters, calculating challenge rating. That's something I still do not understand at all in the slightest.
It is very hard. It is very stupid. I don't even want to do it. Here's the thing.
It is very stupid. My level 5 character can solo.
I'm gonna give you two different mentalities to have that I think you should try to Venn diagram. One is look at a bunch of monsters that are CR5 and just don't pick one to base it off of. Look at 6 different ones and pay attention to them. Or if you're making a monster, try to find a monster that's close to it. Maybe your monster is closer to a war, like one of the undead warlock monsters or whatever. It's like you can find ones that sort of are similar, but like if you look at like 10 different CR5 monsters, you can kind of find the middle ground there a little bit that you won't necessarily find by looking at one. That's one thing. The other thing is you can do it based off of what you need the monster to be able to do. For example, the main thing that changes on a monster stat block based on its CR more than anything else is its proficiency bonus. So if you are like, I want my monster to have normal stats. I don't want it to have plus 30 in strength. I want its strength to be 20. I don't want it to be higher than 20. But I want this thing to have a really fucking high attack roll. So the way I get my attack roll is the strength modifier plus proficiency bonus. If I want this thing to have a plus 11 to its attack roll, that means that if I'm keeping its strength at 20, that means its proficiency bonus needs to be a plus 6. So that means that I probably need to make this monster like challenge rating 15 or 16. There's other things you can add on to that, but that's like another way to think about it is like, where do I want the proficiency bonus of this thing to sit? Now, obviously then if you're making it that high level, you're going to have to account for that in other ways, but like it's another thing to think about in your general building process, because some people you can make the attack roll higher by making the strength higher, but you can also adjust the challenge rating that affects a lot of different numbers. That affects saving throws, all that stuff. So that's another thing to think about. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
So it's like, there's not an easy answer. I think it's a combination of trying to compare the monster to like 6 other monsters that are the same size or same level, and then also just do it based off your needs. Also, I would say look at monsters that are comparable. So like if you're building a new type of giant, don't look at a bunch of fey creatures and oozes, look at the giants and see sort of how they stack up. Look at monsters, or it doesn't even need to be that specific, but like if you're building a monster, if you want to make a monster that's super small, super fast, look at the Will-O-Wisp, look at the Quickling, look at other monsters that are similar in structure and in design to sort of help balance. That will also help you.
Yeah.
And some of that comes from, you know, for better or worse, a lot of that will just come from like deciding to like read the monster manual or like, you know, like researching. Like I don't actively write homebrew that often anymore, but when I was actively writing homebrew, the way that I wrote it was I basically grabbed every monster book I had and would just read them.
Oh, I do that so much.
And you find a lot of stuff when you do that.
You do. I have learned not to use Sturges ever. I hate them.
All right, fair.
Way too many TPKs caused by those little fellas.
That's funny.
No, because if you have 3 of them latched onto you and you go down, you're dead. You die.
That's true. So
I've had so many TPKs happen because of that.
That's very funny.
I just is one rule hard set into my homebrew when I'm making one-shots and encounters is no Sturges, ever.
Okay.
Period.
I accept. But that's my main thought. Any other questions, thoughts, aspirations?
It's Lolf.
All right. I love you. Get out of here. You hung up before I could say I love you. I accept that. Next we have Mondongkon. Let me grab Mondongkon. That's a funny name. What's up, Mondongkon? 1987, eh? What a year. Hello, how's it going?
Can you hear me?
I can. I can. Can you got to mute the stream.
Yeah. No, I muted it.
What's up, buddy boy? How's it going? How's life in the fast lane?
Oh, I'm doing good. My campaign is almost ready for session 1. We're gonna have it this Sunday, and I got the first mission ready.
Mm-hmm.
I just have like some questions about like how to like write story wise.
Sure.
These are pretty short, so so I sometimes have a problem with writing twists in stories because it's not like you're writing a book and you can write the characters as they don't know, but you have players who are actively thinking people, and I'm just curious, how do you write twists without it being obvious, but also without it like coming out of nowhere?
I think that you need to do a couple things. One, you need to accept that there is always a chance that the players are going to figure the twist out before it happens. And that is okay. If you're not okay with that happening, then it's not really a twist. It's sort of a railroading situation, which I don't think works well with twists. So I would not create a situation that required the twist to be revealed at a very specific time or things are ruined. So if, for example, you want to have like the villain is actually the shopkeeper that they've been hanging out with the whole time. If they figure that out session 2, you need to be ready to, you need to have an exit plan for the villain. It's like, okay, they figured it out. Cool. It was a twist. And now the villain's gone because they'll come back when it's time. Like you need to be ready for them to, you should not have so much of a clear plan that anything needs to happen, because as soon as something needs to happen that is out of your control, you're creating a situation where if it doesn't happen, you're fucked, and there's a good chance that it's not going to happen, or it's not going to happen what you think. So don't make situations that rely on specific events of the players.
Right.
The other thing that I would say is players do not pick up on things. Players are idiots, and they are. You as a dungeon master, you might describe a room. You might spend a minute describing a room. You'll list 10 things about it. You know that only one thing about it matters. You know the one thing that matters. You know, okay, I described that there's a faint breeze that seems to be coming from nowhere. And you describe that amongst like 6 other things. And that's really obvious that means there's a secret door. There's like, oh, there's a crease where there's a hallway. You know that's obvious. But you got to keep in mind, your players don't know that's the obvious clue. And maybe one of them was sort of zoning out when you were even giving that description. So they might not even heard that. So I would say if you are going to be doing a twist or a clue, or a twist type thing, you need to make sure that there are at least 3 big clues every time you think there should only be one. If you're like, there needs to be a clue in this room, actually there needs to be 3 clues in that room. So that's like a good rule of thumb in general, is you should basically have 3 clues anytime you need a clue. And then the other thing is like, just don't be too, don't make any twists that really need to end in a certain way. Like, if you want to do the thing where there's like a villain in disguise, have the way that reveals itself change depending on the way the players interact with and do stuff. Like you should not have. I'm not a big fan or a believer of having a story for the game ready to go. I'm a big fan and believer of having events ready to go and having essentially the story ready to go if the players weren't there. Like if the players weren't a part of this story, this is what would happen. But the players are a part of the story, and them interfering with what is happening is going to change that story. So you know like what everyone is moving towards. You understand the momentum of things separate from the players. But then that is just that's a theory graph. That's not actually what's going to happen. But you need to know that so you can sort of track the trajectory of what's going to happen when the players mess with it. Like, think about it like you're making a rocket ship. You're trying to get the rocket ship to the moon. So you're like, all right, in order to get the rocket ship to the moon, I got to put it at this angle. I got to make it go this fast. It's got to have this much fuel. The players are little rocks and shit that are hitting the rocket. Okay? Now, the players are also trying to get the rocket to the moon. They have the same goal as you, but they don't have any of the systems. They don't have any of the things. They don't know the speed that it needs to be going at. They don't know the trajectory that it needs to be going at. They don't know the angle of attack. So they are constantly throwing little rocks based on what they think it should need to be. And what your job as the dungeon master is to see the path that they take it on and to give them the right feedback from the world to like indicate to them whether they're on the right track or not. And separate from that, even if they're not on the right track, kind of make it so you can move where the moon is to meet that new track.
To be a bit more specific, so I had an idea of like a villain who is basically a dragon that has taken the powers of a god, and the only way that this evil could have been stopped was that it was sealed away, and it's been forgotten. And I had an idea of where the players would find this like seal, and this dragon, I'm gonna call him Greg for now, just so we're gonna call him Greg. Greg pretends or tries to trick him into thinking, yeah, no, I'm a god. There was some asshole dragon that sealed me away. Can you help me break the seal? There's like these items and whatnot. Do you think I should like have them have like undead minions in case they figure it out, like on the sidebar? Be like, okay, the undead minions go and release him.
Does Greg need to be released?
Well, he's kind of the big bad, so in a way, yeah.
And at the moment, the players are the only people that are going to release him.
Well, my thing is that I wanted him to get released from his prison while it feeling natural. Right now it's like in like the mental hoops things. The campaign hasn't started yet.
Okay, let
and
me
this
ask
is
you
not-
this. Okay, so I think the question that you need to answer for yourself then is what happens if the players do not release him? Does that matter? Can you what does the campaign become about?
That's.
What
Well,
if they fail or choose not to or see through his ruse?
Well, if he sees through his ruse, I didn't really think about what happens if he didn't get released. I guess because I do have it to where like he still has some undead armies that are still around, still affecting up to this day, but they don't speak common, so these undead armies have like these like ghost ships basically.
So you could do something like that. So here's what I would say. So that those things that are going, the players should be. If you have so if the plot is that there's Greg and he wants to be released and he's trying to trick the players into releasing him, but separate from that, he also still has some influence over the world. Then you have to ask yourself two questions. A, why is he going to the players? Why isn't he just using his undead minions at the start? If there's a chance of them not working. So there should be a reason why he cannot use his minions to release himself. And then separate from that, if the players do figure out what he is or decide not to release him, then why doesn't he then either use those undead minions to find some other heroes that could release him, or to just fuck the players up? Like, it's like, oh, you guys don't want to work for me anymore? Well, okay, that's fine. But just so you know, if you don't release me, I actually have like 10 ghost ships that are fully armed with ghost warriors, and I am telling them where you are right now, and they're hunting you down. So you have a choice to make. Work for me or die. And then the campaign becomes they either decide to do that or not, and it shifts so it becomes like they have to like deal with all of his minions. So but like if the crux of the thing is he's trying to trick them into releasing him, but he also has all of these other powers in the world, there needs to be a reason why those other powers aren't the things that are releasing him. Otherwise it doesn't make any sense.
That's fair. And I didn't think about that.
Because
this is not the
smart bad guys should be smart resource focused. Like it's like why would you don't need to give yourself extra steps if you can do it yourself, you know? So there should be a reason why they can't do it themselves.
Okay. Well, I can. Okay, I'll think of a reason. I can think of some stuff because you do bring up a good point.
And then that also makes space for the players to solve the problem and realize, oh, this is not what we want to do. And then for the villain, who is uber powerful, to use what influence he has in the world to start either fucking with the players or trying to find another way. And then the game becomes, we have to figure out how to stop his forces from releasing him, which is like the classic D&D adventure, is like the cult trying to summon a demon, the whatever, a group of things in the material realm trying to bring in something greater into the world that will fuck shit up, and the players have to stop them. That's like the classic D&D adventure. Like half of D&D adventures are that.
I might actually change it from the deception to that, because that's actually a much cooler idea.
I mean, deception could still be a part of it, right? If you could trick a bunch of heroes into doing your work for you without having to use any of your own resources, why not?
Well, that is true.
It could be both. It could be both. I just think that you should make sure that if the crux of the story is a villain who is trying to escape, you should not plan for the villain escaping. You should plan for the journey to either the villain escaping or the villain not escaping. But most of the adventure is not going to be the villain escapes. Most of the adventure is going to be the stuff building up to that.
Okay, so basically focus on the journey, not the end goal. I see.
Yes, because the more you focus on the journey, the more railroad it gets and the more you feel like you're limiting yourself. But having run a handful of different games in different settings, some with clearer goals than others, you can never really expect what a player is going to do, especially like super far in advance. Like if this is like, it's hard to predict what a player is going to do in 2 sessions, let alone 5, let alone 20, you know?
Okay. So this is a more specific question. So this is a flooded world, and I have my party with like a crew, and story-wise, they've been there for a couple months, and everyone on the ship is like pretty good friends. I have a character that's the captain. Her name is Sweet Fluke, and she's a human.
Okay.
Basically, the story about her was that the first time she was captain, something really bad happened, and she abandoned ship, leaving her crew to die. So a force, I haven't decided the force yet, cursed her to where it says, as long as you're captain on any ship, your bad shit will happen, bad stuff will happen to you. You'll be the world's most unlucky captain.
Cool.
How do I role play someone who's unlucky without it feeling like it's screwing the players over?
Well, it will screw them over a little bit, but it seems like that's the point.
No, that is like, well, okay. Better question I would ask is, how extreme should I take this curse? I guess that's a more better question to ask.
That depends on how much you want the player. That depends on a couple things. It depends on how much you want the players to know about it immediately, versus it being like a slow burn of discovery. And it also depends on how willing you are to have the players be like, you know what, let's find another ship. Like, can you get the players to want to stay with this captain, even if this captain has a curse? Because what I would say is, if I was in a game and I was doing a game where we're traveling across the sea, and I found out that my captain had this curse, depending on the character I was playing, I would probably be like, all right, I would go to the rest of the party, like on a quiet night, and be like, yo, guys, let's just like kill the captain and take over the ship. Or let's steal a rowboat and find another boat to go to. Like, this is fucked. There's a million ways to solve this problem, and all of them just involve leaving. So you need to make sure that the players are like going to want to leave, if not want to leave, if they understand what it is. Alternatively, they don't need to know about it until it's like that could be a twist. There's a twist right there. Why does everything bad start happening to our ship? Well, halfway through the adventure, when they're truly at the middle of the sea where there's nothing that can help, it's revealed to them that the captain's cursed. And then, you know what I mean? Like that sort of thing. But I would hesitate making it too much of a punishment on the players unless your goal is the players addressing it, and they might address it by leaving.
Okay. So do you think the idea of having an unlucky captain is a bad idea?
No, I don't think it's a bad idea at all. I just think you need to think about what the other side of that is like, what is happening that is making the players okay with that in a way that it is fun and they want to stick around.
Okay. Next question.
Mm-hmm.
If there are important NPCs, like for example, family members, friends that join with the party, and they are with them quite frequently, is it all right to give those NPCs like little arcs or have them learn a lesson in some
Fuck yeah,
or
dude.
is that
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I was just worried that it's gonna feel like a DMPC if I do that.
You shouldn't go into, I would say this, you shouldn't have a goal of that, but you should make space for it. The way to make it, this is how you make it not a DMPC thing, is you make NPCs that are flawed people, because we all are flawed people, and you create a situation where if the players want to, they could sort of engage with that, and the players get to be the catalyst of that change. If the players are the catalyst of that change, if it is the players' actions and the things that the players do that make the NPCs grow, it will not feel like a DMPC. It will feel like the players having an impact on the world, and it will make the players care more about those NPCs, and it will make the players more interested in talking to those NPCs. But the only way to do that naturally is to assume that it's not going to happen, just make flawed characters, and let the players become a part of their lives or not. If you are like, okay, this story is going to be about this guy learning to love again, then yeah, then you're in DMPC land.
Okay. Another thing. Wait, I guess this is the last question I have.
All right.
When I'm writing when I have ideas for personalities for NPCs, should I like make notes on like personality traits or stuff, or is that not really a good idea? Because sometimes
it just depends on if it's helpful for you or not. Like
I guess
what helps you? What the question you have to ask yourself is, what helps you remember who an NPC is? What helps you remember what they sound like? What helps you remember their vibes, their feelings? Maybe that's taking notes. Maybe it's not. For me, I usually keep a little bit of note. For every NPC, I usually have a little bit about what they look like, a little bit about what they sound like, and whatever's important to them. And then the only thing that I'll like add to those notes usually, or like if there's like a weird, very specific thing that I need them to know or have. And then I will take note of things that happen with them and the players. So like if an NPC, if a player is like super generous with an NPC and like buys them a cool item or gives them a cart or something, I'll make note of that in case they deal with that NPC again. That NPC will remember that big moment, and that goes for good or bad. So whenever the players have big interactions with the NPCs, I will take note of that too. But those are usually the only notes I take, but lots of other people take way more notes than me. It really just depends on what is easier for you for running the game.
Okay. That's all the questions I have. Thank you for having me.
You're very welcome, buddy. Thanks for calling. Mondonkon, I love you.
Just
Have a
call me
good one.
Mondo or Mondo. Bye.
Bye. I'll call you Mondo next time. Mondo. Oh boy, guys, did you know that we have a movie star here? It's Orlando. Hey, Mr. Bloom, what's up? Orlando? Orlando. Orlando, you are muted still. We shall begin the... oh, hello there. Hello?
Hi.
How's it going?
Good, all right. How's it going with you?
Oh, I am a mountaintop amongst a sea of birds and sky. What can I do for you today?
So I am currently looking for help involving balancing combat.
Balancing what? Balancing combat?
Yeah.
All right, your mic is cutting out a little bit. What specifically are you thinking about for balancing combat?
So okay. For example, I'm currently looking for so I'm currently running a module, Curse of Strahd. I'm not sure if you're
Oh, I'm very familiar.
Okay. So I'm gonna try to avoid that many spoilers, but effectively, so I want to properly use the enemies that are provided there, but I feel like when I want to use them is a bit too early for the players to fight, and like I've been trying to balance encounters in advance, but it's kind of hard to keep track of what items will they have, how will that affect fights.
You do not need to. I wouldn't do the balancing things too far in advance. I don't think, because of that exact reason. You don't know what path they're going to take. I feel like, at least my experience with Curse of Strahd is it's a little open-ended. Like, players can go in all sorts of directions. And you can, like, make encounters happen in certain places, but other ones are, like, really tied to certain locations. So I would be hesitant to worry too far ahead. But I would also say that Curse of Strahd is notoriously a very dangerous campaign. It's kind of intended to be so. So there are a lot of encounters that are overly deadly. And that's normal for Curse of Strahd. It is normal for you to lose a couple characters during a Curse of Strahd campaign.
That is very true. But I guess getting into more specifics, you know, like all of the homebrew, like around Curse of Strahd.
I'm familiar with every single piece of it.
Okay, fair enough.
What's the question, though?
The question, I would say then, is... Wait 1 sec, I'm hearing myself reverberate.
Oh, yeah, you gotta mute that shit, baby. Mute it up and mute it out. Don't mute yourself here. Mute yourself mute the stream.
Gotcha. Okay, I've stopped doing that. Thank you. But
that'll make a man go crazy hearing his voice like that.
I know. But
he'll get lost in the mists.
True. So, since again I'm trying to avoid direct spoilers for those watching the stream, you know what?
Spoiler alert: Strahd is a vampire.
I'm sure nobody knew that.
Yeah.
But you know, effectively the system involving deaths, that somebody like Puffin Forrest did.
I know the one that my dungeon master used.
Yeah, fair enough. I think it's something similar to that I'm currently using.
Mm-hmm.
A
dark blessing sort of thing.
Yeah, that
Yep.
kind of thing,
Mm-hmm.
where you're not dead and you might get some cool powers, but that comes at a price.
Yeah,
I'm
for
also
sure.
I'm also currently trying to balance that. So is there any good suggestions of like what kind of thing I could do there? Because currently it's on like a leveled system where it gets more powerful the higher level, but the cost increases.
Mm-hmm. I feel like that level system might be okay. I will say that there is a whole there's a whole subreddit online. I don't know if you're familiar with Reddit, but there's a whole subreddit that is basically running Curse of Strahd guides and help and resources. And I have seen a couple of those Dark Blessings type charts listed on that. So I would just check that out.
Okay, good to know.
That's going to be good for you in general, actually.
Gotcha. I'll definitely check that out. And secondly, I'm also looking into running a Tomb of Annihilation. Is there any general tips you have for that?
Tomb of Annihilation is the one that takes place in Chult with the dinosaurs and on the island and stuff, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Where
Yeah. Okay, so two thoughts. One, if people are going to be playing that one, you should just let them know that like character death is permanent in Chult in that campaign setting. It just is. So you should have a couple characters in mind. They should come with a couple characters. That's like fundamental to the plot of that campaign is that character death is permanent. There is no revivify. There is no resurrection. It's permanent.
There's like a thing that can be used as a crutch in game to revive you in a weird roundabout way, but they're probably not going to run into that.
Yeah, they're not going to run into that. The other thing that I would say is it is intended to be sort of Indiana Jones wacky adventure as much as it is scary. So I would allow yourself to make it silly as much as you're trying to make it intense. It is a silly, there is a lot of silliness in it and a lot of colorfulness in it. It was co-written by the guy who wrote Adventure Time.
Okay, that does make sense on a few of the finer details.
So I would just keep that in mind. In the same way that Adventure Time is sometimes very silly and sometimes very serious, I would just go in with that mindset, ready to go. And then it's a fun. I've only played a little bit of it. I haven't played the whole campaign, but it seems like a really fun module.
Yeah, definitely. There's also there's some really interesting factors that are unique to that campaign. That's going to be pretty interesting to mess around with. Like I'm not sure about others, but I'm pretty not used to dinosaur racing.
Listen, dinosaur racing is a pretty small part of that one. It only really happens in the beginning because most of the campaign takes place on the island, but it is fun. And my players liked it the little bit that I did. Most of the way that I used that campaign was I like pulled stuff from it and put it in my home game.
Oh, that's a pretty good idea, yeah. There's especially considering how episodic some of the things are in there that could definitely be used for more one-offs.
Yeah.
And for the general world, like, so I know you're obviously less familiar with this one than Curse of Strahd, but if do you have any recommendations for ways to help like hint towards the villain, because he kind of just shows up at the end and is like, you're kind of annoying.
No, I have no idea. I know nothing about the villain other than I actually know the very end of the game. Like I know things that will like, oh, it's a surprise, and I understand the nature of the curse that is happening, but I don't know the villain at all, so I cannot help you there.
Okay, to give you a really quick rundown, effectively...
Give me a rundown in 2 sentences, or it's taking too much time.
Alright, fair enough. Effectively...
2 sentences.
Arch-Lich across the multiverse, and he's very powerful and OP.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, you know, you could have him have some like, you know, emissaries wandering around that like speak to him, or maybe there's a cult that relays into him. Those are the two things that pop into my head. But I really have I really don't know. I'm not familiar enough with him.
Gotcha.
So, yeah. All right, buddy. Do you have any other questions, thoughts, yearnings?
I guess just in general, how is there a good way to balance encounters around players or with different power levels?
Why do the players have different power levels?
So you know how I mentioned the dark gifts thing?
Yeah.
But not only is there just general differences in classes and some being more powerful than others, that also gives you a power boost in exchange for the drawback, but not everybody needs that right away. So I have
okay, so then I think the problem is just making sure that you don't give powers that you don't feel comfortable when, just tone it reasonably.
Gotcha.
Like, don't, if one of the powers says you gain a level, or you get like 4 extra spell slots a day, then just don't give them that. Pick a chiller one. When I played Curse of Strahd, I think that there were 2 things that happened. One was that somebody was blind, but they had blind sight forever, and one was something that allowed you to like bring somebody back to life a couple times. They weren't huge, but they were pretty powerful, but they weren't major. But that's what I would say. I would say no, don't worry about it too much. Just don't give them. Just because something is random doesn't actually mean it's random. That's the whole secret to the game. We're putting on a show. So, like, it's only as random as you are comfortable with it being. If there's a chart with 10 options and you only like 6 of those options, guess what? They're the only 6 options.
Yeah, that definitely makes sense.
Yeah.
But I'm generally making up my own thing for this. I need to check out the Reddit. But that basically covers all of my campaign questions.
Cool. I need another piece. All right, buddy. Listen, first of all, I love you. Second of all, get the fuck out of here. Guys, I need something else. That was Orlando. I need another object that is this shape and size. Do I have one? I had a coin that was... No! That might work. Might work. Don't worry, guys. I figured it out. I know you were all really worried. It would be cool if I could get this to work. Ow. I just poked myself in the eye. That hurt a little bit. If I could just get this to fucking fit in there. No, okay. That's not going to work. That's fine. I could use the jar. That feels... Oh, that's not bad. It doesn't... It's gonna fall. Okay, this is I think this will work. Oh yeah. Oh, now we're cooking with fire. All right, I'm ready. Let's get the. Oh, God damn it! All right, we're gonna work on this. Let's get the next caller in here. We need this just sits nicely. I could live with this all day. I need another piece that's similar like this. Let me get Frankern. Frankern. Oh, Frankern is deafened and muted, which means they might not notice when I bring them into the channel, but hopefully they will. Frankern, you better undeafen and unmute. You better. Maybe if I switch them. Now you need to unmute. You've undeafened. Hello?
There we go.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
I am just worried about lingering injuries for my next campaign.
Why are you worried about it?
Because a lot of it seems very permanent for lower levels, but my players are... Some of my players really want to, and some other players are kind of worried about it. But I'm worried about the things that require 7th level magic and upwards to heal.
So here's what I'll say. You can, similar to what I said to Orlando, you don't need to just, you can pick what they are. Like if you can make you can make them less intense, then you can make them less intense or more intense depending on what you want them to be. So you can make it so if they can't fix it until level 14 or whatever, it can be a reasonable thing, or there can be other problems that other ways to solve it, finding someone else that can fix it. The thing about lingering injuries is that that's the whole point, is that they're supposed to be lingering. If people want lingering injuries, my guess is that they want to be weakened. They want to have a unique way that they're weakened. Otherwise, there's no reason to have lingering injuries. The other thing that I would say is if some players want lingering injuries and some players don't want lingering injuries, guess what? Don't give lingering injuries to the players that don't want them. That's easy.
Yeah, that was what I was thinking about doing, just like giving.
Because you don't want to have lingering
to
injuries happen every single fucking fight. That's annoying. They should only happen a handful of times. They only need to happen enough that they feel like they're part of the world. And if that means that you're playing with 4 people and 2 of them really like lingering injuries and 2 of them don't, guess what? You only need to create 2 situations where there's lingering injuries. Just give them to the 2 folks that want them.
Yeah, my idea for it was giving lingering injuries when you fall on death saves.
Well, then you have less control, which is the only thing worth thinking about.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it's at the end of the day, it's like I feel like the issue is not lingering injuries. It's if your players want them or not. If your players want them, then it doesn't matter if they get them for a long time because they want them. That's when they don't want them that it matters. And if you have a player that the rules, like, you are in charge. You pick the rules. Why does a lingering injury require a 7th level spell to fix?
Yeah, that's true. I could change the intensity of that.
Like, who's to say that, taking a week off and, rolling a medicine check every day for a week doesn't fix it? Why not? Who cares?
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, those are my thoughts. Does that answer your question? Am I sending you down the wrong hole?
I think that answered everything, yeah.
Okay, cool. Any other questions, thoughts, yearnings, aspirations?
No, not really.
All right, well, then I will say that I love you and I'm hanging up on you. Bye, Frank. That was Frank. Oh, next is rules and ruling. I don't know if you can hear me. Hey, Rules, what's up?
Hello.
How's it going, Cowboy Bebop?
Yeah, not too bad.
You living your best life?
Oh, I try my best.
Do you like my new glasses?
That's a monocle, isn't it?
Nope, it's glasses. Because I have 2 parts.
Fair enough.
Yeah. I have different prescriptions and different eyes. That's the trick.
That is always tricky.
Yeah. This one sucks. Fuck. All right, I'm going to figure that out later. How can I help you?
All right. The first one is a general, YouTube style question. As a fellow D&D YouTuber who started roughly a year ago, like you,
What's your
how
channel?
the hell did you rules and rulings?
All right, let me look you up really quickly. Rules and rulings, you said?
Yep.
Okay, ask your question as I look you up.
How do you get your meat suit to produce nearly 800 videos in a year?
They're all shorts. Look, if you go to my channel here, I'll show you. Okay, rules and rulings. All right, I didn't find you. 1 second. YouTube.com. Is it all one word?
No, it's spaces.
Oh, I found you. Okay. So let me look at your channel. Here, let's do this properly. Chat can watch too. This is good. This is this is legit useful for anybody. So here, let me grab that. Let me grab that. Where there you are. Okay, so here's your channel. Okay, so do you make shorts? How often do you make shorts?
I've made a few.
How long does it take you to make a video?
I can usually bang one out in a day if I get the script sorted out and everything done.
So the reason, okay, so the reason why my channel has hundreds and the reason my channel has 800 videos is because I make between 1 and 5 shorts every day.
Wow.
And the reason why I'm able to do that is because shorts do not take a long time for me to make based on the strategy that I use for making them. So if you watch here, I'll show you my channel for a second. I'll show you what I'm talking about. So a good thing to think about if you are trying to be a creator in any sort is what are you working in? What are the means that you're working with, and what are your resources? So like, what do you have? What do you not have? There are for me, what do I have? I know that I can talk and be a little silly. I know that I have a medium knowledge of D&D and of more so D&D of like running activities, because that's like my background is like running events and activities and community oriented stuff. But what do I not have? I don't have a good camera. I don't have fancy professional lighting. I'm a very slow editor with videos. So those are my hiccups. Those are my big issues. I have low quality equipment, and I am missing a lot of skills for quick editing. So with that in mind, I was like, okay, what kind of videos can I make within that means? I'll know what I can make. I can make videos where I grab pictures from the internet and use the YouTube green screen. And I can make my head, instead of using all these fancy cuts and shit, I can literally just make my head bounce around every 4 seconds, and that is as effective at keeping people's attention. And I was like, I can do that, and I can make a short in about 20 minutes as opposed to over 3 days, because I'm slowly working through editing and transferring video files and audio files. So I was like, let's think about what's the best stuff I can make within that? Well, it's just going to be me talking about D&D and answering D&D questions, which is why those are my videos. And if you look, all my videos have the exact same form. It's my fucking big bald head bouncing around the camera, being a little goofy and talking about a monster or whatever the fuck, or answering questions. A lot of them are responding to comments. So that's why I did that system. I did that system not because I was like, this is the best way to make videos, or these are even the best types of videos. I did this because this is the easiest way for me to make good quality videos within my capability. I wasn't trying to push out. I wasn't trying to strain myself in such a way that I would burn out. And I wasn't trying to strain myself in such a way that my stuff would look bad because I was shooting above what I was able to do. And with that in mind, I'm able to pump them out quick because it's very comfortable, that space. So that's like the main thing. So like with your channel, I don't know how long it takes you to make your videos, but probably the move is, let's think about how long it takes you to make your video. What is the easiest for you versus the hardest for you? And what sort of videos could you make within those limitations of what is the easiest for you? And while you're making those, work on the skills that will get you better at making the other things. So like, for example, I've been working on a video for almost a month now that is like a long form video that I hopefully will be getting out this week. I genuinely don't know though, because it's really slow, because I'm not good at editing. But I am actively working on it while I'm pumping out these short form videos, because I can just literally what I'll do is I'll edit my video. I'll like work on the video that I'm editing for like 3 hours. And then every hour or so, I'll take a pause and I'll make a short. And at the end of it, I will have 3 really nice shorts that are each around a minute long. And I maybe will have gotten through maybe you've gotten through a minute in the video that I'm editing. 1 minute in 3 hours. So it's like a big time difference, but I'm trying to figure out how to balance them. So that's what I would say. That's the main thought. Did I answer your question? Did I address your yearning?
Yeah.
Your need?
Yeah. That's really interesting. I do not have that much of a problem with editing my videos, but then I intentionally keep it as simple as I can for that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And for the second bit, because I figure I should come in with an actual D&D question.
Whatever, dude. We're hanging. That was a legit question. I love that question.
Oh, yeah.
I love those types of questions, because I think about that's all I think about is trying to figure out how to do YouTube well. I quit my job to try to figure that shit out. I don't know what I'm doing.
Well, yeah, this was actually the topic of my latest video. An idea for how to deal with healing, feeling like it doesn't really do anything, and that it's the best time to heal someone is when they're half dead. And my thought was 2 combined little homebrew rules. The first is when you're above half your maximum health. Anything that heals you for either, depending on how intense you want this kind of ruling to be, no less than the average for a roll, or literally just maximum. So you get the whole idea that if someone is mostly still intact, mostly has some of their energy, and you heal them, it brings much more likely to be effective and bring them up to full.
Mm-hmm.
And the other rule, going on the other side where the yo-yo effect is worse, when you are making death saves, healing just gives you a successful save.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't restore hit points until you have 3 successful saves or you've been stabilized with a medicine check. So you don't just pop up.
So
You have to actually make them
going down is a much bigger consequence, but staying alive is much easier.
Yes.
I think that could work really well. The only thing that I would say, and this is not a reason not to do it, but it's what my thought goes to, and like where would I want to pay attention to this, is that there are a handful of abilities that are designed around the way that healing works in the current D&D game that you would probably want to address. So, like, for example, there are like the cantrip Spare the Dying just stabilizes you, which would mean that that cantrip would now be more powerful than most healing, which is in the space of death saving throws. There is also like the Grave Domain Cleric has a special feature where if they use healing magic on you when you're unconscious, you get the maximum roll. And that's like a pretty powerful feature. So you would probably want to, like, in the circumstances that people were using those things, I probably would figure out, you need to think about how to change them to make them still potent and accomplish the goal of that feeling within the new system. But I think that system could work really well.
All right.
I'm trying to think of how I would feel about that. I think that, as with any big homebrew, it would also be important to just make sure your players understood the intention behind it. Because in my experience, whenever you try to change a pretty core rule, if the players don't understand not just this change, but the logic behind the change, they will sort of fall back into trying to play the game in its natural way, which sometimes like butts heads with the new rule and can make people get frustrated.
Yeah.
But I like that idea. It's cool.
All right. Cool. I'll let you get on to the next one.
All right, buddy. Thanks for the call, and I'll give you a subscribe. Let's check out your next stuff that you make. Yeah, no problem. Have a good one. I love you. Goodbye. All right, guys. Go check out Rules and Rulings if you want. Here, I'll show you again. Where is my fucking? There it is. Boop. There's his channel. Go check him out. We got to support each other out here. Everybody out here is trying to be a fucking YouTuber. We shouldn't be against each other. We're all on the same team. All right, let me get Skriz. I'll tell you exactly how to live your life, and you better fucking listen or I'm going to eat your brain. What's up, Skriz? How's it going?
Hello, kudos from Poland. Skrzynek here, and just wanted to quickly say I love your channel, Rules and Rulings. I might not be commenting, but I am watching, and I love it.
Hell yeah, hell yeah.
It's the exact kind of nerdy I like. Just talking about different kinds of components and stuff.
I'm going to check his stuff out after stream.
Yeah. Just kudos to another creator. It's good.
Amen.
Yeah. I want to actually ask, how do you feel about what do you want to answer more mechanical questions or like storyline questions like now? Or anything.
I'm open, man. I'm chilling. Whatever you want to ask. Whatever. Don't worry about my needs. My needs are being met. What do you want?
I am a bit lost in a very conceptual way. I don't have problem with specific homebrews because I do that a lot.
Cool.
Perhaps too fucking much. Because I am running a game in a mode that is probably not very popular with most people playing D&D, which is I play by post.
Mm-hmm.
and that is a very different mode of play than it normally is. Usually, it dissolves after a few months because someone lost interest. But then, a few years ago, I got players that actually fucking stick around.
Mhm.
And I basically I am like a programmer that is like, why does this work? I don't have no idea why this works. I need to continue what I'm doing and not touch anything unless it breaks. So I basically have those players, dream team. They in terms of roleplay quality and consistency. The thing is that the campaign I'm running for them for like 2 years now, it's a bit sagging because I kept being distracted and coming up with new scenes. For example, they are in a big forest and they are gonna save it from like a big primordial waking up. And there was like a few points, like first they go to the lair of the dragons they defeated to find something, then they go to the tower, then they go to the swamp, and then they go to the tribe, and then they go to the final something, yeah? Right? My Polish interjecting in moments. Anyway, so the problem is that during the last year, they. Sorry, I accidentally unmuted the stream. Yeah. The problem is that basically, like, I'm running that for like 2 years now, and during the last year, they got to the point first of the plan, which is going to the dragon's lair. Because I decided to roll random encounters and stick with the number I rolled, which was high. And during the last 2 in-game days, it was like a year. And they also they met a mimic house, and they met some displacer beasts. The alchemist in the party actually, I described in very vivid detail how it had to amputate one of the displacer beast's legs because it was infected, and they made a friend because of that. And it's all good stuff, but I cannot fucking focus. Actually, I think I might do it ADHD, and I'm actually starting to take medication now and stuff. But so I might think that might help. But don't tip the classes. Anyway, but my problem is just how do I focus down without making because I added a lot of encounters because I wanted the world to feel alive. I traveled to a dangerous forest, so I wanted to add encounters with beasts, encounters with strange magical creatures, with this and that. And gods are interested in them, so I wanted to foreshadow this and that. I wonder if should I just okay, been a fun year, and maybe we should just stick to it and like start doing actual and maybe skipping the travel and skipping all the random stuff and just go main scene, with maybe some specific moments for specific characters in between.
So I'm gonna suggest that you do a little bit of that, but don't all go all the way in. You've been playing with this group for a little while now, like 2 years, you said, right?
Yeah, I know them for like 4 years, but I play this campaign too.
So what that means is that they are having fun. They like working with you. They like playing with you. So whatever you're doing is working, which means that if you change it dramatically, that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be bad, but it is going to be different in a way where there is an element of unknown, which can be wonderful. But I do think it's worth not completely shifting it into something radically crazy and different. And I think that the way to do that, and it sounds like you're already starting to, is to look at these random encounters that you've put together and figure out which ones you can use as bridges into plot, bridges into the bigger story. If you got a list of like 15 different encounters that you think would be cool, be like, okay, which one of these encounters would make sense for them to like, for it to now hint at the larger threat. Let's figure out how to include that. And then those encounters, the ones that you can kind of hint to the larger story, those are the ones that you more adamantly keep. and you're like, okay, this one's going to happen. The ones that you're like, this is truly a random encounter and is really just here to make the world feel alive. Maybe you use them, maybe you don't, but you don't need to make that choice until you're like, until you see if you need those things. If you are somebody that is very ADHD brained, where you need to have like 6 plates spinning at the same time, you need a bunch of stuff to keep your focus, then I would keep them in the back pocket, but don't necessarily throw them at the players. If you are having fun planning, then that's all that matters. So like, just because you plan something doesn't mean you need to use it, and it doesn't mean you need to use it in this campaign. So long as you're having fun, you're fine. So what I would say is you probably want to do a little bit of both. You probably want to keep a somewhat of the exploration, the randomness, but try to be a little bit less random with it, because you've been, you've already put a lot of that stuff together. Pick which pieces would work well with the direction you want to make the campaign go in, and start to interject those ones more into the forefront, and maybe allow them to take up a little bit more space. Maybe they become a little bit less random, not necessarily in like, whoa, this is crazy, but like they become less of a moment and more of like a little mini arc that goes in a direction.
I mean, I kind of I talked with a friend about this, and he basically said, "You cannot do random encounters. They're not random. They are exquisite fucking art pieces of writing, and you are basically tying in gods and stuff into them. And yeah, those are not fucking random by the time you're done with them."
That's
so.
True also,
They met the Spacer Beasts were random, but then they met Celestial that was trying to like make one of the Barbarian more mad next to those beasts. So there is a fight, and that Celestial was a god of murder, so he likes a fight. But then they found the Celestial and they killed it, and the god is very pissed at them for that. And it rolls and rolls and rolls.
Mm-hmm.
What's not helping is that there is 3 players and 3 companions.
What do you mean
Not
3
counting
companions?
I'm like sidekick NPCs.
Why is that? And the issue is it's just taking up too much time?
Yeah, they are also fucking, so
kill them.
So all of them.
I mean, if you like, how much do the companion like? I don't understand what the issue is. I guess like, are you enjoying running the companions?
Oh, for sure, and they also give the voice to the world. Yeah,
and the players are enjoying the companions being a part of the game.
Yeah.
So then where's the issue?
I guess it's a mental blockade in trying to push them aside, and focusing on main events. Though I might just be. Oh,
I mean,
this is too dangerous.
you can.
I mean,
that's easy. Then make. That's not that hard. I mean, I guess I'm having like, why are the companions taking up more space than the adventure? Like, all you need to do to make the companions take up less space than the adventure is put the adventure in the forefront. Like, the companions don't have time to take up more space if you as the dungeon master are putting, making stuff happen in a way where it's like, stuff's happening now and it's need to get dealt with. You don't have time to have a 30-minute conversation with this sidekick because the flood is coming. Like the forest is on fire. You need to deal with that now or there will be no forest.
So add more urgency, basically.
Yeah, if the problem is that they're just sort of moseying and having a lot of downtime and they're not getting anything done, then you need to put a timer on stuff. Make there be consequences for inaction.
Yeah, I also love the chat is saying kill them all. I will read the chat later after the conversation ends. But yeah, I will roll back and watch and read.
I don't know if you need to kill them all. I was sort of joking when I said that, but I meant but metaphorically, yeah. Like metaphorically, if you feel like they are slowing, if the players are spending too much time focused on the companions and not enough time focusing on the adventure, it's time for the adventure to kick the door down. It's time for the adventure to something needs to happen that makes it so. We need to readjust our priorities.
Yeah, more urgency. Mm-hmm. Okay, I can do that.
You can also just talk to your players about it. I mean, this is the boring answer, but it also is a good answer. Is you can just tell them like, hey guys, I'm going to try to take a shift in the pacing of the campaign, and I want to focus more. We're going to be pulling a little bit of focus away from your guys and the companions' interactions and more focus on like the events of the world and the story. I want you guys to be more outwardly focusing as much as less inwardly focusing. You can just say that.
Yes.
That's boring,
Yeah.
but it's also probably a good answer.
Yeah, and speaking of spinning a few plates at once, I usually have the main chat for the main story and like 3 banter channels for like each of the individual characters
That's
talking
funny.
on the side with other characters. Playing by post allows that, doing few things at once actually, if I can focus.
Yeah.
Yeah, medicine is gonna help with that, I guess. Yeah, another issue besides the story being like, yeah, it's been a year and it's time to get to the fucking story because you fucking forgot what you were doing in the forest in the first place. But yeah, besides that, there is the mechanical aspect. I do a shit ton of homebrew. They are like level 7 now. 5 when we started. It's just 1 level in 1 year. Yay! Playing by post is slow. Anyway, mechanically, I do a lot. Like one player has mutations, other has ungodly powers, third has powers from actually deleting that mentioned celestial from existence. Other has mutations, and also they have additionally 2 Gestalt levels on top of that, like level 7 in main class, and then 2 Gestalt levels in like other class. So, woo! And then they have companions. So. Basically, it's getting a bit ridiculous, and adding more rewards for them is gonna be difficult.
So
when you said do what you do, just don't change too much. Does that include buffing them further?
I mean, here's the situation with that. There is genuinely nothing wrong with making your characters overpowered if you're having fun and they're having fun. The issue comes from 2 things, in my opinion. And there might be other things too, but these are the 2 that I think it comes from. One is it becomes much harder for you to balance the game because as the players get more powerful in terms of what they can do, their hit points aren't changing. So it's like a level 5 character might have the resources, damage output to take on a dragon, but that dragon is still going to one-hit them. And that makes combat very swingy. And you as a dungeon master need to sort of figure out how to balance that in a way where it's like, how do I make these monsters tough enough where they don't die in 1 hit, but not so strong that they kill the players in 1 hit? Basically, the more you overpower the players, it becomes a situation where everything's a glass cannon. Everybody's getting 1 hit killed. And it's like, that's just something to think about. So how much is that an issue to you? That's one thing. The other issue, which I think is the bigger issue, is the more powerful things you give the players, the less excited they are by powerful things you give them. So if the players are level 5 and they have 3 uncommon items and 3 rare items and 2 very rare items, okay, which is way too many items, but that might be what they have. I don't know. You're running the game. The next time they get a rare item, it's probably not going to be that exciting. But the truth of the matter is getting a rare item should be a big fucking deal at level 5. So the game, that's at least the way the game is designed. So you just need to think about it in that context. Like you sort of create this situation where in order to make something exciting and powerful, you need to make it that much more exciting and powerful or it loses all, you don't want to be in a situation where you give someone like a +2 fire tongue sword and they're not pumped. You don't want them to be like, oh, okay, that's cool. Because like that's a fucking crazy powerful item. So if that's something that's another reason why I would say maybe don't go too crazy on the magic items. Because it can just get harder to make them exciting and they can lose the wonder. You can sort of lose the magic of magic items if you give them too much powerful stuff too early.
The problem might be also with nerfing them.
Yeah. So those are my thoughts. Although I will say, if you're already in that boat, you may have just shot yourself in the foot, and you might just have to try to figure out how to paddle your way through it now.
Yeah, the problem is that's the perfect game the one that fucking worked for once. So I don't want to yeah, guys, the game became too difficult, so I want to start another one because then it might not have the same fucking magic. So I kind of improvise along and try to keep it alive without nerfing them. So that's a bit of a pain. But yeah, specifically, maybe that's the third question. One player got a bit more than the others. That's the problem. Ooh.
I mean, that's not a problem. That's just you have total control over that.
Mm.
How did they get more than the others? Don't tell me the whole story. Explain in one sentence how they got more than the others.
They are the best role player, and they so I had was most inspired to give them more stuff, both roleplay wise and both and mechanically.
That sounds like a problem that you made.
Yeah, it is. I'm trying to.
So then unmake it. Unmake it. Here's how you unmake it. You just keep that in mind and make sure that the next crazy things you give people, everyone else gets more powerful stuff than them.
Yeah, there's a barbarian that is 103 HP, 22 AC.
But those details are irrelevant. That doesn't matter. None of that's going to solve your problem. You decided because this person was doing more roleplay or was being more active that they were getting more stuff. You can decide to give other people more stuff to help balance that out. That's a you thing. You don't need to, like, they don't need to earn it if you don't care. Like, if you can decide it matters and they need to earn these awesome items and this person earned them by doing that good role play. But that is also you deciding to make it imbalanced. You can't do both. You can't decide to let people earn things and decide to make it all equal. You got to pick one of the two. And if you decide that people are going to earn things and that the things that their role play is going to dictate them getting better stuff, then you're creating a situation where players that aren't as good at role playing or don't have as much time aren't going to get as much stuff. And you just have to be okay with that. Or if you're not okay with that, then I would say the move is to still be really excited by that person doing cool role play. Maybe give them a little bit more time or attention or whatever the fuck because they are. But Jojo Banana Pants, who's not good at role playing and doesn't know how to do it that well, who cares? If they're falling behind, give them something that makes them not fall behind. It is good to reward players for doing cool stuff, but you don't want that to become a punishment for other players. So the way that you reward players should not become a punishment for other players, because you don't want to punish somebody for not being able to do a thing. Anytime you feel like you should punish a player, you're doing something wrong. If you're ever in a situation where you're accidentally punishing a player, you're probably not necessarily doing something wrong, but there's something else you should be doing. But that's what I would say. There's never a reason to punish a player. Never. If you ever feel like you should punish a player, what you actually should do is talk to the player. Whatever the issue is that you need to punish them for, just talk to them about it as a person.
Just one thought that came into my mind that when you were talking. What if I'm not nerf them? Just yeah, this is too powerful. I'm gonna nerf that because specifically that player is also not gonna be happy with that at all. What if I gave them some kind of curse narratively from the gods they pissed off?
I mean, what's the goal? Do you want them to? What happens when they overcome it?
Oh, I mean, by the time they overcome it, they return to their baseline. And at that point, the other players are gonna get some more goodies, so it's gonna be fine.
I mean, that could work. That feels like a band-aid. I feel like you could just get to the end of that solution immediately. You don't need to go through the whole rigmarole of it. But if you think the player will like it, then I think it's fine. I don't think you need to. Again, that's now you're punishing a player again. I don't think unless the player is really excited to get a curse, like you shouldn't. I'm not a fan of being like, I need to fix this. I'm going to make this happen to this player. The only time that I think you should make something happen to a character is if it is directly related to an action that they took, or it is directly related to the arc of the story or their personal arc. And it's in a way that is going to be, maybe the thing that's going to happen isn't going to be good for the character, but it's going to be really fun and exciting for the player. But I other than that, I don't think you should force the thing to happen. Like, how are you going to curse them? What if they decide to do something that's going to make them not get the curse? Now you're suddenly in this position where you need to like figure out how to force it on them. That's lame. Like, you don't want to do that, you know?
Yeah.
So I wouldn't.
Okay.
I would avoid punishments if possible, and I would lean into just either talking to the players or buffing up the other players, that sort of thing.
Yeah, gonna be hard to top giving that player an artifact recently. But
I mean, what are you doing, man? Yeah, if you did that, then that's on you. If you did that, then
Yeah.
that's like what level are they?
7.
What artifact did you give him? Was it a homebrew one or a published one?
Very much a homebrew one. A bell related to an ancient lizard folk civilization. The character is a lizard folk. A bell related to the civilization, and it doesn't give like combat bonuses or stuff. It gives like, ooh, the water around you is clearer, and you make more lizard folk babies. or
Yeah.
something.
Okay. So I mean, it's
But-
just it depends on the items. An artifact that doesn't sound like it's going to be too crazy, but like that's a situation. You sort of dug a pit, and now you're standing in the pit, and you need to decide what you're going to do. But again, this is a pit that you have dug. So you can decide to make the pit comfortable. You can decide to leave the pit. You can decide to widen it. But that's the answer. The answer is you just got to sort of dive into it and acknowledge that you are the one making these choices, and you have the power to be okay with it or to change it or to ask it to change.
Yeah. And when it comes to specific things, I might do. That's why I'm subscribed and on Patreon. So I got
you're too
access.
kind.
Yeah, so I have access to people that can help me untangle this ungodly fucking mess of Homebrew I got. Right?
Yeah, and I think again, I just want to leave you with one thing, which is that I know that it's an easy solution would be to tone things back, but unless the players are really into that, it will bum them out.
Yeah, but that's not my game. My game is hyper.
That's what I mean. So like, I wouldn't do that. I don't think you should curse them. I don't think you should tone things back. I think you should tone up the other players. That's what I would do.
Yeah, and fight the fucking army then.
That's okay. That'll be cool. I ran one campaign that was so broken and fucked, and when I think about it from a dungeon master perspective, I'm like, what the fuck was I doing? But my players loved it. They loved it. And at the end of the day, the excitement that they felt about it was so fun for me that it didn't matter. I didn't care that from the DM perspective, technically this is a ruin. Like, I'm ruining this, making it way difficult for myself, and it's unbalanced as fuck. It didn't matter. It was just fun. And like, if your players are having fun, that's the thing that matters the most. You know?
Yeah. Gotta commit to the players I'll know for like 4 years.
Yeah, and it's like, if this game, maybe this tone of this game is the hyper crazy power game, and maybe after this one ends, you can be like, hey guys, let's try something different, and you can try something different, you know?
Yeah, I was trying to do like forest survival in here, but then yeah, it's one of the barbarian has like finds 4 times the food that he would normally find, and yeah, they're all fucking OP as fuck. I gave Artificer a regular caster progression like a wizard would, so he doesn't feel like an NPC with his spell casting. He has more powerful spells. And the other one is a Dullahan that cannot fucking die.
Yeah.
So yeah.
All right, dude.
Yeah, I think you will hear about my fucking shenanigans with Homebrew in the chats in the months to come, guys.
Yeah, hopefully. All right, cool. All right, I'm gonna hang up on you now, but thank you for the call, and that's like,
fair enough.
I'm
love
so...
you too.
Ugh, fuck, I love you. Bye. Scumbag. All right, guys, we're gonna do one more. So we're going to do Imagination Core, but then that is going to be the end of the stream. So if you are in the line after Imagine Core, I apologize. We are already 15 minutes past when I wanted to go, but I don't want to. I want to do one more. So we're going to do one more. Let me grab Imagination Core. What's up, Imagination Core?
Oh, I am... Hello?
Hello.
Hi. I know you want to end this quick, so I'll ask my quick question. Although it might be a very quick question. I have a homebrew spell. It's basically just a curse. I'm writing language for removing it early. What do you think of the wording comparable power? Because the way I want to write it out is that because it's such a strong curse, you can't just remove curse to get rid of it. So I want it to have the language of, I think it's... this may be ended early using a wish spell, divine intervention, or a comparable power to the remove curse spell cast with a 7th level spell slot or higher, something like that. That might be not quite what I wrote, but off the top of my head,
I think that's totally reasonable. I actually love that because it makes space for there to be power, other things. Somebody else said equivalent effect or equivalent power is another good word.
That.
But yeah, I think that's totally legit. I think that's totally
because if you have like a really super strong dragon that with an all right mind should be able to get rid of this and it just can't, that seems a bit stupid.
Yeah. I think that's totally good. I'm
using the
very
language to
the thing
build
is
into the,
there are some things in D&D homebrew where the language needs a level of precision that is annoying, and there are other things where a little bit of vagueness is beneficial. And I am of the opinion that curses are one of the few things where vagueness can be helpful, because the effects of a curse can be kind of vague if they are a little bit more role-play-y. Like, you don't need to break everything down super clearly, but also breaking a curse, I feel like, is there's a lot of potential for story in getting and breaking a curse. So it makes sense to have a little bit more vagueness there. So yeah, I'm pro of that.
100%. Cool. My other question is this is more of a your opinion type thing.
Sure, I have some of those.
So, have you heard of the concept of a dungeon core?
Dungeon crawl or dungeon call?
Dungeon core.
Dungeon core. No, I have no idea what that is.
Okay, I'll really quickly explain it to you. So a dungeon core, I think it's in a few animes. I'm really not sure where the idea came from, but it's basically like a machine that grows a dungeon around it. It's like a mimic, kind of, but there's a thing in the middle that's like a living thing, and then a dungeon grows around it, and it lures adventure. It's like a pitcher plant.
Oh, that's
It's like
cool.
a mimic pitcher plant. It grows a dungeon, it fills itself with treasure to purposely get adventurers to come into it. It then kills them with the stuff and then like eats them, quote unquote. Yeah, reincarnator's sword, maybe. I have so it's kind of related to that. So I wanted to have because I'm running a Dark Fantasy campaign, I wanted to plop this very normal D&D style dungeon, which immediately would set up some weird alarm bells to my players. And then once they get about halfway into this seemingly very big dungeon that just came out of nowhere, the wall closes behind them, and then this dungeon core starts speaking to them. I'm I'm concerned about differentiating this villain from my Mind Flayer villain, because they are both very kind of calculating and cold, and I don't want too much sameness, if that makes sense. I'm having trouble thinking of like personality traits or maybe like inflections.
What if one of them is almost non-sentient? So like there is a great book called Blind Sight, Blind Sight, I think it's called, but it's essentially about a group of aliens who are hyper intelligent, hyper advanced, and they do not have consciousness. And I like there's it's sort of like the theory of like the Chinese box, where it's like a person in a closet who doesn't speak Chinese but has like a list of all the Chinese characters and responses. Like, if you get this Chinese character, put this Chinese character, and then they get sent messages in Chinese, and then they look at the book to like figure out what messages to send back. The person on the outside of the room might think they're talking to somebody who understands them and speaks Chinese, but the person inside is just responding based on what they think the response is. So maybe one of them is like that. Like, it is brilliant and it's intelligent, but it is not thinking consciously. It is like a pitcher plant, where a pitcher plant isn't thinking, oh, there's a bug on me, I better close and release pheromones. It just does it.
It just does it. And okay,
and this could be like an advanced version of that, to the point where it almost gives the illusion of consciousness, but it doesn't actually need to be conscious.
Yeah.
And then that can become something that the players can kind of fuck with as a way to get out, because they can, if they realize that this thing is not thinking consciously, it is reacting to things based on assumed effects of those reactions, then that can lead to the players making some unusual choices that might make the dungeon core itself react differently, you know? Like, they could sort of like almost like trick it in that way, even though it's not actually tricking it, because it's not thinking. So it's not tricking it. It's just reacting. But it's not. They can make it react unoptimally, basically.
Yeah, I see what you mean. A chat GTP the dungeon. Yeah.
Yeah. Basically. Yeah.
Yeah. The only other thing was that I was running with the idea of kind of like a mimic map. Because if they were obviously once they get to this thing, I was basically just going to have it have 1 AC, 1 HP. They just kill it, and then the whole thing shrinks, and there's just a door, and they just leave. But if they were to decide not to kill it and take it with them, they could use it sort of like a mimic map.
Oh, that's an interesting idea.
Yeah, I was about to ask if you knew what mimic maps are, but
I'm
yeah,
familiar
clearly.
with them,
Yeah, use it in that kind of way, or maybe to record information for them. It's also an amazing thing as a lore dump, because I can just chuck old dead heroes in there, or have them have written stuff on the walls, or leave notebooks around of people that have like starved to death in here or been killed in here. So that works really great as well for that kind of narrative. I was only concerned about actually having it like differentiate itself from my other villain. My initial idea was to have it. Have you seen Doctor Who?
I have.
Do you remember the concept, the character House?
No.
From Matt Smith's run. House was basically a giant sentient energy being planet thing that ate dead TARDISes. So it lured Time Lords to like outside of the universe and fed on their energy. And it was very like big and pompous, and it's like, haha, I've won type shit. Like it got in the TARDIS and then it terrorized Rory and Amy, who were the companions at the time, and it's like, I can literally just suck the gravity out of this room and let you fall to your deaths. Tell me why I shouldn't kill you right now. And they had to entertain it, which bought them time. And I wanted to go for that kind of vibe of, the wall is shut in, you are stuck here. Tell me why I shouldn't just crush you now.
That's a cool idea.
But yeah, I really like the idea of the kind of Chinese box, very calculating.
It could be like that also. I mean, it could kind of do the same thing. It could basically, like it basically, I mean, you could combine those ideas. I think that they would sit nicely together. Spoilers? Shut the fuck up. Who cares? It's Doctor Who, man. It's like 100. That show's like 100 years old. Spoilers. Time Lords. They say stuff. Yeah, I think that's a fun idea. I like it a lot. It's a good idea.
Cool. Well, thank you very much for your help, Cinder.
No problem.
I will be leaving.
All right. I love you. Bye. Bye. All right. So, folks, I know that some of you have been waiting for a long time, and I apologize that I can't get to everyone. Let us give everyone, let's do F's in the chat for the lonely 6 who will not get called upon that are waiting. Here they are. Right in front of my face. Let's apologize. I apologize. Silent Insanity, D Gaming Guy, Ben Smith, and Crampet and Carlos. I am so sorry that we cannot get to you. I've already gone a half hour later than I expected. It's tricky with these because I want to be able to get to as many people as possible. And somebody in the chat suggested I should limit it at like a certain number, but some people only need to talk for like a minute, and then some people want to talk for like 10 minutes. So it's hard to judge how much time, like how many people we should do. I wish there was a better system. I tried pretty hard to change it a little bit this time, where I didn't even open the stream chat until we were live. So everyone that was on the stream had the opportunity to jump in at the same time. But I do think for better or worse, it's going to stay first come, first serve for at least a little while. And I think what we'll continue to do in the future is I will keep the room closed until we start the stream, and then I'll do like a countdown or something. So it'll be like, all right, we're starting opening in 3, 2, 1, and then everyone can rush to get in. And I think that that's the only system that I can think of that is in any way sort of balanced. A time limit, I think, is a good idea. I can start being a little bit stricter with time. That's fine. The problem is I don't want to be so strict with time that like I cut someone off and I don't want somebody to be like upset that here's the problem is that you're also fucking sensitive that I'm going to hurt somebody's feelings and I'm going to make people like I'm gonna make people like be like angry and upset in a way that I don't want to deal with if I'm too cut offy. But I do think that being stricter at time is totally reasonable, and I can definitely do that in the future. And I could also limit it to one question. That's the other thing that I can do that I haven't really done before, is I can be like, what's your question? Not like let's have 6 questions. I've been streaming forever, Soulcatcher, and people are giving me shit for ending. I stream forever. That's the point. Anyway, but I think for now, this system is going to be the same. I'm sorry if you've been waiting for a long time. I hope you can forgive me. I always put my streams when I'm streaming in my Discord and on YouTube. You can always find out, you can find the stuff then. We are going to be doing more of these call-in shows. They seem really popular. You guys seem to like them. I really like them. So the other side of that coin is if you didn't get on stream this time, there will be more of these. There will always be more of these. Tomorrow night is the next time I'm streaming. Tomorrow night is the member review night. Basically, if you are a YouTube member or a patron, then there are special forums that you get access to, both on Patreon and the member tab of YouTube, where you can submit Homebrew. And I will look at that Homebrew live tomorrow night, and I will bring you on stream if you want to discuss it. And that is the plan for tomorrow. And then after that, I don't think we're streaming again until Sunday. And Sunday is the open forum Homebrew review where anybody can send stuff. And the links to that are both on my YouTube community tab and in my Discord. Yeah, I don't really have much else. The guys, I'm really loving these. I'm really loving these call-in shows. I think this is like my favorite. I think I like doing these streams more than I like doing the Homebrew review streams. But I still will do the Homebrew review because I know that's what you're here for. Anyway, I want you guys to have a good night. Get home safe. Don't forget to feed your pets. And you should come hang out tomorrow. Because yeah, it's fun. We have good times. We have fun together. You guys and me, us together. Let's keep having fun together. All right. I love you. Have a good night. Bye.
I don't think about it. About you leaving me. I don't know who I'd be. Would everything we built just turn to broken leaves? I don't think about it. Do you think of me? Walking out that door. Never hearing me talk to myself in the morning anymore. Would it all just turn and turn and turn and turn and turn and turn? You don't think about it. Maybe it scares you like it scares me. What do we do with all the possibilities? Doesn't it scare you we don't think about it. We just fall into each other's arms, and we laugh and we cry, we dry each other's eyes, but we don't talk about it.